The Tough Love Groom, Texas Titan Romances, by Taylor Hart. Narrated by Aaron Shedlock. Chapter 1. Felicity Song sat in her office at Davinci PR firm and stared at Kade Kincaid's gorgeous face on the television screen. The starting quarterback for the Texas Titans stood with an air of grandeur. His chiseled features, penetrating blue eyes, and blonde hair made it clear why fans affectionately called the man Zeus. He had the look of a warrior, and in the football stadium, he was definitely akin to a god. The reporter pushed a microphone at him. "So, Kade, word on the street is that you and the Triple Threat are making a big showing at the Bachelor auction tomorrow night to raise money for the Children's Hospital in Dallas. Are you excited about this?" Kade dipped his head, cracking a smile. "Well, I don't know how excited I am to be sold." The reporter laughed. "I'm sure many beautiful women will bid on you." "These things aren't really my scene," Kade admitted. "But when I heard it was for a good cause, I agreed. It's a great opportunity to come out and raise big money. You know, there are lots of kids who need our help, for their surgeries, to pay for their therapy." As he talked, Felicity sized him up on camera. She'd only been assigned to be part of his PR team a week ago, but she'd been studying him non-stop since then. It was hard not to be intimidated by him. "Well," the reporter turned to the camera, "I think it's a great thing you and your buds are doing. Tell me, is your brother Anthony going to be part of this auction tomorrow?" "What?" Kade's smile faltered. Felicity's heart rate kicked up a notch, and panic propelled her to her feet. It was her job to notify Mr Davinci, who would immediately notify Mr Kinkade if his brother had been spotted in town. This was not good. Kade's brother Anthony was also a quarterback, the starting quarterback for the Houston Sentinels, the Titans' hottest rivals. The clip was time-stamped almost exactly an hour ago. With growing trepidation, Felicity scrolled through her alerts on Google, Twitter, and Instagram, searching for news on Anthony Kincaid. The reporter didn't seem to notice Kade's slip. "It has been reported that he's in town this week, and we thought maybe he'd be another bachelor on the chopping block, so to speak." She found it. Gah, Anthony had tweeted out to his fans he would be making a trip to Dallas. Dang it. Kade's smile widened, and Felicity recognized it as fake. "I'm not sure what my brother has planned, but if he is coming, we'll get him sold too, and make even more money for those kids." The reporter laughed, and the clip ended. Trembling, Felicity shut her laptop. Crap. Being part of the Kincaid team was a bigger job than she'd anticipated. Kade's father was an oil tycoon and tight with Mr Davinci, the owner and boss of everything here. He'd been pretty specific on what her job was, notifying him when she heard anything about Anthony. It all felt so stupid to her. Why couldn't Anthony let his brother know he was coming? Why couldn't the family just text each other? But Mr Davinci had privately told her there were family issues they didn't want to make public. The brothers didn't get along, although they didn't want their problems splashed all over the news. Felicity cringed and thought about how she'd been preoccupied since she'd seen the foreclosure notice on her mother's counter. Her mother would lose her house if Felicity couldn't come up with $100,000 to make it current by the end of the month. Putting her hand to her heart, she pulled in a long, slow breath. She had to keep this job. It was her fault her mother was losing the house. Those had been her medical bills, and it was her fault she hadn't done this job right. Her boss burst into the office, looking pale. "Did you see the latest clip on Kade Kincaid?" Feeling uncertain, she nodded. "Just looked it over, sir." Mr Davinci loomed over her desk. "Well, apparently it mentioned his brother coming to town. You were the one assigned to keep the team updated as to the whereabouts of Kade's brother, and you clearly dropped the ball." She sat there silently. What was she supposed to say? Fortunately, Mr Davinci was cut off by a commotion coming from the lobby. She followed him as he rushed out to meet Kade Kincaid, and Felicity found herself again comparing him to a thunderous Zeus. He wore a black leather jacket and held his helmet in a death grip, crackling with frustration. She surmised he had been on his red street bike, the one he'd bought and shown off last month. he glowered, turning to Mr. Davinci and pointing at him like he was challenging him to a duel. You. Mr. Davinci, ever the PR master, put on a fake smile. Well, hello, Mr. Kincaid. What can I do for you today? Kincaid's features were tight, controlled. I thought we had a deal. You would alert me immediately when my brother came to town. What did you do when the gods came for their duel? You placated them as best you could. Mr. Davinci gestured to Felicity's office. Would you like a drink? Are you hungry? Why don't you come into my associate's office and sit, and we'll talk about this. Felicity felt her heart rate jump, and her face stretched with a rubbery smile as Kade's eyes met hers. Fine. For all his anger, Kade Kincaid looked astoundingly unruffled. In fact, she'd seen that look of determination on the field when he pulled his helmet off before a huddle. He stormed past her and sat in one of the chairs in front of her desk. I had your word, he said gruffly, keeping his attention on Mr. Davinci, who followed and stood next to the front of her desk. Mr. Davinci spoke calmly. I can assure you, Mr. Kincaid, that no one knew Anthony was coming to town until that video clip. Felicity admired Mr. Davinci at that moment. It was hard to deal with unrealistic expectations, and he was obviously good at managing them. Mr. Davinci turned to Felicity. Sir, Felicity is on this, and she is the best. She doesn't miss a beat. If she says no one knew, no one knew. Felicity shifted as Mr. Kincaid swung his gaze to meet hers. A charge went through her, like she could feel Zeus reach down and touch the earth with his lightning bolt. The man was, for lack of a better word, intense, fierce. Every bit the warrior she'd been watching almost non-stop for the past 7 days. On the field, he was a pure strategist, often being called a second coach. He could read the defense like he had a crystal ball, and it had earned him a reputation for getting through impossible defenses. Mr. Davinci's mantra for dealing with his famous clients popped into her mind. You've got to fake it till you make it. The first time she'd sat down with him, he had explained in detail that these people don't shy away from weakness. They chew it up and spit it out. If you are confronted by a client you are the least bit intimidated by, you fake it. Mustering a pleasant expression, she held her hand out. Mr. Kincaid, nice to meet you. He cursorily shook her hand, then turned back to Mr. Davinci. You better explain to me what happened. Felicity tried not to take the snub personally. He clearly didn't want to deal with her. We're not sure, Mr. Kincaid. Mr. Davinci's tone was the perfect blend of professional and disconcerted. Striking out faster than she could track, Kade pounded a fist onto her desk, rattling the whole surface and causing her new vase to fall and crack on the floor. How could you let this slip through the defenses? He demanded. The sound of glass breaking didn't even faze him. Felicity stared at the special vase her mother had given her last week as congratulations for getting her new job. She fought the urge to cry. Mr. Davinci looked at the glass and then cocked an eyebrow at Mr. Kincaid. Keep your temper in check, please. Mr. Kincaid let out a breath and clenched his hand into a fist, standing. His lip turned up in a snarl. Another mess up, and we're done. My business will be gone, and I'm sure you know that means my father's business will be gone, too. Trudging away from the desk, he whipped on his sunglasses and turned back, still staring at Davinci. Mr. Davinci kept his poker face and stood, but didn't follow him. Breathe, Mr. Kincaid. Everything is handled. Mr. Kincaid let out a long breath and tugged on his sunglasses. We need to talk about Sheena Galloway. She's still causing me issues. You need to make sure she doesn't bother me tomorrow night at the auction. Of course. That woman might have had her way with other quarterbacks, like Roman Young and Sam DeMont, but keep her out of my sights. She's toxic, poison, tainted. I went out with her once. She's crazy. I don't want her around. Mr. Davinci nodded. I understand completely. Mr. Kincaid pushed a hand through his hair. As for my brother, I can't be blindsided by him again. I can't. That's the one condition I asked for when I agreed to sign on with this firm. We will have one of our best people at the auction to make sure everything turns out perfectly. And you'll know the next time your brother is in town. You have my word." Barking out a laugh, Kade swung his gaze to Felicity. "If she's the one who handled notifying me before, it appears your word is in trouble." Felicity's breath hitched inside of her chest, and she bit back the urge to tell him off. Not just for doubting her, but also for breaking her vase. Feeling like a scullery maid, she bent to pick up the glass. "It's handled." "I guess we'll see," Mr. Kincaid said. Felicity stood, wanting to demand an apology, wanting to shove the job and walk out, wanting to be anywhere except here. But as she well knew, she usually didn't get what she wanted in life. Mr. Kincaid lifted his chin and looked down his nose at Mr. Davinci. "Your butt is on the line, Davinci." He said the words like he would say it to one of his fellow players on the field. Mr. Davinci glanced at Felicity. "Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Kincaid. We won't let you down." Kincaid's eyes narrowed and swung toward her. She met his gaze, feeling every bit as angry as he appeared to be. She wondered if he would say something threatening to her. Luckily, she was not a small woman, standing at roughly 5'10". His 6'3" frame didn't intimidate her in the least. No. If someone asked her what intimidated her about Kade, she would have told them it was his intense blue eyes, hard and dark when he was unhappy or displeased with a play on the field. Serene and calm, and almost light when he was happy and talking to an interviewer about his recent project, learning to fly helicopters. Abruptly, he turned and left. She and Mr. Davinci watched him make his way through the lobby and down the hall to the elevator. Once Kade was out of earshot, Mr. Davinci turned to her, wearing a stern look that said he knew he had the upper hand. "Well, Felicity, I believe in accountability. I believe people should have a chance to clean up their messes. So, here's the deal. Make the man happy, and you keep your job. But if he's upset, even for a second, if I hear one tiny whiff that he might pull his business after tomorrow night, you're gone." Felicity didn't flinch. "Sounds great," she said, her jaw aching from holding a fake smile. "Great." Mr. Davinci rushed out of her office. Pushing a gentle hand over her racing heart, Felicity felt the beat slow as calm determination filled her. Mr. Davinci had thrown down the gauntlet, and she had no problem picking it up. She worked well under pressure. The times people gave her the worst odds were the times when she rose up and left them gaping after her. She would make Kade Kincaid happy, because that was her job. But as she bent and picked up the precious glass, she couldn't banish the thought that he was the biggest jerk she'd ever met. Chapter 2. Rock and roll music blasted into Kade's ears, and he pushed out another 10 reps with the dumbbells before dropping them on the floor of his home gym. Dang, he felt good. Turning, he looked out over his backyard. His weight room had floor-to-ceiling windows, and he loved his privacy. Last year, he and Ace and X moved to the reserves, a swanky part of Dallas. They all had their homes custom-designed and built next to each other. Truth be told, he liked living by his peeps. They kept each other entertained. He took a swig of his protein shake and turned back to the weights. Today was biceps, shoulders, and delts. Moving to some lighter free weights, he picked them up and started some shoulder raises. It felt good to push hard. He'd always liked it, even as a kid. Not that he'd had any choice. His father demanded it of him and his brother, often citing the fact that they were the best quarterbacks in the league because of the work ethic he'd taught them. That's just how it had been in the Kincaid home. The doorbell rang, piercing through the music, blaring through his earbuds. Kade stopped mid-raise. He didn't have anyone in the house to answer the door at 6:30 in the morning. The girl who cooked and cleaned for him didn't come until 9. The bell rang again. He cursed and strode out of the weight room, past the indoor pool, and rushed up the stairs to the front entryway. He needed some solace this morning, before the stupid Bachelor auction, and he didn't like interruptions in his workout. With a yank, he flung the door open, then froze. He definitely wasn't expecting to see his brother. Anthony stood on the step, decked out for the day in nice clothes, his Porsche behind him on the driveway. He licked his lips, looking bored. "Bro, what's up?" Kade thought of the last fight they'd had, right after the championship game a few months ago. The game where his team, the Titans, had beaten Anthony's Houston Sentinels. Anthony had ended their tentative peace agreement by planting a fist in his face at his father's house at the next Sunday dinner. "What do you want?" Kade clenched his fists, ready for a fight. His brother shrugged. "You won't return my calls. You won't return my texts. Your PR team is stalking my PR team to find out what I'm doing in Dallas this week. I just thought we could sync our schedules so we don't have to worry about all the shenanigans." Kade narrowed his eyes, trying to read the offense. "Go away." He would have slammed the door in his face if he didn't feel like that would be running from him. Somehow, he would appear to be the lesser man for doing it. "Bro." His brother rolled his eyes and took a step back, putting his hands up in surrender mode. "I don't know what you're trying to pull with Sheena, but she's mine, okay?" When Kade only blinked at that, Anthony pursed his lips together. "She told me how you wanted her to bid on you at the auction tonight. Don't put her between us, bro." Kade sucked in a long breath. "She's lying to you. I don't even want her there." "You put her on the invitation list," he said in a very stilted, controlled way. "We haven't come out publicly yet, but we're a couple. She tells me how you text her." He pointed at him menacingly. "This is your warning to back off." This was rich. Glaring at his brother, Kade was unable to believe Sheena had stooped this low. Well, okay, he could believe she would do it. What he couldn't believe was that his brother was falling for her crap. "I did not put her on the invitation list. Dude, she was married to Roman Young. She was caught naked in Sam Dumont's dressing room before a game. Remember that whole fiasco? She's crazy. Do yourself a favor and stay away from her." Anthony put up a hand to end the discussion. "Don't even. She was set up for all of that." A million things flitted through Kade's mind from the past week, including tweets from Sheena about the Houston Sentinels, texts she'd sent him about the auction, and what kind of a date she would give him once he won. She was more than a bit sick in the head. "I don't want her. You have to know that. Then stay away from her." His brother held his gaze. "I don't want to have to talk about this again." Kade softened. There was so much between him and Anthony. He'd been thinking about it a lot lately. "Anthony, can we just end this? Can we just talk?" A sad laugh dropped from Anthony's lips. "Don't even start with me, bro. This started so long ago, I don't even remember when there was a time we weren't fighting." "When Mom died," Kade said. It probably wasn't the right time, but with his brother, there was never a right time. Anthony looked stunned. "Why are you bringing up that crap now?" "Because it's been on my mind. We used to get along. I would like to—" "It's too late, Zeus." Anthony spat the word out obnoxiously and turned back to his car. Way too late. Kade knew better than to keep discussing this with Anthony. The truth was, both of them could be hotheads, and he knew the look on his brother's face. It was a fighting kind of look. Angrily, Kade turned back to the house and walked inside, slamming the door behind him. That woman, Sheena. She was crazy, and he felt like this was another play she was making, using his brother. Not that it was hard to pit him and his brother against each other. They tried to keep the Kincaid family issues out of the press. His father had been ardent about protecting images. Every Saturday at the end of Kade's high school career and into college, he would pull Kade and Anthony into a room and go over all the footage in the media that week. He would start in on his Kincaid men lectures about how they had been given talent and money, and they owed it to themselves and to others to be successful. The wrong image could ruin them quicker than any football game. The competition between him and his brother had been out of control in the media when the two teams were pitted against each other in the championship game last February. Still, he and Anthony had always remained civil in public. Shaking off this encounter with his brother, he decided to go back and finish his workout. He needed it now more than ever. Kade sat at the head table, waiting for his two best friends, Ace Sanchez and Xavier Newton, to join him. The guests were doing their best to get a good look at him. He was doing his best to ignore their gawking. "Kincaid, Kincaid, Kincaid!" Ace slugged him in the shoulder as he approached. Jolting from his thoughts, Kade glowered at him. He was still smarting from the encounter with his brother that morning. "Chill out, man. Tonight isn't as bad as we thought." Ace sat down next to him at the auctionee's table. "I already have a tentative date with an old high school flame." Of course Ace already had a date. He was the type of guy who made lemons out of lemonade. "All I'm saying is, slug me again, and your face might end up in that pretty punch bowl over there." Kade gestured to the table covered with assorted food and drinks. "What's your problem?" Ace asked as he looked around the room. Kade didn't want to talk about it. "I don't have a problem," he said, more annoyed than he wanted to sound. "Clearly." Ace kept his eyes on the crowd. "You have to smile and look pretty tonight, Kincaid." "Don't remind me," he grunted, looking around the Rose Crest mansion. It was old, but renovated nicely. He'd been to a lot of fancy parties held here. He was tired of parties, bored with fancy. He'd spent too many nights in fancy at his father's parties. Taking advantage of the waiters carrying drinks on trays nearby, he reached out and grabbed one, only to push it back when he realized it was alcohol. "Could I get some water, please?" Kade said gruffly. X appeared and took in the scene. "So angry, so early, Kincaid." Ace let out a soft laugh. "Yeah, and he's already threatened to dump my face in the punch bowl. It's that agitated vibe he gets when his bro's in town." Kade wondered how Ace knew that, but he wasn't surprised. They were called the Triple Threat for a reason. They were good at reading each other on the field and off. Kade thought about making good on his punch bowl promise. The thought cheered him up. "Your brother's coming tonight?" X looked doubtful. Kade shrugged. "I don't know. He showed up on my porch this morning and threatened me to stay away from Sheena." "What?" Ace demanded. "Come again?" X gave him his full attention. "That man-eater?" "I don't know what's going on, but Sheena's playing him." "Ouch." X gripped his napkin tightly and let it go on the table in one puff. "That woman is no good." Ace nodded, giving him a sullen look before shaking his head. "Don't worry about her. Let's think about something else." X flashed them a grin. "I double dare you to put Ace's face in the punch bowl." Whipping out his billfold, he slipped out a couple of hundreds. "I'll even put a couple hundred in it for you." Kade grunted. "Hey, you don't gotta pay me to level Ace's face here." Playfully, he punched Ace's shoulder. Ace went into boxer mode, hands up, letting out some fake jabs. "Gotta catch me before you can throw me, Kincaid." Letting out a laugh, Kade felt himself loosen up a bit. He'd been so annoyed by his brother and the barrage from the press. None of his Titans bros wanted to be at this swanky Bachelor auction either, but they were trying to cheer him up. He was grateful for them. "Think you'll find your dream woman tonight?" Ace asked, eyeing the crowd. Kade had to admit that there were some beautiful women here tonight. Problem was, he wasn't looking. He shrugged. "Never know." "Wow, check out the legs on the redhead," X nodded. Kade followed his friend's gaze, and so did Ace. It was the woman from Davinci PR, the woman assigned to babysit him. The woman who had failed at her job. He scowled. Unlike before, when she'd worn glasses and kept her red hair in a bun at the nape of her neck, now her hair was down in soft curls. She wore a sequined aqua dress that dipped a bit low, but not too low. Her legs looked like they were a mile long, and Kade's breath caught. She was like a beacon of light in the midst of a black and white movie. She was gorgeous. Felicity something. Was that her name? He tried to remember. "Man," Ace let out a laugh. "I wonder which one of us she's bidding on." The moment came to a screeching halt when their eyes met. She glared at him, her bright green eyes alive and quick, and stalked away with a flip of her hair. Adrenaline spiked through him. He realized he'd been in such a bad mood when he'd gone into Davinci PR that he hadn't really given this woman a second thought. Was that a defeated look in her eye? It reminded him of the way he felt after a training session with his dad. "So, is Sheena still doing her stalking thing?" X asked, staring with shameless admiration at Izzy Knight. She was a beautiful dark-skinned brunette. Not the best idea to date the owner's daughter when you're in contract negotiations with 2 teams. Kade muttered, so only Ace and X would hear. X rolled his eyes. "Whatever." Kade and Ace both laughed. "That means he likes her." Ace wiggled his eyebrows, then slapped Kade on the shoulder. "Don't look now. The man-eater is here." Jerked from his thoughts, he followed Ace's gaze straight to the face of Sheena. He swore beneath his breath. X managed a sardonic laugh. "Man, if I drank the devil's brew, I would chug back a glass for you. That woman isn't content if she's not taking down a major player, is she?" "Quarterback," Ace said, letting out a light huff. "She prefers quarterbacks," he grunted. "Not that I mind. No way. That woman has fangs." Things were already bad with Anthony, but this woman could cause something akin to Hiroshima in his family. He could feel it. He slammed a fist into the table. "Dude, chill," said X. "We got your back." "Yeah," Ace agreed. "We got you." "I don't think you're allowed to bid on me tonight," Kade glowered. "And that woman has a lot of money from the divorces she's accumulated." A million ways to play this went through his mind. Then he settled on one and stood. He had to find the redhead with the killer legs assigned to him. "Boys, if you'll excuse me." The voice of the MC, America Star, came over a microphone.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the bidding."
"Dude, the auction is about to start," X called to him. "Yeah, you can't leave us to face this crowd alone," Ace said. "I'll be back. Just gotta make sure I have some insurance first." Pulling out his wallet, he pushed through the crowd of people. He had to find her. America made a joke directed at James Knight, owner of the Titans, and the crowd roared with laughter. Kade was barely listening. Where was she? The least she could do was redeem herself now, since she had failed again. She should have warned him about his brother this morning. A gleam of a green dress whisked through some doors, and Cade's irritation mounted. She was leaving? When he needed his people, and this was definitely one of those times. He pushed the door back, but stopped short. The scene in front of him was not what he expected. Chapter 3. Felicity could not believe this was happening. When she had locked eyes with Mr. Bossy, arrogant, conceited Zeus, she had felt too discombobulated to function. Her plan had been to find him, pull him aside, and make a game plan for the night. Did he want an interview? Did he not want to be bothered? Should she make a statement for him? He wasn't really a make-a-statement-for-him kind of guy. If you didn't know him as she did, you liked him. He seemed affable in interviews. He was positive, forward-thinking, and always talking up his team. He would be a good politician. When she'd seen he was surrounded by his triple threat boys, she'd been intimidated. Well, what did anyone expect when she turned to look at them and they were all staring at her? And he was the most daunting. All dressed to impress in his suit. His messy, gelled blonde hair looked like it was straight out of a magazine. She wondered if he had a personal image consultant. She'd been thrown off her game and, to add insult to injury, she'd gotten a text from an unknown number. "Crazy guy, identified as your father, is at the front door. Please come immediately." So, what had she done? Like a fool, she had left Mr. Kincaid and frantically rushed off to get rid of her father. Felicity was annoyed at herself for not thinking that her father would find a way to her tonight. It had been his shtick for the last year since she graduated from college and worked at different places. Of course he would bank on the fact that Davinci PR would be at this event. The Rosecrest mansion didn't have the kind of protections in place a conference center would have. There weren't layers of doors before getting to the main event at this large, very old mansion. She spotted her father, looking unkempt and shouting like a madman, making a huge spectacle. "The end is near! The end is near!" There hadn't been time to figure out how to keep him away. No, He'd caught her at the worst possible time. She could hear America's Star through the double doors, calling someone to the stage. Worry pulsed through her. She really didn't have time for this. 2 security guys at the door rushed at him and put a hand under each shoulder. Her father kicked and flailed. "Help!" he yelled, but he stopped flailing when he saw her. She should have ordered them out, but the guilt hit her. "Wait!" The security guards put him back on the ground. "Keep it down, old man." Her father glared at the guard and turned to her. "Felicity, you look beautiful." "Dad, why are you doing this?" she asked quietly but sternly. A slow smile filled his face. Before he turned into an alcoholic drug user, before he divorced her mother, he'd been an attorney. A good one, too. "Can't a father just come see how pretty his daughter is, all dressed up?" Wishing he were really still that kind of father, she snorted. "How much?" $500, he demanded sullenly. There were only 2 other guests out in the living room, handing their coats to a guy behind a makeshift coat room. She caught the man's eyes and felt ashamed at being made a spectacle, knowing she couldn't play into her father's game. Giving him money would be like handing him booze. "I don't have $500. You know that. I'm trying to help Mom get caught up on the mortgage." She was so angry with her father, and even more angry at herself for causing all the problems. "I can order pizza at Marco's, and you can go pick it up there." Marco's would be on his way back to the homeless shelter. At least she could make sure he ate something. Her father hesitated. "It's not your fault, Felicity. None of it." It wasn't often that her father said things like that. "Dad?" she said quietly. He pointed at her chest. "You have to quit blaming yourself." How could he just bring up all this crap right here, at this event, where anyone could hear? Her mind flooded with all the surgeries, all the times her father had sat with her, all the medical bills he hadn't been able to pay. She blinked. "You need to leave, Dad." 500, and I walk away quietly." He pushed his chin into the air. Controlled anger surged through her. "I don't have that kind of money on me anyway, Dad." She wouldn't have given it to him, but why would he think she would just carry it around? Her father pulled out a phone. "I have Venmo. It's my name and the first letter of our last name," he said quietly. A true manipulator. A master. She thought of the once successful man he'd been, compared to the sad, sorrowful pit of worthlessness that stood in front of her. She could smell the booze on him. After several seconds of a sheer battle of will, she looked away. "No." "Felicity!" he screamed. Venom glinted in his eyes. "The end is near!" The security guards picked him up again and began hauling him out of the house. "Let me go!" His body flailed. One of the security guards turned to her. "Go back to the party. We've got this handled." Spinning on her heels, Felicity wanted to rip somebody's head off. And lo and behold, standing right outside the door that led to the auction, was Zeus himself. Panic filled her. How much had he seen? "Felicity!" she heard her father call out. Turning back, the messy scene lay before her. Her father had gotten hold of one of the doors and was holding on for all he was worth. "Felicity!" he yelled again. "Give me the money, please!" Tears were on his cheeks. "Sweetie, I don't blame you. I just need the money." Acting before thoroughly thinking, she rushed to them, taking hold of her father's fingers and trying to pull him off the door. "Let go, Dad!" He wouldn't let go. "Felicity!" Strong fingers reached in and tugged at her father's, prying them loose. The guards finished pulling him out. Shrieks of her name rang from outside as Mr Kinkade shut the door and turned to face her. She stared up into his gorgeous blue eyes. Her hands started to shake. What did it matter if she lost yet another job because of her father? So be it. "If you want to fire me, just do it now." She bit the side of her lip and commanded herself not to cry until she was home. A smile played at his lips. "You've got grit," kicking the old man out. She stared at him. Was he making a joke? He grunted. I wish I could kick my old man out. Disregarding her confusion, he took a step closer and leaned in, his gaze the same laser-like look she'd seen on the game footage she'd been watching the past couple of days. It's 4th and long. Last play of the game. Can you make a touchdown? Taken aback, she felt something spark at this moment. A connection. Maybe simple chemistry. She wasn't sure. There was no time to evaluate it. He held out something to her. It looked like a credit card. What is this for? To buy me. He shoved it into her hand. She was stupefied. What? Well, it seems like tonight is a night for walking nightmares. I have a little situation. Sheena showed up, and she has those dragon eyes on me. Combined with the fire breathing, she could really do a number tonight if no one outbids her. Crap. I would have other words for it, but yes, it is that. Felicity's heart rate pounded inside her chest. Whoever outbids that woman will be all over the press. He swallowed and schooled his expression into boredom. Quite possibly. You up for it? You're new at Davinci, right? Anyone know you? The press? She shook her head. I've only been there a week. Guess there's a hole in the defense then. Angst pulsed through her. I don't date. You don't? His eyes narrowed. I don't date. You do know a lot of women would kill for a date with me. She would never tell him the truth as to why she didn't date, so she opted to show him her anger. You broke my vase. I'd rather die 1,000 deaths than go out with you. It sounded overdramatic, and she hadn't meant to say it, but she was feeling raw after everything with her father. His eyes softened. You know what they say about scorned women? She cocked an eyebrow at him. No. What do they say? He lifted his shoulders. You don't want to tango? That's fine. Then it'll just be a show for tonight. Later, we'll politely tell them it didn't work out, and I'll ask one of my famous friends to buy me from you. We'll make it dramatic, and the press will eat it up. He winked at her. Don't worry. They'll forget all about you in one news cycle. She was uncertain. She did not want to be in the press at all, and she really didn't want to be mixed up with him. You in or out? Can you handle me or not? It was admittedly uncomfortable, having all of Kade Kincaid's intensity focused on her. She thought of the notice of foreclosure. Unfortunately, she needed this job. Fine. He flashed his Zeus smile and nodded to her hand. It's an untraceable card. Spend whatever it takes. Just make sure I don't walk out of here with Sheena tonight. Chapter 4. Kade had gone in first, grateful the crowd was consumed by Izzy Knight buying X, so no one had noticed he wasn't there. Felicity had stayed at the back of the room next to the door. It was only a few moments later when America's star called him to the stage. And now, the Texas Titans quarterback, the part of the triple threat known as Zeus. Please come forward. The spotlight found him, and he rushed to the stage, a big, stupid grin on his face. He was going to give the folks a show. For one, it's what he did. The dog and pony show. Second, he believed in helping the children's hospital, even though it wasn't his preference to auction himself off. He turned and waved to the crowd as he moved next to her. Thanks for having me, Miss Star. Ah, I love Texan accents, America said, putting her hand to her chest and sighing dramatically. Especially from a Greek god. She reached out and squeezed Kade's bicep. The whole room laughed. America turned to the crowd. Shall we start the auction off at 100 grand? Come on, it's Zeus, god of the sky and thunder. The crowd clapped, and you could hear Ace and X hollering out to him. He saw someone in the back raise their hand to accept the bid. America acknowledged it with a point and a nod. Great. For fun, let's go up 50. 150 grand, ladies and gentlemen. The crowd held for a moment, and he wondered if he should have been more explicit with his PR person. Felicity. Not a bad name. It meant happiness, if he remembered right. Heaven knew he needed more of that in his life. A hand swept up in a grand gesture, and he heard 150 grand. He knew it was Sheena before the spotlight settled on her. She wore a purple dress and looked stunning. Granted, she was easy on the eyes, but he wouldn't let anything mess with his and Anthony's already broken friendship.
Going once? Going twice? 200,000.
A voice rang out clearly. His eyes met Felicity's. The triple threat boys had been right. She looked amazing. After seeing the faded red of her father's hair, he knew hers was real.
Oh!
America shouted excitedly.
Could we have a bidding war? 200,000 going once? Twice? 250,
Sheena said, irritated.
250 going once? Twice? 300,
Felicity said, almost nonchalantly. If Kade had not known Felicity well enough, he would wonder if she would crack under the pressure. However, after what he'd seen in the front with her father, he was confident she wouldn't. Confident enough to bet the game on her. The girl had already been blitzed tonight, and she'd handled it. She apparently knew how to deal with pressure. America let out a laugh.
Okay, this has gotten interesting. We have 300.
Before America could finish, Sheena said,
350. 400?
Felicity said in a satiny voice, and smiled widely.
450.
Sheena glared at Felicity.
500.
Felicity raised the bid without hesitation. Several cameras flashed, and Kade could see the headline tomorrow. A bidding war for Zeus. Once again, his heart rate spiked, but he wasn't surprised at the attention. After all, his whole life had been going from one microscope to the other, even though he didn't necessarily enjoy it. There seemed to be a stalemate, and everyone's attention was on Sheena. Her eyes flashed up at him. For a brief moment, she gave him a look that said, "Well played, Kincaid," before she turned and stalked out of the room.
The redhead wins it,
America announced, smiling at the crowd. She let out another excited, almost nervous shuffle of a laugh.
Well, folks, with the second largest bid of the night, Zeus goes to...
She waved at Felicity.
Sweetheart, why don't you come to the stage?
Felicity made her way to the stage, and Kade had to admire her unfailingly poised expression. Once she got on stage with America, she played the part, flashing a wide grin and turning to look at Kade. America held her close.
What's your name? Felicity Song,
she said confidently. America smiled.
Would you like to say a few words? Have you ever been on a date with a man who costs $500,000?
Felicity caught his eyes and then narrowed hers. She turned back to the crowd, taking the mic and winking.
All I can say is, I hope he's worth it.
The audience erupted into more applause, and Kade actually thought he was blushing. Felicity kept the microphone.
I'll let you know if he lives up to the whole Zeus thing.
She pointed jovially at the audience, and the crowd roared again. America seemed very pleased, hugging Felicity.
Yes, we'll want a report.
The audience clapped as he and Felicity descended the stairs, arm in arm. After shaking 100 hands and giving several news interviews, Kade had to admit the girl was good, even great. She'd perfectly played the part of a mysterious woman who unexpectedly got the guts to get her dream of going on a date with him. They exchanged nods and smiles the rest of the evening. She was so convincing that he was caught off guard when she told him she had to leave, and she hoped he was happy. More than happy, he said, giving her the Zeus smile. His other two friends, X and Ace, were rather occupied with their own dating prospects, so he wanted to chat with this woman more. There was something about her. He didn't know what exactly, but he was interested in her. Putting a hand over the wall and leaning in, he thought this could be fun. Why not? So when is a good day for that date?
What?
She asked, looking rather annoyed. For the date you just bought. We'll need a photographer, and why not record it for YouTube clips?
We agreed I wasn't doing that part.
She leaned in and shook her head, keeping her voice quiet. Not feeling so heroic, he pulled his arm back. The press is going crazy about this. You know that. I think, in order to keep up appearances so it doesn't tarnish my image, you better plan on going with me. Davinci will love it, so just put on your pretty smile and let's give them a show. Leaning back, she crossed her arms.
You think I have to go on a date with you as part of my job?
It took Kade a bit off balance, how he all of a sudden felt like the other team was going to make a comeback. He thought he had her right where he wanted her, and with just a few words, the beautiful woman had him backpedaling. Yeah, he said, not knowing what else to say.
What are you going to do, Zeus?
She spat the last word out like it was stale gum.
I think I hold all the cards here, because I could tell the press your little scheme about how you actually had to buy yourself.
She scoffed.
I don't think you want that.
Nothing ticked him off more than a smug winner. Nothing made him play his best game more than when the attack felt so personal. He'd been raised, or rather schooled, by his father in a world of personal attacks. He knew the best thing to do was to make one of your own. If the press starts digging and picking through all the details, gosh, it'd be a shame if they found out about your father. Her eyes flashed up at him, livid. He shrugged. Better just go on the date with me. Carefully, he schooled her expression. Then she threw her head back and managed a laugh.
You've miscalculated, Zeus.
Have I? She patted his cheek.
See, the thing is, nobody cares about me and my father. I don't live on Olympus.
Chapter 5. Felicity sat at her desk Monday morning, feeling pretty pleased. Her laptop was open, and she had on the coverage from the Bachelor auction. What could she say? She was pretty darn good. Unfortunately, she hadn't slept too well the past 2 nights because she was still trying to work out what she would do about her mother's house. About all the unpaid bills. She guessed she and her mother would get an apartment, but it would be more than the house her mother would lose. It would be the memories of having young children running around, of her brother. She frowned and thought of the American flag her mother had put in that shadow box on the wall. Where would they display that in a new apartment? Other memories surged through her. The funeral, another failed surgery on her heart. Her mother had used every bit of equity in that house to make sure she got successful medical treatment. Too bad the surgeries hadn't worked. Pressing her hand to her chest, she took in a slow breath. Her heart therapist had told her it wasn't good for her to be too stressed out. If only she knew how not to be stressed when you had a heart condition. Opening her eyes, she refocused. Since she hadn't been given any other projects to manage, she spread an old newspaper on her desk and got out the glue she'd bought. Picking up the cardboard box she'd pushed all the glass into, she pulled out the big pieces one by one. She was determined to put the vase back together. She'd always been fascinated by glass, and loved this style of turquoise glass in particular. The vase had been expensive, and she knew her mom had seen her eyeing it in that secondhand store a few weeks ago, where it had still cost over $200 for just a small piece.
Ms. Song?
Mr Davinci didn't bother to knock, just swung the door wide, a grin on his face.
Our star.
He swept into her office, holding open his arms.
How you managed to pull the whole thing off is a wonder to me, but I saw the coverage. You were beautiful, magnetic star material.
With an uncertain smile, she moved around the desk and fell into a hug.
It was fun.
Davinci let her go abruptly, and the smell of tobacco and mint were swept away.
Okay, so I'm thinking we make the date a huge thing.
I can't do it, she said flatly.
What?
Davinci spun back to her.
What do you mean you can't do it? It's not my job. I'm not some paid escort, am I, Mr. Davinci? You hired me to be a PR rep, not to date a quarterback.
She knew she sounded ungrateful, but it was against her personal policy to date. Mr. Davinci looked caught.
This could be really huge, though.
It didn't suit her to throw it in his face, but she needed leverage. PR was too often a double-edged sword.
Because if you were running a brothel, then I would be forced to go out with Mr. Kincaid. But you're not running a brothel, right? And you wouldn't want anyone to think I was a paid escort, would you? That would not be good for business.
Mr. Davinci had a reputation for outstanding PR work and nothing on the shady side. While other firms used provocative campaigns and downright salacious images and innuendos, Davinci always kept it family-friendly. He prided himself on this. It was what had drawn her to this firm. Pinching his lips, he sighed in clear frustration.
You're good, Miss Song. That's why you hired me.
Turning back to her desk, she took in a long breath.
I can help you find someone. I can help with...
You're the only one who will do. She spun around, and her eyes connected with Kade Kincaid's. He stood in the doorway of her office, wearing a black leather jacket and holding his helmet. He wore jeans, along with one of those tight Under Armour t-shirts. She always wondered why people thought those could serve as casual clothes.
Mr. Kincaid.
Mr. Davinci adopted his aristocratic voice again.
So good to see you.
Kade put up a hand. Can I speak to the lady alone, please? Mr. Davinci looked uncertain and turned to her.
It's fine,
she said, her heart rate kicking up a notch.
Even butterflies are here,
she thought to herself. How ridiculous. She wasn't some teenager.
Okay.
Mr. Davinci rushed out of her office, ceremoniously closing both doors behind him. Mr. Kincaid glared at her, looking all bad boy dashing with his rumpled hair. I was confused the other night when you threatened to expose me as a sham. He pointed at her and chuckled. Then I actually thought you were brilliant, because why would you do it as part of a job? Part of her wanted to laugh because of the obvious cockiness of this man. The other part wanted to flip him off.
I told you, I don't date. I take as much pride in my work as anyone else. The other night was work, but a date would be blurring those lines.
He put his hands on her desk and leaned in. No, it's something else. Felicity forced herself not to drink in his good looks. This man was what every other woman in America would want to date.
You don't understand.
Why would you do it as part of your job? What are you making? He whispered and put a hand over the side of his mouth conspiratorially. 80? 100? He said the numbers flippantly. Name your price. Anger surged within her at this cocky, snotty, larger-than-life football player. Strike that. At the dynasty. The oil money dynasty that Kade Kincaid represented. She was pretty sure he'd never wanted for much. He said 80, 100, like it was nothing. Like she hadn't just spent 4 years investing in her education in order to earn that money.
No,
she said resolutely, crossing her arms.
I'm not going out with you.
Why? He pushed forward, coming to lay his hands on the desk in front of her.
I told you.
You don't date. He said the words like they were bitter pieces of salt. Come on, Miss Song. I was at that auction. You worked it. You had the audience. You made them laugh. You... He sputtered and flashed an admiring glance her way. They liked you. She shrugged.
So what?
She knew how to be liked, knew what to say to the press. Yes, she was a good Vanna White if she wanted to be, but she didn't want to be Vanna for him. Dating anyone wouldn't do. When you had a heart condition no one could fix, you kept personal relationships at a distance. Pulling back, he looked at the newspaper and pieces of glass on the desk. Is it really because I broke your vase? Because I'll replace it. As if all his wealth could replace her mother's offering.
There are just some things that can't be fixed.
Looking confused, Kade turned to her bookshelves. He picked up different books on the shelf and thumbed through them, then put them back down noisily. It was getting aggravating, having him here.
Mr. Kincaid, I will help you find a replacement date who is quite suitable. She will be every bit a Titans cheerleader and non-stalker Sheena that you've dated in the past.
His dark, brooding eyes were back on her. Heaving out a sigh, he took his leather jacket off and tossed it across the arm of a chair. No. She threw her hands up.
Mr. Kincaid!
Kade. He waved away pretense. Just Kade. He didn't get closer to the desk. But he put his feet shoulder-width apart and crossed his arms, appearing very stalwart, almost militant, as if he were a cop standing in front of a crime scene before he scoured the place for clues. "I need you to go on that date." "No," she said defiantly. "What if we worked out a contract between us? Just something your boss doesn't even have to know about. We decide on a quick and tidy sum for the date. I mean, the date is a date, right? I'll take you up on my helicopter and take you to dinner. We'll let them record us. And Texas? Heck, America will be happy. And no one has to know about the money." "I don't want your money." Her voice was ardent. No one understood, and she wouldn't give them a chance to understand. She didn't date. Still, keeping his arms crossed, he shook his head. "I didn't want to do this." He pulled out a sheet of paper from within his jacket and read, "Notice of foreclosure." She bolted to her feet. This was over the line. "How dare you!" "I had my guys look into you." He didn't look a bit remorseful. Of course he would. He was Kade Kincaid. He wasn't an ordinary run-of-the-mill guy. Every part of her started to shake. "Get out!" She picked up the vase she'd been fixing and threw it across the room at him. He dodged it, picking up his jacket, and left an envelope on the chair. "I'm giving you this, as a gesture." "I don't ever want to see you again." He pointed to the envelope. No strings attached. She waited for him to pull the door closed before letting out the breath she was holding. Her heart raced, and she sat back in her chair, trying to calm herself. She needed this job. She had to keep it together. A thought struck her. Would Kade go talk to Mr Davinci? Would he complain? She knew Mr Davinci would never allow her to stay. Not after this. Not with a guy with the name Kincaid getting upset. Standing, she decided to go talk to Mr Davinci. She didn't want to, fearing the worst, but she had to know what Kade had told him. As she peeked into his office, she saw him waver in, the phone still at his ear. He put a finger up for her to wait, then turned it off and gave her his attention. "Well, Mr Kincaid says it's all good. He'll figure out something for the date, so you're off the hook." "Okay." He waved her away. "Apparently, he has another someone in mind, so just help him transition with the press and you're golden." She felt sucker punched. "I don't understand." "I told you about the senator's daughter who needs some PR help." He slipped her a file. "Please meet with the family tomorrow and let me know your plan to help clean up her image." Taking the file, she turned back to the lobby and went back to her office. She was mystified. It wasn't like Kade Kincaid to give up so easily. She eyed the envelope on her chair. Unable to stop herself, she ripped it open, then tugged out the piece of paper within and read what it was. A deed to her mother's house. He'd bought it? She stumbled back, but kept reading. The deed stated the home was now owned by her and her mother. She gripped the chair to steady herself. There was a little yellow piece of paper taped to the deed. It had a phone number on it, and the words, "A gesture of my affection. Call or text anytime." Chapter 6. Kade stood in his weight room at 7 the next morning, sipping his protein shake and thinking about Felicity. The woman was infuriating. He could still see the flash of anger in those brilliant green eyes as she chucked a piece of the vase across the room. Putting down his shake, he went to his treadmill and hopped on. Normally, he liked to run outside, but today he had an appointment with his father down at his office. He had to be down there before 9, so this meant his run had to be cut short. His father liked to randomly summon him to his office. Worry wove through him as he wondered if Anthony would be there. He wondered if this whole meeting was about Anthony and Sheena, and how he needed to stay away from her. Pushing the treadmill up a couple notches, he went into a full-out sprint. Man, he needed the release of the run today. Seconds later, the doorbell sounded. Crap. Who could it be? It was too early for normal people. If it were Ace or X, they would just come through the backyard and straight to his gym. He pressed the off button and hopped off the treadmill. If it was his brother again, it was time for a pounding. He raced up the stairs to the door. Annoyance turned to anger. If his brother wanted to fight, he needed to come inside. They could destroy the front room, but he wouldn't listen to his brother defend that snake of a woman. He got to the front entry and flung back the door. To his amazement, it wasn't his brother. All the anger whooshed out of him. It was her, Felicity Song. She didn't look how she'd looked at the auction, all satin and pearls, or at the PR office, all professional. No, today she wore a t-shirt with a gray hoodie, unzipped, but the hood pulled over her hair. The t-shirt was a Titans t-shirt, he noticed, which pleased him. She pulled off her sunglasses and held the envelope up.
What is wrong with you?
Of course he recognized the envelope, with the deed in it. He yanked his earbuds out. What the heck was she doing here? He thought she would call or text, not come to his home. Taking a calming breath, he strove to speak casually. Hey. She pulled her hoodie off, her red hair sparkling like an autumn mist. It reminded him of pumpkins and Thanksgiving and everything fall. He loved fall. It had been his mother's favorite holiday. Wait, was he really thinking about the color of her hair and pumpkins? She snapped her fingers in his face.
Hello?
Oh, had she said something? She shook her head.
I don't know how you found out about my mama's house, but you can't just buy people off.
I'm sorry. Look. He trailed off, going quiet before starting again. The morning of the auction, my brother came over. Her mouth fell open.
What?
You obviously realize my brother and I don't get along. But Sheena has somehow deceived him into thinking I'm pursuing her. He threatened me and said I'd better stay away from her. He clenched a fist, feeling raw and vulnerable himself. At the auction, I knew I couldn't let her buy me. Things with my brother, let's just say they're more than tense, and Sheena buying me would have made it worse. Concern flashed across her face.
I haven't read anywhere that Anthony and Sheena are dating.
He shrugged. The woman is toxic.
Yeah, she is. Did a pretty number on Roman and Sam.
Exactly. She needed the side of her right eye.
I guess everyone has family problems, don't we?
Finding it a bit comforting to share this with her, he wondered even more about her father and the fact her mother was about to lose her home. What other family problems did this woman have? Their eyes locked, and in hers, he saw a fire flare up, then cool.
I don't want to take your offer. But the fact is, my mama needs that house, and it will be my fault if she loses it.
She thought it was her fault. What had she done? Gambled away the family fortune? Well, the house isn't tied to a date, he said, sincere but stilted. It was
a gesture, Kincaid?
She spat out, disbelief in her eyes.
Nothing is free.
They both stared at each other, stuck in a stalemate. Then I guess you'll do the date, he challenged after a bit, feeling like he wanted to win the play today.
That's what I'm here to discuss. I have a couple of conditions.
The win didn't feel as good as he thought it would, but he would still count it. Okay.
First, I'm planning the date. We do it my way. You don't get to look over the date beforehand. You don't get to give suggestions. You don't get a say, Mr. Kincaid. We go out, start at breakfast, and we're done at midnight.
Fine, he said. It didn't seem like a problem to him. She gave him a skeptical look.
You don't have anything you want to nix.
Sweetheart, haven't you heard? I live in Olympus. There's nothing you can throw at me that I won't be able to handle.
Fine. And second, she said,
breaking eye contact with him and pulling out an envelope and a pen from her pocket. She pursed her lips.
We don't see each other socially after the date. We don't text, call, or have any involvement with each other's lives in any social way.
Fine, he agreed, thinking how the press would eat up this date with the beautiful redhead.
Last,
she said, her voice severe, but she hesitated. Yes?
You don't fall in love with me.
The demand sank in, and he had to stop himself from bursting into laughter. Did she think he would fall in love with her? He was pretty sure he could control himself, thank you very much. It all felt so unreal to him that she would be here demanding he not fall in love with her after one date. He put on a humble expression and winked at her. "I'll do my best." Her features smoothed out. "I had my attorney write up an agreement. Please sign on the line that you get no say in the date, you will have no contact with me after the date, and you will not fall in love with me." This girl was crazy. He and X and Ace always joked some women had crazy behind the eyes. This was clearly that woman. Fine. He took the pen she held out and grabbed the paper. Putting it on his leg, he signed it. "Sounds good." Appearing satisfied, she took the paper back and then held his gaze. "I'll be at your home this Saturday at 8 a.m. sharp. I'll have a camera guy and a photographer. You'll be driving." Kade couldn't stop a wide grin from washing over his face. He covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. "What?" she demanded, looking like a middle school aide busting the kids for running in the halls. "There's one problem," he said as seriously as he could. The center of her brow creased, and her lips turned down. "What?" A chuckle slipped through his fingers. "What if I'm already head over heels in love with you?" Felicity glared at him. "He's a funny man." She turned and quickly descended the steps. "Wait! Don't leave me, Juliet!" he said, laughing. She flipped the bird at him, not even turning around. "See you Saturday," he called out, and you realized this was the first time he'd looked forward to a date in a long, long time. Chapter 7. Felicity sat in her car in front of Kade's semi-mansion a week later, her heart racing. The man had laughed at her when she'd suggested he could fall in love with her. She burned with humiliation. All week, as she'd researched him, she'd grown more and more embarrassed she'd actually put that in a contract for Kade Kincaid. What had she been thinking? She was an idiot. Anticipation coursed through her. Maybe it was part shame and part pride. But she'd used all of her research on the man to strategically make this a horrible date for him. At least she had that for today. He would be on camera, putting on a show for the media, and having to fake it. Today, Zeus would get a dose of mortality. She couldn't wait. There was a camera guy and a photographer in the car behind her. Getting out of her car, she strode toward the mansion. She didn't even get to the door before he opened it. She had texted him yesterday and told him to wear workout gear in the morning. Living up to his Greek name, he looked godlike in a red Under Armour t-shirt, white gym shorts, and black tennis shoes. Silver sunglasses were perched on his nose, and a wide grin spread across his face. "Hey." Frank, the photographer, was following her. She told him to capture the day for the public, and to make it good. Jim, the camera guy, was behind her, recording everything. So she played the part. It wasn't hard. She'd loved theater in high school and had even been the lead in our town. By the time she got to college, she was determined to focus on her studies, so she'd let it go. She was ready for this part, though, had practiced all week in her mind. "Hey." Putting on her warmest smile, she embraced him and kissed the side of his cheek. He held her, seeming stunned. "Are you ready?" She grinned up at him. He tipped his sunglasses down and stared into her eyes deeply for a moment, then shook his head and cracked a smile. "Baby, I was born ready." Taking his hand, she laughed as she pulled him to his Jeep in the driveway. "You're gonna love it." It had taken a lot to discover what he might actually hate in a date, but not too much for her to figure out. Even though the guy was an adrenaline junkie, he'd never done one thing. He held the passenger door for her, and she let the guys in first so they could sit in the back. She hopped into the Jeep and giggled for the camera. "Head to the airport." Kate only hesitated briefly before getting into the Jeep and taking off. "I thought you might choose a helicopter ride. Honestly, I'm glad you did. I love flying." The wind blew her hair, and she put her hand on his. She hid a smile at his confusion, confident she was putting on a great act.
I just wanted to make this the most memorable day.
Turning over her shoulder, she winked into the camera. Kade noticed what she was doing, put on his own fake smile, and waved back to the camera too.
Going to be the best day ever.
She threw up her hands and acted all excited. Part of researching a guy was knowing his likes and dislikes. According to the last 5 years of dating history, he liked blondes or redheads. He didn't deviate too much from that. He especially liked the cheerleaders, which made her want to gag. The interesting part was, he had never been engaged or popped the question to anyone. When she turned on the radio and blasted country western music, he grinned. Hey, my favorite music.
Really? That's crazy. Mine too.
She was just doing what he wanted, being whatever he needed her to be. She jammed out and acted all fun, the exact kind of person he would like. She offered him a piece of bubble gum, and he laughed and took some. She blew bubbles and popped them. They listened to Texas Waters and Montana Crew songs. By the time they got to the airport, he seemed relaxed and happy. Should I just go to the helicopter port? She nodded. He drove through security, and they let him right in, since she'd notified them ahead of time. When they got close to the helicopters, she redirected him.
No, go that way.
Hesitating only briefly, he followed her instruction. She turned for the camera.
America, this is something you are going to get to see for the first time.
He slowed the car as they approached a single small plane, and she could see him tense in realization. No. She acted like a hyper-crazy cheerleader and turned for the camera.
Skydiving! Yay!
He paled and swung to her. Then back to the tandem jumpers getting ready in front of the little plane. It had taken a bit of digging to realize that he was terrified of heights. Climbing out of the car, she ran around to his side and pulled open the door.
Come on!
She jumped and took his hand, rushing to the tandem guy and turning to the camera.
It was hard to find something that my guy has never done before, but I did it.
If she had been able to, she would have laughed outright at the discomfort straining the championship quarterback's face. Great, he said, before telling the camera guy to turn it off for a moment and tugging her aside. I can't do this. We need to restart the date. All business now. She shook her head.
We have a contract. This isn't a pre-recorded thing. This is happening. Plus, I thought you lived on Olympus. How could this possibly scare you?
Sucking in air, he bent over for a second, then put his hands on his knees. I can't do this. Turning back to the camera guy, she flicked a hand at him.
Frank, keep filming.
She switched back to her hyper-persona as he followed her to the guys in charge of the jump.
Meet Tim and Todd. They are both expert tandem jumpers and will be helping me and Kade today.
Frank recorded Kade, who still had his hands on his knees, bent over. Being silly, she pushed her head in front of the camera.
Are you ready, Zeus?
Kade turned away from her. I think I'm really going to be sick. She was tempted to give in and not do this, but only for a second. Instead, she walked over to him and lowered her voice, borrowing his analogy.
It's 4th and long. Can you throw the pass?
Sucking in another long breath, he stood and met her eyes. Fine. Not expecting him to so rapidly confront his fear, she stood by and observed as he introduced himself to the tandem guys. A few minutes later, they started their presentation. You have to arch. The most important thing when jumping out of a plane is the right arch. Tim demonstrated by sticking his chest out with his arms halfway up, putting them in a T position while pushing his pelvis out. Your pelvis has to be out to put your whole form into alignment. Do we understand? Both she and Kade went through the training. Part of her had always wanted to jump out of a plane. Actually, this was a dream come true for her. Knowing her doctor would never have allowed her to do it, she had opted not to ask. As she and Kade suited up for the flight, Frank filmed the details of the plane and interviewed the pilot. A couple of minutes later, when she and Kade were alone and putting on the rest of the gear, he nudged her. "You discovered I hated heights, and you tailored this to me, didn't you?" Rather than the anger she'd been expecting, there was a touch of amusement in his face. "You might have gained some yards, but you're a long way from a touchdown, Song." That made her laugh, like they were sharing a private joke. Looking a bit off-center, he shook his head. "Pretty clever. I pressure you for a date. You give me a date I don't want." Leaning into him, she smelled his cologne. Something spicy and manly.
"It's just the beginning, Kincaid."
He held her eyes and let out a breath. "I clearly underestimated your offense." When they got up into the plane, she looked over at him. He'd gone quiet, looking petrified. He wasn't even pretending for the camera, simply responding to anything she said with a little laugh and, "Sure." She hadn't planned on letting him off the hook, but she swallowed her gloating and whispered in his ear,
"Do you want to recut this? We can go do something else."
A mischievous grin flitted over his sickly face. "You bailing on me, Song?" That's when she saw it. The grit Kade Kincaid carried with him all the time, on and off the field. He would jump out of an airplane, even though he was terrified. At that moment, she looked out the airplane window as it rushed down the airstrip. Adrenaline surged within her. "Whoo!" she yelled. Kade took her hand. Their eyes met. Her stomach fluttered, and both of them laughed. Dang, this was getting real. That was her last thought before the plane left the ground. Chapter 8. The thrum of the plane shook Kade's very bones. He put a hand over his heart and muttered a prayer, staring out the window.
"I didn't know Mr. Kincaid was a praying man,"
Felicity teased. Starting, he let out a weak laugh. "I guess your research only uncovered I don't like heights. It didn't uncover I also believe in God." Her best poker face stared back at him. The camera guy was ignoring them, recording the scenery. It was obvious he'd underestimated this woman. Sure, from the battle they'd already had to even get on this date, he could tell she was fierce, but he'd never anticipated she would purposefully take him skydiving because of his fear of heights. His mind sorted through how she could have possibly known about that fear. She ticked off her fingers one by one.
"No rock climbing, no bungee cord jumping. I've never seen a picture of you actually jumping out of an airplane," she said, as if knowing his question and answering it. A couple of red strands of hair fell into her eyes when she turned to look at him. "The triple threat does all those things, but you don't. You took them up in your helicopter, but you don't have to jump out of that," she said matter-of-factly. A surge of surprise saturated him. She had studied him. Normally, he got people who could tell him a million trivial things about himself, down to his favorite ice cream and food. He'd never had someone tell him what he feared. It took a lot of effort to read between the lines like that. For a few moments, both of them stared out the window of the plane. Kade kept a hand on his heart, feeling like his insides were being squeezed. Could he really do this? Go through with it? Nauseated, he bolted out of his seat and grabbed a small basket on the side of the plane, heaving out nothing. The tandem jumpers noticed. Tim got up to check on him. "Are you okay, Mr. Kincaid? Do we need to cancel this?" Tim asked, putting a hand on his shoulder. "No." Kade wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and turned to face Felicity. She still sat, unmoved, staring out the window, which ticked him off. Usually women were at his side, trying to make him happy. He became even more determined to go through with this, if only to show her that he could. "We're doing this," Kade declared, moving back to her. They climbed an altitude to 10,000 feet, and the tandem guys each started suiting up, strapping them in closer. Soon, they encouraged them to move over to the door. Kade felt like he was playing in his first game of the season. Normally, he ralphed before the first game. The wooziness of throwing up was now turning into adrenaline as they waited for the doors to open.
He wanted nothing more than to crawl to the farthest corner and strap himself into about 80 seat belts, then cry like a baby. Instead, he took a deep breath, turned to her, and took her hand. "Are you ready?" he yelled. Looking a bit startled, she met his eyes. The most magnificent thing happened just then. She smiled for real. "Yeah!" She lifted their hands. "God bless Texas!" He laughed. "God bless Texas!" Tim opened the door for them. Kade looked around for the barf bucket again, but Todd started signaling down from 3. He had no choice. If he passed out, Tim would pull the cord, right? In no time, they were off, sailing through the air, floating and falling at the same time. The force of the wind consumed him, and he felt like he was actually flying. He arched his back and got in position, looking for Felicity. She was at his side, trying to arch, too. They fell for what felt like forever. Abruptly, his instructor signaled him to open the chute, and when it opened, a sense of timelessness overwhelmed him. He took off his goggles, staring down at the city of Dallas beneath them. "How are you feeling, Mr. Kincaid?" Tim asked him, holding his wrist up with a GoPro attached to it. Kade grinned. "Awesome!" On his left, Felicity removed her goggles. "Whew!" she yelled into the camera. A million thoughts plagued him about this woman. He thought he'd had her pegged, but truthfully, he knew nothing about her. "Here, take the controls and you can turn it yourself," Tim said. "No," Kade said, not wanting to do something that would endanger his life more than it already was. When he looked over, though, he saw Felicity taking the controls and doing all kinds of turns. Encouraged, he took the controls and began trying to ease it back and forth slowly, eventually taking a sharper turn. It was a rush, until he noticed the ground was coming up at him rather quickly. "All right, are you ready, Mr. Kincaid? Remember how to land? Press your arms down with the controls and pick your legs up, bending at the knees." The ground was coming faster and faster, and he remembered something about ground rush, but he couldn't remember exactly how to prevent it. "Now!" Tim yelled. He pulled the hand controls down and pulled his feet up, just like they'd practiced. And bam! He landed in a solid pile of gravel. It smarted for a second, and then he was fine. "You did it!" Tim cheered, unstrapping them. "Yeah!" Kade yelled into the camera that had been waiting for him. He turned and saw Felicity landing a couple of feet away. "Yeah!" She lifted a fist to him in the air. "God bless Texas." He grinned and got up, feeling amazing. When was the last time he'd cheated death? His arms and legs were numb and energized at the same time. Their instructors quickly unstrapped them, and she rushed over, happiness shining on her face as well. How did it go? Maybe it was the thrill of the jump, or all the tension between them before, or how happy she seemed in this moment, how innocent and elated. Regardless, he took her into his arms and kissed her. Chapter 9. Felicity wasn't sure if it was the euphoria of the jump or the fact that he kissed her first, but she found herself pressing closer to him, slipping her hands behind his neck and reciprocating. Her mind went 100 miles an hour. She felt drawn to him by a magnetic pull. Finally, she got her wits about her and pushed him back, reflexively slapping him across the face. Looking momentarily daft, he let out a laugh and pulled her into a bear hug, lifting her off the ground. "That was amazing!" Felicity spun in the air and wondered if she could really finish this date and keep up appearances. The kiss had startled her. She hadn't kissed anyone in years. Kade put her down. "What now, boss?" He pointed to the camera guy. Her heart raced, and her adrenaline was out of control. She let out a loud laugh and pointed at him. "You are crazy." He laughed too and pointed back. "Hey, you just jumped out of an airplane." They looked at each other and burst out laughing again. She walked with him back to the training point, where their instructors, the camera people, and the other instructors had assembled. As they approached, everyone hooped and hollered at them. She was feeling so good. Amazingly, she realized she wasn't faking anything. They took off their gear and ruminated more about the jump. "I've never been afraid of heights," she admitted. "But when the plane door opened, even I was terrified." He laughed and blew out a long breath. "It was a rush. I'll give you that." He leaned close and said, too quietly for the cameras to pick up, "If you hadn't been there, I would have chickened out." His words were sincere, she could tell. For a few moments, she almost forgot she should be on guard against him. The camera flashed a couple of more pictures. After they said goodbye to Tim and Todd, he turned to her, lifting an eyebrow. "So, what other torture do you have planned for today?" It partially annoyed her that he'd figured it out, but it also made her respect him that he'd gone through with the jumping out of a plane bit. She'd seen how terrified he'd been. "You really are a larger-than-life man," she said quietly, unsure of how she was feeling about him at the moment. The side of his lip quirked up. "Didn't feel that way a few minutes ago." He rubbed his jaw. "Well, except maybe when you slapped me for that kiss. That made me feel larger than life." Once again, she laughed, despite herself. "You better have the camera guy cut that part." He grinned wider. "You know, I've never been slapped before." "You deserved it." Kade cocked an eyebrow and pulled her closer, making sure no one could hear. "You kissed me back, Ms. Song." She let out little laughs that sounded disjointed and pulled back. She would never admit that. No way I kissed you back." His hand rested on her waist, and he pulled her close to him again. The quickness of his movement astounded her, and she felt a little rush at being face to face with those lips again. His breath washed over her. "Next time we kiss, I'll make sure I ask first." She glared at him. "And I'll say no." He laughed, and abruptly he let her go. Stumbling back, she wrestled with her emotions, raging between desire and hatred. "I'll slap you again if you kiss me." Kade slipped his sunglasses back in place and took her hand. "I guess I must be a glutton for punishment." Next, Felicity made Kade go to a McDonald's and eat breakfast. He'd been quoted in a college article as saying he hated fast food, especially McDonald's, which he'd taken a lot of heat for in the press. Unexpectedly, he did it with a smile on his face. Even offered to sign and hand out a couple of balls to the kids in the playland. The kids loved it. Felicity thought every mother in the play area kind of loved him too, because he chatted with them and seemed to be interested in their lives. After 3 full hours, they went back to Kade's house, where both of them changed. "I was going to make you go rock climbing, but honestly, can we rest for a couple of hours and then go out?" Felicity asked. Kade only laughed and told her to make herself comfortable in the guest room. It was a respite for Felicity as she took extra time to shower and do her hair and makeup. It was only 3 when she got up from a little nap, and they weren't leaving until 5:30, so she decided to explore. Kade had told her to feel free to walk around, so she may as well. As she rounded a hallway into a huge ballroom with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the backyard, she had to admire his style. It gave her a feeling of an English estate. There was even a fountain and an English garden maze. Again, she found herself wondering how she'd ended up at the home of Kade Kincaid. The past couple of days had been a whirlwind, especially as she tried ferociously to find things that would bug him. It took effort to design a date he would hate. Inhaling a deep breath, she walked closer to the back windows, walking in a slow sway, enjoying the sunshine on her face. A moment without the master of the house. When he was around, she didn't feel relaxed. The tension in the air between them always left her a bit on edge. The memory of how his lips had felt against hers rushed through her, making her pause. It had been amazing. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself she had enjoyed it. But how dare he? She hadn't wanted to kiss him, hadn't ever thought that would even be a thing. The memory of his strong hands as he took her face and pressed his lips to hers consumed her. The confusion and how she'd been unable to keep her date face on stayed with her as she recalled pushing him back and slapping him. Closing her eyes, she pinched the bridge of her nose. Curse that man. It had been almost as exhilarating to kiss him as it had been to jump from that plane. She thought of what he'd said about how he'd kiss her again. She exhaled and clenched a fist. No way. The baby grand piano in the center of the room called out to her, distracting her from the events of the morning. Slowly, she sat at the majestic piano and felt calm descend upon her. Through all the years, all the surgeries, all the downtime, playing the piano had been the one thing she could rely on. The thing she never had to worry about being too ill for. Lightly, she pressed her fingers across the keys, combing them softly, saying hello to the piano, getting lost in the perfect sound. Her own piano hadn't been tuned for years. Not that she was complaining. She was just grateful she could play it after a long, hard day. She lightly went into a classic, Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Taking her time, she fell into the music just like one might fall into a book or a football game. As she played, she thought of the determination on Kade's face as he went into a game. When the cameras panned to him, she could tell he was in a world of his own. It was majestic watching him play. Not that she was a huge football fan, but it was Texas after all. She segued into more songs, some from old movie classics like Gone with the Wind, Maria, Hairspray. She loved classic movies. While she played, she forgot about all time and space. Forgot about being on this date. The only thing that existed was the music. Chapter 10. Kade heard the music before he saw the woman playing it. He'd been on his way down the hall to knock on her door, but now he moved through the hallway, taking his time, enchanted by the music almost as much as he was by this woman. Song, he said to himself. Listening to her play, he thought how perfectly her name suited her. Strike that. The crazy, plane-jumping woman with vindictiveness in her eyes was not, could not be, the same woman who played this magical music. The piano hadn't been played for a long time. While he knew his staff kept it dusted and in fine repair, he'd often thought of selling the piano because it felt like such a waste having it here. Anthony was the one who played it, and he never came over anymore. As he turned the corner to the music room, his heart nearly stopped. Felicity sat in a white dress, with her hair down and her eyes closed, as her fingers ran over the keys. He stopped, not wanting to startle her from her trance, not wanting to ruin the beauty, not wanting to break whatever mini experience he was having with the woman today. She'd made it very clear he couldn't contact her after today. When she told him he couldn't fall in love with her, he had thought she might have too much self-confidence. At this moment, after flying through the air with her, kissing her, getting slapped by her, seeing the easy way she interacted with the kids at McDonald's, and watching her play, a strange feeling was weaving through him, taking him by surprise, getting past all his defenses. Could he be falling for her? Even though it took getting through her shell to see it, the woman was warm, funny, and totally not what he'd expected. Right now, she looked like an angel. It nagged him, this wanting to find out more. He felt like he was going into a game blind. No stats, no game tape they'd watched and analyzed the week before. He didn't know what her strengths were, where her weaknesses lay. Didn't know if any of his moves would get the ball down the field. The only thing he was sure about at this moment was that there was no way this would be the last day he ever saw her. The music stopped, and Kade wanted to shout, "Keep playing!" But he didn't say a word. Their eyes were locked, and now he was part of another trance, one he wouldn't have dreamed possible with this feisty, red-headed PR girl who threw her dad out of the auction and refused a date with him. She blinked and looked at her hand, standing. "Sorry, I shouldn't have just—" "No," He took large, sweeping steps into the music room, wanting to keep her at the piano. "Sit, please." She sat, but it didn't look like she had a choice. Her fingers settled back on the keys. "Are you sure?" He felt breathless and a bit erratic as he watched her go into another song. It was a modern-day Jurassic Park arrangement. Listening closer, he watched as she got lost in the music. Her head swayed and her eyes closed. It was remarkable to hear her go into song after song, from modern show tune to classic melodies, and mash them up. He wanted to tell her she should do the whole indie music thing. He'd watched a video on YouTube about it the other day. She could probably make way more than she made at Davinci PR. Though, he didn't really know how much she made there. And he really wasn't sure what an indie rock music person would make either. Finally, he edged around the piano and found himself slipping down on the bench next to her. He smelled a light scent on her. Earlier, he'd wondered what that scent was. It smelled incredible. Floral and fruity. He'd smelled it the night of the Bachelor auction, too. Finishing her last show tune, she ended the music, pulling her hands back. Their eyes met, and he saw vulnerability in them. Dang, all he wanted to do was kiss her again. When people fell all over themselves around him after a game and women said they loved him, he'd understood they loved his talent, his ability. Right now, he thought he might be feeling the same way about her music. "You're good," he said softly, wondering when he'd turned into a weird fanboy. All the walls sprang back up, and she shook her head. "No, just lots of time to practice." The comment felt a bit cryptic, and he wanted to ask more. Why did she have so much time? "I better finish getting dressed for the dinner date." She stood and retreated across the music room. "We have to get going. I totally lost track of time." Half an hour later, Kade waited in his front living room, having no idea why he was dressed in jeans, a flannel shirt, and a cowboy hat and boots. He thought of a million excuses for seeing her again. The PR company. He had to work on something with Davinci and make Davinci assign her to him. Did she work out? Where? Walk a dog? Did he ask her if she had a dog? He could find the dog park. Why didn't he have a dog? "Are you ready, cowboy?" Looking up at her, he was stunned by her beauty. She wore a jean skirt that went to her knees, red boots, a white top with a huge necklace of silver stones, and a cowboy hat with matching stones. Her hair was down in soft curls around her face. She looked gorgeous. "Wow," he said. Frank and Jim filmed and snapped pictures. His heart quickened, and he reached his hand out to her. The PR girl was back and in action. She winked at the camera. "Kade is a big fan of dinner dancing cruises, so I found a country one, and we're on it." Dread loomed over him, but he covered it with a paparazzi practice smile. "Sounds perfect." Chapter 11. Priceless would be the word to describe the face Kade had on as they stood in line for entry onto the cruise. That's right, just like any other ordinary Dallas person. "I can't believe you're making me do this," he said out of the side of his mouth as he tried to stand as tall as he could and see the front of the line. "Pose." She grabbed him and put her face by his as pictures were taken. "Tell me the truth," Kade said as he kept her close to him, putting his arms around her waist and blatantly sniffing her. "You're smelling me," she said, her heart thrumming nicely. Smelling wasn't forbidden in the contract. I think it's a gray area. Relaxing his hold, he cracked a dopey smile at her and scrunched up his nose. "I may not be able to fall in love, but I can smell all I want, boss." The camera continued filming and took shots from different angles. Felicity kept her expression casual. "No slapping," he taunted her. "Remember, it makes you feel bad." Irritation wove through her as she tried to shut out this attraction she had for him. "How would you know that?" she whispered into his ear, making it look like she was being friendly. He drew her closer to him, smelling her hair. "Because I saw the look on your face, and I'd recognize regret anywhere." Turning in his arms, she took a step forward and glared, then put a nice face back on for the cameras. "Almost on board," she called out happily. He kept her hand in his, leaned over, and whispered, "I'm getting real tired of the show. I want to talk to the piano girl." Butterflies erupted in her stomach. "The piano girl isn't real." She yanked her hand free and turned away from him. What was happening to her? She could only think about how good he smelled and how she wanted to be near him. How had this day gotten out of hand? The sun was setting, and pinks, oranges, and blues enveloped the sky. She tried to calm herself. It was fine. This date was almost over. The feel of his hand in hers had made her all topsy-turvy. She could feel the calluses on his hand, presumably from holding the football or throwing it so much. She smelled his cinnamon scent. What was that cologne? Stop thinking of that cologne. The camera guys positioned them in different ways. Right before getting on the boat, Kade pulled out his wallet and gave each of the camera guys a couple of $100 bills. "Thanks for your work. Let's call that a day, okay?" "But..." She tried to protest as the cruise guy took their tickets and Kade moved them forward. "Can't be holding up the line now, can we?" He flashed her a smile. The cruise guy recognized Kade. "Oh, a special guest." He looked flummoxed. "Mr. Kincaid, let me get you a special table up top." "Great," Kade said, pulling her forward and following the guy. "What are you doing? The best part was supposed to be you country dancing and eating shrimp from a buffet," she blurted out, regretting playing all of her cards, even as she said it. A smug grin washed over his face. "Oh, I know what you had planned, little missy. I know it. I think we got plenty of footage from our date earlier today and just now to make the fans happy." He pointed at her. "So I don't have to eat at a buffet." Disappointment fell through her, but it was quickly replaced by laughter at the ridiculousness of this situation. She couldn't hold back the giggles, thinking of how Kade had gotten extremely sick after a buffet in Vegas and swore he'd never eat at one again. "Remember, this isn't for your fans. It's for the children's hospital, right?" "Exactly." He pointed at her. "Don't twist my words. I give a lot to this community. I think they can live without footage of me eating at a dinner cruise." He frowned as they followed the worker up the steps to a much nicer area with private tables. She resigned herself to the fact that they would have a nice dinner. "I know. You gave $1.7 million last year." "What?" He looked surprised as he sat at their table. "That's what your estate donated to this community. It is impressive." She slid in next to him. "How do you know that?" "It's my job to know you." She shook her head, still mourning the fact she wouldn't be forcing him to dance. "Why didn't you have the camera people come?" Now they were alone, and it felt like a real date. The waiter appeared to ask them what drinks they wanted. Kade scanned the ship. "Hey, do you care if we go stand by the side of the deck for a bit?" He told the waiter they would be back. Felicity moved past her confusion and followed him. They moved to the side. Some of the passerby were looking over at him, but most didn't even seem to notice them. Making his way to the side of one of the lookouts, Kade took the binoculars and admired the view, ignoring her unspoken question. Felicity watched as the sun made its final descent. It was getting darker, and there were lights strung above them. It was a very romantic atmosphere. Kade offered her the binoculars. "You should look. You can still see it." Even though she was feeling annoyed, what could she do about it now? They probably shouldn't even be on the ship if there weren't cameras. "Come on, take a look." Playing his game, she took the binoculars and looked, knowing full well what was there. "I don't see anything." He let out a laugh. "Whatever. There's Titan Stadium right there, all lit up. The guys work on the field some weekends, so they let it up at night. I love looking at it." It did look cool. Her heart raced as she realized she was really on a date with Kade Kincaid, and none of it was for show. She met his eyes. Their deep blue color caught her off guard, and she thought of the city pool she'd grown up by and how she'd stand at the deep end and jump in before anyone else. "What are you thinking?" He squinted at her and looked perplexed. "What?" She blinked and moved back toward the side. Taking her hand, he moved next to her. "What are you thinking?" Felicity looked down at their hands, feeling her breath catch. "You don't need to pretend to hold my hand. There are no cameras." He laced their fingers together. "Maybe I want to." She tried to yank her hand back. "I told you." "Dang, woman. I know what you told me. I know what the contract says. But hand-holding is not falling in love. Unless you can't control yourself when I touch you." His voice was sultry. Butterflies fluttered in her gut, and she felt like he was challenging her. Like if she took her hand back, she would be admitting that he had an effect on her. She shrugged, keeping her hand in his. "You don't have any effect on me." A sarcastic laugh came out of him. "Okay." They stood like that, and all she could think about was how wonderful it felt to hold his hand. He was the epitome of alpha male. And so what? Fine, he affected her. "If you tell me what you were thinking about, I might give your hand back." "About the pool." The words practically burst out of her. It sounded ridiculous. Like her brother used to tell her, she should keep most of her thoughts to herself. "Okay." Figuring she was already in it, she continued. "I always liked to be the first one to the city pool on a summer day, so I could stare at the blue in the water without it being all messed up. My brother used to tease me about it. He thought I was eccentric." She let out a light laugh. "Your eyes reminded me of the color of the pool." Kade didn't respond. Maybe it didn't sound so strange. She didn't look back at him, didn't want to. Didn't want to see the polite rejection in his eyes as he realized she had convoluted streams of thought most of the time. "You don't get along with your brother?" he asked lightly. Thinking of his clearly tense relationship with Anthony, she shook her head. "Oh, no, it's nothing like that." Unable to stop herself, she smiled, thinking about Jimmy and the easy way he always teased her. "I adored my brother." All the emotion of losing him got bunched up in her throat, and she blinked. "Are you okay?" Commanding herself to be a normal person, she nodded and thought about jumping out of the airplane to distract herself. He squeezed her hand. "Something you're not telling me, Smalls." For a beat, she didn't say anything. He was patient, though, and she relented. "My brother was killed in Iraq 2 years ago." The relief of admitting it staggered her. She never spoke of Jimmy. Kade seemed frozen. "He called me eccentric, because I read all the time and talk to him about all these ideas floating in my mind." She wiped away a tear. "I called him Jughead, because he walked around without his shirt on and flexed for people every chance he got. And he would braid my hair as I sat at the piano playing. Isn't that weird?" Pain and joy filled her as she spoke of her brother. "He used to say, 'A real man braids.'" It felt natural to talk to Kade about this. Almost like this could be a real date. She frowned because it wasn't real. Kade cleared his throat. "Your brother sounds like he'd be a fun guy to hang with," he said quietly. She nodded. He was. For a few moments, neither of them said anything. Kade pulled his hand back from hers, still holding it loosely while tracing the back of it with his other hand. The gesture felt too intimate, but she couldn't bring herself to demand it back. "When I saw you playing the piano today," he said, "I could swear you were ethereal, a pixie from a fairyland, or an angel." She wondered again who this man was. He was showing all sorts of facets today. "You're not like the Kade Kincaid in the press." He reared back with a laugh, putting his hand over his stomach as he doubled over. "What?" Annoyance rippled through her. What was he laughing at? He didn't get to explain because a couple had moved over to them. "Mr. Kincaid, could I have a picture with you?" Kade stopped laughing and nodded at the couple. Before she knew what had happened, a whole crowd of guests were lining up to get selfies with Kade. It struck her again how giving he was with his time. She hadn't been in PR long, but she knew a lot of people didn't want to stand around doing selfies with the general public. Yet, Kade seemed like he had all the time in the world, just as he had at McDonald's earlier that day. Finally, after about 20 minutes, the ship captain announced drinks and appetizers in the main hall. The crowd finally dispersed, and she was grateful. Which was funny. Why should she care if they spent the whole cruise in a photo session posing with people? The rest of the people began trickling into the hall, but Kade's hand took hers again, holding her back. "Do you mind if we just enjoy it out here for a bit?" The ship was already going around the lake, and it felt heavenly. She felt released from having to put on a show all the time for the cameras. "Sure." She followed him to the front of the ship, where there was more space to sit. They sat and stared out at the city lights. He squeezed her hand. "I'm sorry I laughed so hard about how I'm not what you thought I'd be, but..." He exhaled a breath and closed his eyes for a second. "The press. I feel like I've spent my whole life trying to make the press happy, to not rock the boat. It's just so..." "Empty?" she said. He turned to her. "Explain." She shook her head. Why was she even wasting her time doing this? "No, sorry." "Just spit out what you're going to say." "Fine." She saw he had that determined look again. "I spent 4 years studying communications, studying a field that by its nature lends itself to working at PR firms, where we can manage people's appearances." "Like mine." "I've just been wondering why I did it. Why do I want to protect this image? Something that's not even real?" He nodded. "Yeah." She sighed. "So, why do you?" "What?" "Why are you doing it?" This left her with a stickiness in her throat, and she let out a laugh. "Obviously to pay the bills." She tried to pull back her hand. He released it. "Not good enough." This floored her. "What? Hey, just because you are a billionaire who has the luxury of deciding to buy a house outright as a gesture for a date, doesn't mean the rest of us live that kind of charmed life." He didn't respond right away. "Lots of people aren't billionaires, and they don't do PR. You can change, right? You can rework your strategy. You can change your plays, pick a new job." Glaring at him, she shook her head. "I love how you turn everything into football speak. Not." He hesitated, then glared back at her. "Hey, whatever. You could discount what I'm saying, or turn it into something it's not meant to be. But I've worked hard to get where I'm at." She didn't argue with him. As seen earlier when skydiving, the guy had grit. She'd been studying him the past couple of days and knew his training was grueling. He was right. He competed at a high level, and he knew how to give his all. He exhaled. "I always think at the beginning of any season, if we don't have the way, we find the way. If we don't think we can fill a need, we work with a different player and fill that need. When you start asking yourself how to do something, instead of giving a bunch of excuses, the way opens up." It ticked her off that he couldn't see outside of his own experience. She wondered if he'd ever dealt with a heart condition. She rolled her eyes. "This might surprise you, Mr. Kincaid, but not everything's a stupid football game. Not everyone gets the advantage of seeing the field or seeing the obstacles or the potential obstacles before they come at you." He frowned. "I wasn't saying..." She put up her finger, remembering again why she didn't get close to people. "You have no idea who I am or what I've been through. So please, don't placate me with platitudes about how it's not around the obstacle, it's through the obstacle, or your attitude determines your altitude." Holding her gaze for a moment, he scoffed. "Guess you've already decided who I am." His eyes hardened, and he looked away. She scoffed back. "Yeah, the guy who walks on a cruise ship and automatically gets upgraded from the buffet." Kade pointed to himself, a crazy look in his eyes. "Oh, I can eat a buffet, Miss Song." "Can you?" she asked back, sounding every bit as wild as he was. She felt ludicrous. "Oh, we're totally eating the regular buffet now." "Fine," she said, wishing she wasn't pushing it, because she really didn't enjoy buffets. I can be every bit as normal as every other guy." "I guess we'll see," she said snarkily. Neither of them spoke for a few moments. It was funny. She felt more awkward now than she had all day with the cameras on them. "Real is scary," he said quietly. Swiveling to face him, she noticed the laser-like way he was looking at her again. The same way he'd been looking at her while she'd played the piano. The same way, it appeared, Kade Kincaid approached anything he was interested in. "I don't know what you mean." Letting out a light laugh, he stood and took her hand. "I like it when you're not pretending for the camera. Actually, I just think I like you, period. But, obviously, it's hard for you to let others see the real you." Her heart kicked up a notch. Something it had done more and more around Kade. She didn't know what to say. Smiling, he started moving down to sit where the normal people sat. "Come on, Song. Let's eat the horrible buffet you had planned." Chapter 12. Kade sat at dinner, eating a few of the shrimp from the buffet and trying not to think it was an actual buffet. Mostly, he just pushed his food around the plate, except the meat. He thought he could be safer with the meat. The MC for the dinner cruise was funny, until he'd pointed out that Kade and Felicity were on the ship for their date. Of course, people had turned and waved, and then another line of people casually sauntered over during the music to get a selfie. Felicity kept up a good front. At the moment, she was talking with another of the wives of the guys who had stopped at the table. As he watched, she leaned back her head and laughed. Again, he wondered about this woman. He thought he'd be awful at managing people's images, especially the guys on his team, who were pretty much unmanageable, doing stupid things all the time. The MC turned the show over to a country western music band, and they led with one of Texas Water's songs, Fire and Ice. Surprising him, she leaned her head back into the booth and tapped her fingers to the rhythm. He wouldn't have pegged her for a country kind of girl, especially after watching that little concert she gave earlier in his music room, and knowing everything that morning had been a show for the cameras. She sang beneath her breath to the chorus. Taking a chance, even though he was sure after his track record tonight he'd get shot down again, he put his hand out. "Want to dance?" He turned to the line of people. "Sorry, guys. Gotta make the pretty lady happy." Her eyebrows shot up, and she gave him a look of astonishment. "You want to dance?" The crowd dispersed. Knowing her scheme, Kade couldn't stop himself from laughing. "You really don't think I can dance?" "I know you dance. I just know you don't like dancing. You avoid it at all costs. The past 3 years you've bought a ticket to all the major balls, and you never show. I've seen footage of your face when you attended one benefit, and you looked insanely miserable on camera. Yes, Kade Kincaid couldn't hide how much he detested dancing from the camera." The fact that she'd studied him so much left him feeling unprepared. How had he been so naive? Actually, he knew. He hadn't thought he would care that much. Hadn't thought this date would matter. My, oh my. This girl had caught an interception, and none of his linemen could stop her. He tried again, sticking out his hand once more. "May I have this dance?" There was another moment of vulnerability between them, and he wondered if she would turn him down. To his relief, she stood and escorted him out to the dance floor, despite the pinched look on her face. "Let's do this." Kade heard and saw people taking pictures of them. It was nice not to have the official cameras making a spectacle of everything. Taking her into a gentle two-step, he was pleasantly alarmed when she seemed to meld into him. The words of the music fell around them as he focused and danced with her. "You know this song?" she asked, seeming a bit bewildered. "You know I like country music." "Right. But you don't know everything about me, Miss Song. I think you might want to quit thinking you do." The song finished, but he kept her in his arms, feeling the chemistry and tension between them building. "Can I have the next one?" A fast swing came on, and people around them started doing fancy moves. Her smile widened, and he knew she thought he'd been ensnared into a trap. "If you want." He pulled her in quick, then let her go, and within a couple of steps, he discovered she was good at dancing too. Elation filled him as he swung her, and he felt the pull of momentum between them, and their eyes locked. There it was. Skydiving girl. Free. That's how she looked at this moment. He couldn't help but laugh. He pulled her up into a lift, and she laughed too. When she came down, they stayed with the steps until the end of the song. To his surprise, he saw the other couples around them had stopped dancing and were clapping and laughing with them. Felicity, caught up in the moment, took off her hat and waved it in the air, moving into him, putting her arm around his middle. He pulled her into his side and mimicked her by taking off his hat and waving it. People clapped and hollered out. Another song came on and she gestured to the table. "I need to sit." She put her hand over her chest for a moment, grabbing his arm to support herself. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Fine." She pulled her hand back and sucked in a breath. "Just maybe overdid it a bit. Can we sit?" He led her back to their table, not stopping when people tried to chat with them. She looked a bit pale, he thought. Or was he just making that up? Dang, he felt way too keyed into this woman. Slinking into the booth, she picked up her water and took a long sip, leaning back with a smile on her lips. "You're good." She playfully slammed her glass down onto the table. "How's that? I thought it would best you, but you're good, and you know it." He shrugged. "Takes a lot to best me. Maybe you got close today." She laughed and swatted him in the shoulder. "I thought for sure you'd back out of the skydiving, but you didn't." He liked the casual manner she had with him. Yes, that's what he really liked about her. She didn't treat him like a billionaire. Leaning over to her, getting a whiff of the fruity scent she wore, he said, "You want to know why you never had footage of me liking to dance?" Not understanding it, he felt his palms go sweaty. He wasn't a sweaty palms guy. He never had to wipe his palms down his pants. Most girls pretty much threw themselves at him, or he knew they would if he gave the word. "Why?" she asked, looking genuinely curious and still a bit pale. "I've never found a partner I like dancing with as much as you. I had a good time tonight." Her cheeks flushed. Rolling her eyes, she tisked her tongue at him. "I told you, Mr. Kincaid, don't fall in love with me." He could see playfulness in her at the moment, and he grinned back. "I thought you were being so uppity when you told me that, but I don't know if I can abide by that contract and not see you again." Chapter 13. This was not how Felicity had seen this day going at all. Was Kade Kincaid really hitting on her? Really telling her he could like her far more than a publicity stunt? Letting out a long breath, she said, "Wowee, cowboy." It sounded ridiculous, and she didn't know why she said it. She just felt so awkward. Unable to sit there any longer, she stood. "Gotta go to the bathroom." She pretty much rushed off, looking and feeling like a complete fool. Getting to the bathroom, she knew she'd overdone it. She could feel it in the way her heart was feeling a bit tight and constricted inside her chest. No. She didn't need her heart problems to flare up at the moment. All she knew was she needed to get home and get to bed and forget the way Kade looked at her and how it made her feel. When she got back to the table, she slid into her seat. She was grateful he was distracted, talking to someone else. They were taking a selfie. When the people left, Kade turned to her. "Are you feeling okay?" Shocked by his question, and more so by the fact he'd even noticed, she had a flash of a worry. What if he found out about her condition? "Fine." Waving down the server, she asked for more water. A few minutes went by, and neither of them spoke. There were still people dancing, but most were mingling with other tables or making out by themselves. She didn't want it to be awkward, but she was feeling more and more tired as every minute passed. "Are you okay?" he asked again, this time taking her shoulder and forcing her to look at him. "I don't know. I'm feeling sick. I think I overdid it today." Searching her face, he frowned, stood, and was gone before she could see where he went. 5 minutes later, she felt the board jerk, and Kade was back. "What did you do?" Even as she asked, she already knew what he'd done. "I spoke to the captain, and he's getting us right in. I also called my driver. He'll be waiting with your things when we get there." The faintness and lightheadedness was getting worse, and she felt herself lean back into the booth. Kade's arm was around her, and he pulled her close. "You really are sick." He smoothed her hair. "I'm fine." But she closed her eyes, fighting to just hang on to some control. She could get through this, get home, and get to bed. Kade didn't say anything, only gently rubbed down the side of her arm. "You're okay? For real? We can land the helicopter on this boat and get you to the hospital." "No," she said a bit too loudly. She opened her eyes, and she could feel her body fighting. Her breathing was becoming increasingly shallow, but she kept telling herself it was okay. "Like I said, I just need to get home." "You're not kidding," he said lightly, but she could feel his worry. When they finally docked, he helped her up, and she had to lean on him while they rushed off the boat. She was thankful she was able to walk. Sometimes when this hit her, it was like hitting a wall, and she would collapse. "Don't collapse. Don't collapse. Don't collapse," she kept muttering it to herself. They got to the car, and she expected him to send her on her way, but he got in after her. "You don't have to," she said. "I'm seeing you home." His voice had an edge to it, and she didn't argue. She leaned her head back and took in slow breaths. The driver took off, knowing how to get to her house. Kade's hand rested on hers. "I'm worried about you, Felicity." "No," she said, trying to sound stronger than she felt. "This happens to me sometimes. I go, and hit a wall." She let out a nervous laugh. "Probably from pulling all those overnighters in college." Sweat trickled down her back between her shoulder blades. All she could think about was getting to her bed. Time flew by, and his hand stayed on hers. Feeling a bit out of it, she thought about how he really was different than the press had made him out to be. She let out a little laugh. "What's so funny?" Opening her eyes, she saw he was closer to her than she thought. His hand gently rubbed her forehead. "You're a better kisser than I would have ever thought." Catching herself, she tried to sit up and open her eyes, but couldn't. She wasn't getting enough oxygen to her brain. "No, I didn't mean to say that." A low laugh escaped him. "The confession is out, piano girl. You can't take it back." She must have dozed off, because the next thing she remembered was waking up as she was falling, but it was just Kade putting her into bed. Her mama was standing next to him, a look of concern on her face. "I'm fine, Mama." It was all she could manage before she blacked out. Chapter 14. Adrenaline fueled Kade as he left the Song home. He couldn't believe what he had just learned. According to her mother, Felicity had a heart condition. Her mother had been so gracious and quiet and unassuming. He could tell she was a bit overwhelmed when he showed up with Felicity in his arms. She directed him to the room nervously, fluttering around them. He'd asked her for her cell number so he could check on Felicity later, and she freely gave it to him. "This dang heart condition. This girl just doesn't know her limits," she said as she wrote it on a piece of paper. "She shouldn't be out doing this stuff. She won't listen to me. She needs to get that other surgery." Now it was all starting to come together. As his driver swerved through the streets of Dallas back to the freeway, Kade put so many things together. Felicity didn't date because of her heart condition. He wanted to throw something at this moment. One would think he'd be exhausted after a day like today, but he felt more keyed up than he had after they'd won the championship game. A championship ring was good news. This, he clenched his hand into a fist and slammed it into the back of the seat in front of him. His driver glanced back, but didn't say a word. Crap. Why hadn't she told him? Was this why she had forced him to sign that stupid contract? Regret surged through him, and she jumped out of a plane and danced like that. That couldn't be good for her. He cursed and slammed the seat again. No, no, no. He was unable to stop thinking about what he knew about her. Her father was an alcoholic. Her mother was a nurse who had almost lost the house. They had a lot of bills. She had a lot of bills, and that's why the house had been delinquent. Understanding and compassion rose inside of him, and he felt moisture pooling in his eyes. Her mother had paid her medical bills. What in the crap? This wasn't his problem. The things this woman did to him. He thought of kissing her. Idiot. What had he been thinking? He hadn't thought. If he could have slugged himself, he would have. He cursed again. Why hadn't he taken Felicity seriously? He thought of insisting they do the faster dance on the boat. She should have told him she couldn't. Of course, after meeting and knowing her for even such a short length of time, he knew she wouldn't. She was stubborn, determined, prideful. Yes, that pride. Maybe that's what spoke to him the most. The fierce pride in her eyes. Dang it. He thought of how hard she'd worked on this date to fulfill the agreement, how she'd purposely tried to plan things he'd hated. A million questions went through his mind. What surgery did she need? Why wouldn't she get it? Was it the money? Well, that wouldn't be a problem anymore. He had plenty of money. Unexpectedly, this night had gone from one of the best to making him feel equal parts angst, anger, and terror, like he was on the precipice of going to war. He settled down a bit and sat back in the seat, practicing controlled breathing. It calmed him. Once again, he saw her playing a concerto in that white dress. Thoughts of her with the kids at McDonald's made him feel soft and gooey inside. He hated it. He felt like an idiot for giving her the "you can change your life" speech on the dinner cruise. She had been doing everything she could to help her mother. And how do you change a heart condition? He swore and thought of his mother lying in her bed, the cancer eating her from the inside out. By the time he got home, he'd barely simmered down. He went right to the back of the house and his pool to peel off his clothes. Tonight, he needed some serious laps. Jumping in, he pushed out a couple of freestyle laps before moving on to the butterfly. He loved to swim. His father had always joked he could have been the next Michael Phelps if he hadn't loved football so much. After getting out of the pool, he rushed to his room and into the shower. The only thing he could think about was he didn't know a lot about Felicity Song, and what he did know wasn't nearly enough. Oh no, they weren't done. If she thought some silly contract would keep him away, she obviously didn't know him as well as she thought. Chapter 15. Over the next 2 days, Felicity slowly recovered. She lay low and took it easy. Her mother chastised her for working too hard, and she finally told her the truth. They had the house because of Kade Kincaid. When her mother realized this, her tune changed. She was so grateful to her and to Kade. Kade called her cell phone, but she didn't pick up the phone. He texted 1,000,000 times, and she texted back once. Go away. On Monday, she called her boss and told him she was sick. Mr Davinci texted back, telling her she deserved the day off, and he was impressed by the date. He'd been more than pleased when she told him last week they decided to have her go. She was on track for getting a quarterly bonus and promotion. She hadn't even known there was a quarterly bonus. Good. The story was already rerunning on the mainstream media. They were affectionately calling the couple Kade Song. She hated the name. Seeing herself with Kade on the television and how happy they were unsettled her more than she wanted to admit, and knowing that could never be them made her angry. After watching too many hours of coverage on different networks, she shut off the television and closed her eyes. The memory of kissing him after skydiving assaulted her. Flickering her eyes open, she grabbed the bottle of water on her bedside table and threw it across the room. There will never be Kade Song. For some reason, that thought didn't comfort her. Tuesday morning, Felicity sat in her office, feeling very much recovered physically, but still vulnerable. She'd had dreams about Kade every night, being in his house, playing his piano, watching him walk toward her, wearing the cowboy hat from the dinner cruise. She would laugh and reach for him, but then she would fall. It was like she was standing on the edge of a cliff and had just walked off. Pressing her eyes closed for a moment, she was grateful he'd stopped trying to text her yesterday. She had to get back to normal life and put it all behind her. Mr. Davinci called an informal meeting with most of the other staff to get details on the date, and to make sure everyone in the firm was on the same page with the Kincaid account. That's all he could be to her, an account. After the debriefing, Mr. Davinci passed over a new file. "Here's some more information about the senator's daughter. If you could get out there tomorrow and talk to the family, that would be great." "On it." The new assignment helped to heal her aching heart, but only a little bit. She went back to her office and scoured the file. It appeared the daughter of the senator, Marissa, was causing lots of problems on social media. There was a brief knock on her office door before it opened. Lo and behold, in walked Zeus himself. "Hey there." Her heart beat faster. She simultaneously wanted to jump up and run to him and send him away. Mr. Davinci hovered at his side. "Mr. Kincaid, so nice to have you come for a visit." Kate grinned at Mr. Davinci. "Can I speak with Miss Song for a moment?" "Sure." Mr. Davinci gave her a pointed look and backed up. "Take your time," he said as he closed the door. Felicity was irritated he was here, even though he looked amazing. He wore jeans, flip-flops, and a leather jacket. His model hair was messy and fell into his eyes. Jerking his head back, he said, "So, Kade Song, huh? It's catchy." Anger boiled within her, but she kept her face impassive. "Mr. Kincaid." She pulled her hands back from the file and crossed her arms. "The agreement states you don't communicate with me in any kind of social way after the date, does it not?" She was tempted to pull out the contract she had filed away on her desk as proof. Putting up his hand like he was surrendering, he shook his head. "Hey, don't worry about it. I just wanted to give you this." Taking a couple of steps forward, he put a small red box on her desk. It had a cute white bow on top. Looking at the box like it was a poop bomb her brother and his friends used to leave on each other's doors in high school, she glared at him. "What is this?" She was in no mood for gifts from him. It was already enough how merely seeing him caused some reaction inside of her. It hadn't helped she hadn't been able to get that kiss they'd had after skydiving out of her brain. Now he was here, looking so amazing and giving her a present. No, no, no. He needed to go away. Sitting on the edge of her desk, he crossed his arms and looked very pleased with himself. "Let's just say I'm making amends." Curious, but not wanting to encourage him, she slid the box toward him. "No, thank you." "You wouldn't return any of my calls or texts this past weekend. I worried about you." He glared at her, but his voice was soft. "You shouldn't even be thinking of me," she stated quietly. "I'm fine." "Just open the box, Felicity." Crossing her arms again and looking every bit as dangerous as him, she shook her head. "The deal was you wouldn't see me again after the date." "This is not a date." "But you're sitting here," she fired back, "in my office." His jaw clenched, and he shook his head, his whole face clouding over. "Contract is not valid anymore. If you ask me, you breached the contract." "What?" He was being insane and ridiculous, and she hated that all she could smell was his spicy, musky cologne. "How?" she demanded. Cocking his head to the side, he pointed at it. "Just open the box." "No." He could take that box and stuff it where the sun didn't shine. Blowing out a short breath, he shook his head, put both hands down on the desk, leaned over, and shoved his face dangerously close to hers. "You have a heart condition." Feeling caught, she froze up. "You took me on a date that, while it was amazing, could have really hurt you. You put your life in danger." He spat out the words, and she saw true anger in his eyes. "I figure the contract is void. What if something had happened to you on the date, and I would have been liable? What if something had gone wrong?" It was clear to her that her mother must have told them this. She hated when anyone knew about it, and it was doubly worse that he knew. For a second, she couldn't catch her breath. She reflexively put a hand over her heart. Noticing the movement, He swore and ran a hand through his hair. "Great. And now I'm putting more stress on you." Her cheeks flushed, and she pulled in a long, slow breath, trying to calm herself. She pulled her hand back to her side. "I'm fine." Standing, she pointed to the door. "Get out." He swore again and shook his head, closing his eyes briefly and waving a hand through the air. "Fine. Whatever. This was not a good idea." He picked up his helmet and trudged to the door, looking back with his hand on the knob. "But you need to understand something, Felicity. You need to understand I don't discard important things. I don't care about the heart condition. I care about you, and I want to see you again." Her heart was beating wildly, not because she was having some kind of breakdown, but because she felt this attraction, this pull between them. She denied it, shaking her head. "No." "Yes," he snapped, and he stormed out. After he left, she had to take long, slow breaths to calm herself. Kade Kincaid left a huge wake when he was in that kind of mood, and she realized she was still trying to catch her breath. She stared down at the package and thought about taking the pretty thing and just throwing it in the trash. For some reason, she didn't. She just stared at it and wondered what he would bring her. A pulse of anger cut off that train of thought. Why should she even care? Shoving the package into the bottom drawer of her desk, she decided to focus on the day's work in front of her. After making several calls to the senator and his family, she set up a meeting to go out that afternoon and meet with him and his wife and the daughter to talk about strategies for creating some good press, as well as strategies for dealing with the press already out. She went to lunch and headed out to the senator's house for the rest of the afternoon. It wasn't very productive, because Marissa, the teenager, wasn't willing to change what she was doing, and the parents looked to Felicity like she could control the daughter. As she got back to the office around 5, the package still niggled at her thoughts. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she pulled it out and unwrapped it. It was the little blue vase. It looked like the same one that had sat on her desk less than a week ago, the one her mama had given her. But it was cleaner, newer. It shone more. She wondered how he'd done it, where he'd found it. Picking it up, she slid her hand gently down the glass, loving the softness, the cleanness, the perfection of it. It always mystified her how some people could find such value in a certain work of art, and others would grant it no value. She had thought the artist who'd blown the glass was no longer in business. Quickly, she looked the vase up. Yes, it was one of 3 originals. She marveled at the fact Kade had found another copy, and marveled even more that he'd brought it to her. Gradually, all her emotion turned to regret and anger. She could not do this. It was insane. There was no way she could have a relationship with Kade. First of all, she was dying. Second of all, she was busy starting a career. Third of all, she liked the way he kissed far too much. Chapter 16. 3 days later, Kade was not proud of the fact he was sitting in a dog park. It just so happened to be the dog park next to Felicity's house, the one her mother said she would visit at 7 every morning. Yes, he'd resorted to texting her mother, who did return his texts, and was a delightful woman, you might say, if Felicity ever asked. After leaving the vase with Felicity, he'd expected something. It wasn't like he sat around waiting for her to contact him. He did have a life. The night before, he'd gone to one of the social events at his father's home. There were always lots of high society people there, or lots of girls his father had hand-picked for him to date or marry, or both. Much to his father's chagrin, he couldn't give them much attention, because he had to keep looking at his phone to see if Felicity had texted him back yet. Later, his father had asked him, "What about that Song girl, the one you did the big date with? What happened with her?" To which he'd replied, "She's not interested." With a belly laugh, his father blew cigar smoke in his face. "If she's not interested in a Kincaid man, something's wrong with her." His father had more faith in him than he had in himself at this point, sitting on a park bench, watching other people jog their dogs around. He felt like a loner on the bench with his hoodie on, trying to keep his identity to himself as much as possible. Where was she? He checked his phone. It was 7:20. Catching a glimpse of red hair, he saw her enter the park. Even though she wore black stretch pants, a t-shirt, tennis shoes, and a white headband, she looked amazing. The silly dog he'd seen the other night when he dropped her off panted at her feet. Unable to stop the grin on his face at seeing how good she looked, how healthy and happy she was, he stood. So what if she rejected him again? He would find a new play and try again. Over the past couple of days, he'd done his best to get her out of his mind. The thing that haunted him the most was the memory of her sitting at his piano. Watching her move through the park made his heart rate pick up. She pushed her face up toward the sky and closed her eyes. He drank in the picture she made, and the center of his chest constricted. Fresh, pure, real. That's how he felt about her. Which was strange, because he couldn't remember ever feeling like this about any woman before. For a few more moments, he just watched her walk across the park. She paused, bending to give the puppy a treat before letting it off the leash and throwing a tiny ball. The dog stared at the ball for a couple of moments, but didn't chase it. Felicity went after the ball, picked it up, threw it again, and waited for the dog to chase it. The dog ran a bit, stopped, and looked back at her. She pointed to the ball. "Go get it, Bonnet." Part of Kade wanted to go to her, to pick up the ball and try his luck, but all he could do was watch. It only took a couple of moments before her eyes met his. She froze for a second. Then an angry look clouded her face, and she picked up the toy and threw it in the opposite direction. "What are you doing here?" she asked as he approached. The dog rushed right over to him, and he squatted down to give it a few pats. "Hey there, Bonnet. How are you, girl?" She licked his hand in response. "What are you doing?" Looking up at her, he gave her his best smile. "Fancy meeting you here, Felicity. How are you? Did you like the vase?" How long had it been since he'd stood in front of a woman and waited for a compliment, for an acknowledgement? His first thought was Sadie Henkins, who had been 2 years older than him when he'd asked her to a sophomore dance. She'd been beautiful, but she'd treated him terribly. Ironically, she'd shown up again about 2 years ago, and the age difference hadn't seemed to matter to her anymore. He stood and tried not to give Felicity an accusing look. "Kade." Her voice was resigned, like her previous fire had been snuffed out. Bonnet whimpered at his feet. There, girl," Kade said. He pushed the ball to her nose, helping her get a good sniff from it, and then pulled a piece of bacon out of his pocket and slyly rubbed the ball with it. Her mother had told her to do this for Bonnet. "I'm just here wanting to see how Bonnet is doing." Felicity didn't move or change her expression. He threw the ball, and now Bonnet took off after it, gladly snatching it up in her mouth and running back to him. Kade looked up at Felicity and smiled at the stunned look on her face. He took the ball and threw it again. Bonnet went right for it. "I'll be darned," she said quietly. Kade gravitated carefully toward Felicity's side, as if he might spook her. Bonnet ran back to him. This time, he handed the ball to Felicity. At first, he thought she might order him away, but she grimaced and tossed it. With a yip, Bonnet took off after it and brought it right back to her. She couldn't help but laugh and bent to pick it up. Kade's heart rate quickened. Maybe this morning hadn't been a bust after all. Felicity gave him an impressed look. "Kade Kincaid, dog trainer." He flashed a bit of a cocky grin and flexed his bicep. "A man of more talents than you figured me for, ma'am." He said it in his best Southern gentleman tone. Another laugh came out of her, and she shook her head, throwing the ball again for Bonnet. They both just stood by each other for a moment. "Thank you for the vase," she said quietly, not looking at him. "You're welcome." The next time Bonnet came back, Kade picked up the ball and took off with it. The dog chased him and happily yapped at his heels. "Come on, girl. Let's give you some footwork drills." He went into some complicated back-and-forth patterns with his feet, the ones he practiced in football. The dog yapped louder, demanding the ball. He held it halfway down, but would pull it out of reach right before she got it. Finally, he tossed it backward toward Felicity. Bonnet lifted her ears as Felicity raised the ball over her head, then took off into a sprint as she threw it off into the distance. Kade jogged back to her, and her eyes finally met his. He could swear he saw something in them. Respect. Approval.
"What are you doing, Kade?"
she asked again, but not in the previous pissed-off way. Taking a deep breath, he was glad he already had his speech worked out. Actually, he'd worked out a couple of speeches, depending on her reaction. "I know you said you don't want me to fall in love with you." When she glared, he put up his hands. "But what about being friends?" Yes, he decided the night before. That's how he would approach it. Friendship. Her eyes met his, and she shook her head.
"You don't need a friend."
He didn't want to point out that she might. "You know, I haven't spoken to anyone about the crap between me and my father, ever. And yeah, some of the guys know I don't care for my brother, but it's a lot to keep it all in here." He hit the center of his chest. "I could use a friend that knows all of the things I hate the most." He flashed a grin. Her eyes looked raw and vulnerable, but a smile played at her lips.
"I'm not happy my mother told you about my heart condition."
There it was. The opening in the defense in the fourth quarter of a close game. A game filled with obstacles, rain, mud, and injured players. But when the defense opens, you have to pounce. "I don't see your heart condition as a weakness." That was partly a lie because he wanted to know more so he could help her. But he knew about tactics, what plays he should run and which ones he should keep in his pocket. This play was in progress.
"Really?"
she said skeptically. Acting casual, he focused on Bonnet and threw the ball for her. "I care about you." He let out a soft laugh. "We all have stuff in our lives that made us stronger. Things we don't reveal to the public." He made air quotes, flashing her a smile. "But I'm not the public anymore." She said, her voice still uncertain. "Shoot, I play a game where I could get slammed and get a concussion and be a vegetable for the rest of my life, right?" It was a fact he hated to think about, yet, with all the current interest in concussions, it really felt like an uncomfortable uncertainty at this point. "But I live with it. I play the game. I guess that's what you're doing. Living with it. Playing the game."
"True."
She looked like she hadn't thought about it in this way. "So I'll make you a deal. You be my friend, and we'll just deal with the risks the other one chooses to take." Felicity gathered Bonnet in her arms and scratched the dog's neck. The sun was getting brighter, and it made her hair look like honey and gold and autumn, all rolled into one.
"So, what does a friend do with Kade Kincaid?"
He knew there was a dopey grin on his face, but he didn't care. Yes, he wanted to celebrate, to chest bump X or ace. It took effort to tamp down the excitement and keep his poker face. He shrugged. "I don't know. Hang out. Come over to my house, have dinner. Play the piano for me."
"Is this some PR thing for Kade Song?"
"No, absolutely not." She stared at him, eyes flickering between emotions.
"No, I can't deal with this,"
she said sadly, and started to walk away. He caught up to her, hating to go at it from this angle, but he didn't lose. That wasn't who he was. That wasn't the winning quarterback for the Texas Titans. No way. "Be my friend, and I won't mention your condition to Mr Davinci."
"What?"
She spun on him. "I didn't want to do it this way, but you weren't exactly making it easy."
"You think you can blackmail me so you'll get what you want?"
She sputtered. He wondered if she would slap him again if she wasn't holding Bonnet. He had to admit, he did want to kiss her again, even with her so mad at him. He would take a slap for that. "It's not about my ego. It's about wanting to be your friend."
"You're a spoiled, bratty, entitled billionaire."
The word sounded tired. Unable to stop himself, he laughed. "You're right."
"What?"
Her brow furrowed. "You're right. That's why I need a friend like you." She frowned and shook her head.
You're Unbelievable.
Please. He wouldn't have told her boss, but he couldn't get this woman out of his head. What was he supposed to do?
You're not going to leave me alone, are you?
No. Just give me a chance. Be my friend for a while. If you don't like me, you can tell me to leave you alone and I will. I won't tell Mr. Davinci anything. But give me a fair shake first. Of course, he wouldn't do it anyway, but he also wouldn't accept a no. For a few moments, she didn't say anything. Then she sucked in a loud breath and let it go. Hey, are you okay? Her eyes flashed open and she glared at him.
Don't ever ask me that again. I'm fine.
Fine. Stupid, stupid, stupid Kincaid. Bad move. She sighed and scratched Bonnet's head.
I don't know why you want me as a blackmail friend.
He shrugged. Sometimes you can't understand bratty billionaires. Her lip quirked up.
True. Don't forget selfish.
I'm not. He put his hands up. She exhaled.
We aren't to be seen together in public. And you have to date other women. Publicly. So the press doesn't think this, she wagged her finger back and forth between them, is anything. You have to tell the press we're not dating. There is no Kade Song.
Not the solution he'd hoped for, but since he felt like he was on the verge of a touchdown, he said, Fine. Who should I date?
Just act like yourself and find another cheerleader.
He would have taken offense if it didn't feel like he was gaining yards. Fine. Can I pick you up at 7 tonight and bring you back to my house for a casual dinner?
I guess.
And with that, she walked away, mumbling in Bonnet's ear. Chapter 17. It was absurd, stupid, and insane. Felicity stood in front of her bedroom mirror, staring at her reflection. She'd put her hair up in a messy bun. She had on a yellow summer dress, one she'd worn to work, so it wasn't special. Or so she insisted to herself. Her mother was downstairs, and the Carpenters were streaming on an old record player. The smell of soup filled the house. It was undeniable how much happier her mother had seemed these past couple of days. Relieved, yes, that's what it was. All the pressure of paying the mortgage was off of her. She'd been in bed less and had made it a project to clean out each room. It made Felicity happy. Of course, her thoughts flitted to the fact that it was Kade Kincaid who had actually taken the pressure off of her mother. Part of her resented that all this relief was from him. The other part of her was trying to convince herself there must be something else he wanted. All day, she'd run through different PR reasons he would want to extend his relationship with her. Maybe there was some PR thing he needed Kade Song for. She couldn't think of what, though. He told the press in an earlier clip that day that the date was fun, but they weren't seeing each other anymore. Then she'd seen a text from him. Did you see the interview about us being broken up? She had texted back.
We couldn't break up because we were never together.
He hadn't replied. As she examined herself one more time, she heard the doorbell ring, followed by her mother greeting Kade. She hurried down the stairs, unwilling to have her mother spill more secrets. When she reached the bottom, she saw how easily he spoke with her mother, the relaxed way they laughed together, the way Bonnet snuggled right up to him. It felt weird. Kade turned to her, and a smile lit up his face. Hey. Felicity knew she was blushing, and she commanded herself not to react to this guy. He just needed a friend. A friend he had to blackmail. Ugh. Why had she agreed to this? She didn't think he would really tell Mr. Davinci. Her mother shooed them toward the door.
You two have fun tonight.
She winked at her and then pointed to Kade.
She doesn't have a curfew, so keep her out as long as you want, but don't let her do crazy things. Mother.
Felicity let out an exasperated breath. Kade grinned and opened the door for her. I got this, Mrs. Song. The way Kade looked at her and let out a low whistle as they walked out was unsettling. Stop. She hit his arm. He laughed and took her hand as he led her to his car. She yanked hers back.
Friends.
Right. He snapped to attention like he'd forgotten. When she caught his smile and felt the chemistry thicken between them, She knew the truth, despite her denial. They weren't friends at all. 2 hours later, she and Kade finished a dinner that seemed rather formal to her. They'd even eaten in the formal dining room. "Are you finished?" he asked, wiping his face with a cloth napkin. A very expensive-looking cloth napkin. She almost laughed because she'd hardly eaten anything, mostly just watched him inhale. "Yep." "Great." He stood. "Will you play for me?" Feeling a bit foolish, she leaned back in her chair. "Is this really what you want? You blackmail me into being your friend and tell me you want me to play for you?" "I like your music." "You're a billionaire. You could hire anyone you want to play music." They both walked into his music room, and he chuckled. "Don't forget, bratty and selfish." "What?" Was he making fun of her? He winked at her. "Nothing. You just make bratty, selfish, entitled billionaire sound like such a good thing." Felicity didn't know why Kade was acting like he wanted to be friends with her. "I never said entitled, did I?" Kade mimicked her expression. "Listen, I'm asking my friend, Felicity, to play for me." She didn't like how her mother seemed fine with a football player blackmailing her. In fact, she seemed to genuinely like the guy. Everything was changing so fast between them. She felt upside down. But as she sat at his grand piano, none of it mattered. All that mattered was the music. The music washed over her, and she felt the release, the exhilaration. Thoughts of the man who stood next to her drifted through her mind. Although he usually pulled her out of a happy state, she found she was getting used to him. Since he'd brought her the vase, it had felt different. He felt different. Even today, after he'd shown up and blackmailed her into friendship, she'd still had this anticipation all day to see him this evening. Reluctantly, she admitted it felt fun. He sat next to her, and she was well aware of the way his shoulder lightly brushed hers. His smell permeated all her senses, but she kept her eyes closed and her fingers moving across the keyboard. After she stopped playing, she rested her hands lightly on the keys. She heard his measured breathing. It felt so intimate, being with him here like this. As she opened her eyes, she saw that piercing, laser-like focus on her. But his normal intensity looked different. The deep blue eyes appeared stormier. "What?" "What?" He seemed to come out of his own trance, looking off balance. "What are you doing?" She let out an exasperated sigh. "Why am I here?" "I told you. I like your playing." His eyes darted down to her lips, then back to her eyes. Both of them just stared at each other, and she felt the intensity building. She looked away. "I can't get rid of this dream I keep having." Dang. Why had she said that? "Really? Please tell." She shoved him hard. "Not that kind of dream." A ridiculous smile washed over his face. "Never mind." He put a hand over hers. "Too late, Song. Spill it." Nervous angst wove through her, and she didn't want to admit it, but she had to tell someone. "I'm sitting at the piano, and you're walking toward me in that cheesy cowboy hat." His grin widened. "Yeah." He laughed harder when she shoved him again. "Hey, finish." She sighed. "I get up to walk toward you, and then I'm falling, like I've stepped off of a cliff." The second part wiped the huge smile off his face. He frowned, linking his hand reassuringly with hers. "I don't like that," he said quietly. "Do I fall with you?" Her heart raced. She didn't make him take his hand away, even though she probably should. "No." Shaking his head, he pulled their hands to his lap, closing both of his hands around hers. "Well, tell that dream next time that I fall with you." She puffed out a laugh. "That's silly." "Hey, you can only fall if I can come too." It was stupid, but it sounded romantic, and a desire to kiss the man overcame her. The air grew thicker as he stared into her eyes. Breaking the moment, he stood. "Want to take a walk in the garden, friend?" It was abrupt, but she was grateful. That would be great. As they went out the balcony door and down the steps, he kept her hand.
We shouldn't be holding hands.
Reluctantly, she pulled hers away. Okay. He didn't try to take it back, and he didn't sound upset about it either. Still, butterflies fluttered through her. The sun was setting, and she thought of the night of the dinner cruise. The boat ride was fun, wasn't it? He asked as they rounded another corner of the garden. It was unnerving that he had read her thoughts.
What?
The dinner cruise. Her cheeks burned.
How did you know I was thinking about that night?
No, he did take her hand. I didn't, but I was hoping. She didn't try to take her hand back this time. It felt pointless.
Kade, I can't do this.
We're not doing anything. We're just friends. He winked. Can I see you tomorrow for lunch, friend? Chapter 18. Forget friendship. Kade waited for her at the greasy lunch cart in the center of the park she'd insisted on, wearing a baseball cap and his gray hoodie and jeans and sunglasses.
Hey!
With a start, he jumped a little at how she just appeared next to him. She laughed.
I scared Kade Kincaid.
She put 2 fingers up to the hot dog guy.
2 today, Ernie.
He was an older gentleman who smiled at Felicity. Yes, ma'am.
With everything,
she said. Kade wasn't sure what that entailed. He watched as the hot dogs were loaded with onions, sauerkraut, pickles, and cheese. He managed a nervous laugh. You really eat this for lunch? The girl was waif-like, but obviously her diet was terrible. Taking the first dog, she shoved it at him.
Gotta live each day as if it was your last, Kincaid. You afraid you're going to ruin your figure?
She taunted as she took the other hot dog and shoved a bite into her mouth. Finding himself even more delighted by her, he reached for some napkins and held one up to catch the pickles falling from her mouth. She turned away from him.
Pay the man, would you?
She said, as if they'd been married 50 years, and he always hesitated to pay. He chuckled and pulled out a 10. Keep it, he said. Ernie looked pleased. Thank you, sir. The sun was out in full force, and she gestured toward a fountain.
Let's walk and eat.
Liking that she was so casual with him, he fell into step with her. So what have you been working on today? He asked.
You worried about my menial PR job, Kincaid?
He rolled his eyes and took a bite. Whatever. She let out a puff of breath.
Let's see. Today I met with the senator's daughter again, and emphasized the importance of not uploading inappropriate pictures to Snapchat and Twitter.
He choked on his hot dog. She laughed.
I also had another chat with the senator about how he can't help change her image if he doesn't get on speaking terms with his daughter.
Unbelievable, he said between bites. He was really enjoying the hot dog.
Yes. Mr Davinci seems convinced I'm the one for this project. Sadly, I don't know if that's true.
He wiped his face, realizing the hot dog was already gone. Of course you are. You handled me, didn't you? She sputtered out a loud laugh.
Right. Obviously. I'm so good at handling you.
He smiled at her, and she smiled back. It gave him hope. Maybe they were really becoming friends. They wandered around the fountain in the center of the park. He'd been past this fountain probably 1,000 times, but he'd never stopped to stroll in the park. There'd never been time for a stroll. But with Felicity, he constantly found himself thinking of little things he could do, as a friend, to hang out with her. Meeting her for a hot dog lunch was fun.
What did you do today?
She asked after finishing a bite and wiping at her lips with a napkin. Once again, her autumn-colored hair fell softly around her shoulders. She wore a business-like blue dress with capped sleeves, along with a yellow scarf around her waist and matching yellow high heels. She was tall, even if not as tall as him. He thought if he inched in a couple of steps and snaked an arm around her waist, he could pull her to him and his lips would be on hers. He'd been pretty obsessed over that kiss. He'd watched it a couple times on YouTube today.
Kade,
she said a bit louder. Jolted out of his little daydream, he shook his head and kept walking, looking up at the sun for a second to distract himself. Today, let's see. We had practice drills this morning for 2 hours. I spent some time in the weight room. I had a check-in with my fundamentals coach.
You still get coached on the fundamentals of the game? You're the #1 quarterback in the league.
He crumpled up the napkin in his hand. Because I never get away from fundamentals, he sighed. My dad taught us that, he said, thinking of his dad and then Anthony. He realized he hadn't thought of Anthony in a few days. It had been a nice break. Out of the blue, she laced her arm with his. He looked at their arms, wondering why she'd done that without him blackmailing her. That's an interesting development. He couldn't stop the smile from spreading across his face, feeling like a teenager walking into his junior year at prom. She let out a light laugh.
You're a gentleman. I'm a lady wearing very high heels and walking around the park. I'm just holding on to you to give myself a bit of extra support.
His heart hammered at his chest. I think you need to wear heels all the time. She smiled, and he couldn't believe how real and perfect this moment felt. After a moment, she attempted to unloop her arm.
You're making this into something it's not.
He squeezed her arm into him and put his other hand over it. Nope, you're not getting away so fast, Miss Song. It's what friends do. She relented, and they strolled deeper into the park. I had no idea there was a bird aviary in here, Kade said. There were huge trees, and he saw a sign and realized there were nets above them. Different areas were divided by long stretches of glass.
It's nice. I haven't worked for Mr Davinci that long, but it's stressful. And I like to eat a hot dog and watch the birds at lunch.
The different layers of this woman intrigued him. He found it annoying and delightful how much he wanted to know her. So this is what you do every day for lunch? She shrugged and looked away.
Mostly. I don't always eat a hot dog. Sometimes
She trailed off.
Do other things.
He knew she was trying to keep him at a distance. Fine, don't tell me. Keep your secrets, Miss Song, but in my experience, secrets always have a way of getting free. Quietly, she turned to him.
Then what's your secret about Anthony? How come you don't get along? And how come you both work so hard to keep the fact that you don't get along quiet?
Okay, he hadn't been expecting this question. He felt the center of his chest tighten and almost pulled away from her, but she held onto his arm and tightened her grip.
Oh, no. You can't think I'll be letting out all my secrets without upfront payment.
It sounded cocky coming from her. Maybe that was part of the reason he liked this woman. She wasn't afraid to ask for what she wanted, and when she asked, you had better be prepared to give her what she wanted, or all bets were off. He thought of skydiving with her and how she'd figured out how much he hated heights and used it against him. Admiration for her increased even more. He let out a slow breath and decided to do something he never did. Trust. It started a long time ago. My dad. His mouth went dry and he coughed.
Here, let's go get a bottle of water.
He coughed again and again, unable to stop. Maybe he was having a reaction or something. She let go of him and ran to a water vendor, buying 2 bottles and rushing back to him. He opened one and downed half of it. His eyes watered, and he sucked in a breath. Her hand was on his shoulder, rubbing a small circle.
Are you okay?
It unnerved him to let anyone see this, but he nodded. See, I swear my throat closes up just thinking about my family. Sympathy flashed in those green eyes, and she shook her head.
You don't have to keep talking about it if you don't want.
Oddly, he found he did want to. My father always pitted us against each other. Anthony is 1 year younger, and we played on the same high school team. He used Anthony's talent to drive me to be better, and he used me against Anthony. We were fine. He hesitated.
And?
She pressed. He sighed. First, there was a girl, Charity Stone.
Ah,
she said, raising an eyebrow. She must not have found this in any interview she'd seen of him. We both liked her. She was Anthony's age, and she lived on the ranch next to us. Her father was a horse breeder, and she was a cheerleader.
Of course she was,
she said sassily. I think Miss Song might be jealous." He winked at her.
"You wish."
She waved her hand in the air when he didn't automatically resume the story.
"Continue."
"Anyway, he asked her to the homecoming dance, but ended up with the flu." He trailed off.
"You took her?"
"Hey, he was sick. She'd bought a dress." She pushed him again.
"You're horrible."
The truth of her statement sank into his gut. "I shouldn't have done that," he said, regretting it, thinking of how it had started so much between them. "I should have stayed loyal to Anthony, and I failed him." He wasn't comfortable with so much self-reflection. Even though it might not be the right time, he wanted to know the answer to a question, and he'd just been real with her, so he was hoping she would be real back. "Tell me about this surgery. Your mother said you needed it." Anger flashed into her eyes.
"What happened to we're both being reckless, and we'll just deal with it?"
She took off, walking across the park without him. "Wait!" He caught up to her and grabbed her arm. She yanked back.
"No. No heart condition talk."
"Fine," he said quickly, not wanting her to leave. He put up his hands. "Fine, I just—"
"You what?"
She challenged him. He ached to spill his guts to her and tell her that he liked her, cared about her, and wanted to help. But right now, he felt like the second-string quarterback without a say. With a sigh, he muttered, "Nothing." To finish answering your question, things between Anthony and me chilled for a few years in college, mostly because we were at different schools. When he got drafted to the Sentinels in Houston, our rival, they heated up again. They kind of culminated last year.
"Guess you winning the game didn't help things."
He blinked, supposing his brother would always be his inner demon. He came to dinner at my dad's house the next Sunday and sucker punched me. Kade rubbed his jaw. Got a good one in, too.
"Really?"
Kade nodded. I've been so angry at him. But the other day when he accused me of trying to steal Sheena, I realized it must all go back to high school for him. I guess I deserve what I got, huh? Staring into her green eyes, he felt vulnerable, and he didn't like it. Frowning, she sighed.
"Family stuff. There's a lot of guilt."
Everything inside of him went numb, and he shrugged away from her. It didn't suit him to feel all those things. He tried to keep himself mentally focused so he didn't have to deal with this crap.
"Kade, are you okay?"
Wandering to one of the large bird cages, he looked into it and stared at the largest bird he'd ever seen in his life. "Yeah," he exhaled. He hooked her arm back through his. "Sometimes we all need support." For the first time in as long as he could remember, he felt the support of someone close to him. Not that he'd known her long, but the sincerity he felt was undeniable. Yes, that's what it was. This woman didn't want anything from him. Not his fame or his money. She just... Emotion pulsed through him, and he had the urge to pull away again.
"Are you okay?"
He blinked and told himself to get a grip. Maybe I shouldn't have blackmailed you into friendship." Her eyes narrowed, and she slowly smiled.
"Why?"
It was weird how they were having a moment. "You're really asking me this?"
"So you hide your feelings about how much you're upset about your brother by never talking about it? And when you do, it scares you."
"Pretty much."
"Sounds about right."
She exhaled and looked to the birds, lifting and lowering a shoulder.
"Maybe we could be like real friends."
He turned to her as happiness surged within him. "Really?" She shrugged.
"If you want."
The urge to kiss her surged within him, and he looked away, not wanting to lose the yards he'd gained.
"So what cheerleader are you going to ask out this week?"
she asked. When his shoulders slumped, she let out a soft laugh.
"I actually think Playboy Kade Kincaid might not want to ask any cheerleader out this week."
Rolling his eyes, he reflected on the truth of his image. Any kind of PR person should recognize I'm not a playboy, even though I do a lot of things to maintain a certain image. She winked and started walking away.
"Well, this PR person will see you again sometime after you've gone out on some public dates.
But we're real friends now, he called out pathetically.
Exactly. So, you need to dispel all thoughts of Kade Song.
3 days later, Kade stared at Felicity's office building, waiting by the hot dog stand and decked out in incognito gear again. She hadn't returned his text all morning, and he had to see her. He'd accommodated Felicity and gone out for the last 2 nights with cheerleader types. One was an actual cheerleader. The other was a girl he'd met a couple of weeks ago at one of his father's parties. She'd been kind of stalking him since the championship game. Both were uninteresting. Both were overly interested in him. On both nights, he'd gone out on the town, let the paparazzi do their thing, and had been home by 9. He swam laps while waiting for Felicity to return his texts, which she had, sparsely. How was he supposed to flirt with her via text if she wasn't hanging on his words, waiting to give a return reply like most women? Now, as he stood watching her office building, he felt like a stalker. Even though he'd run an extra 5 miles this morning, it hadn't helped his angst about this woman. He had to see her. So here he stood, waiting for her to come out for lunch, waiting to take his chances of being rejected, unable to stay away. His palms were sweaty, and he was not a sweating as he waited to meet a girl kind of guy, which meant this ticked him off. After another 10 minutes, Ernie offered him a hot dog. "Nah," he said, still distracted. "She never eats hot dogs on Fridays," Ernie said. "What?" he asked, feeling like he was doing something wrong. He turned to face Ernie. "Friday she goes somewhere." Kade's heart raced. Had she already gone? Ernie pointed to the building. "There she is." Without thinking, Kade took off into a sprint after her. She was faster than she looked, rushing to the curb and pulling open what looked to be an Uber car. It took him by surprise to see she was dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, hoodie, and tennis shoes. "Felicity!" he called out, just as she started to get in. She paused, whipping back to him. He got to her, not the least bit out of breath, but definitely out of sorts.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked with accusation in her voice. Unable to make up a lie, he took off his sunglasses and searched her face. "I had to see you." Rolling her eyes and looking put out, she shook her head.
"Not today. I have to go somewhere."
He wasn't the type to be deterred. "Come on. I went out on 2 dates. There's no more Kade Song," he said, feeling stupid but not caring. "Plus, we're both incognito." He flashed his Zeus smile at her. "Lady, get in, or I'll go find another passenger," said the Uber driver. Scowling at Kade, she let out a breath.
"I'm probably going to regret this, but get in."
A hole in the defense. He pounced on it. "You won't. I promise." Chapter 19. The homeless shelter was in the inner city, and there were clusters of men huddled outside of it. A bigger group of men was clumped together a safe distance away, next to a bridge. Before she'd left the office, she'd changed into jeans and a crappy hoodie. She'd learned the hard way not to come dressed nicely into this neighborhood. "What are we doing?" Kade asked quietly, looking around and staying glued to her side.
"Good thing you came as your inconspicuous self, or I couldn't have brought you."
Unfortunately, she thought he would still stick out a bit. It was hard to hide his good looks.
"Next time, skip the Top Gun sunglasses."
He spread his hands. "You make no sense." Looking back to the shelter, she scooted closer to Kade. "Shh." She looked for her dad, but couldn't see him among the men. Nerves pounded in her gut. Why had she had a moment of weakness and wanted to show Kade her biggest vulnerability? Why? She'd regretted it the whole way over. His hand grasped hers for a moment before releasing it slowly. "Hey," he said. She met his eyes and noticed he'd pulled his sunglasses off. Those beautiful blue eyes stared back at her. They weren't intense and laser-like. They were kind. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" Looking around one more time, she grabbed Kade's hand and ducked into a store doorway.
I shouldn't have brought you here. Her heart pounded into her chest. Let's just get another Uber. She whipped out her phone. His hand gripped hers firmly, preventing her from typing on her phone. No, we've watched too much game tape for that, don't you think? His football analogies always made her smile, but she didn't understand them as quickly and naturally as he handed them out. Sometimes I don't understand anything you say. It means you've seen too much of my offense, and I've seen too much of your defense. Now we're in this together. But you haven't seen the defense, she said. Not yet. Kade looked past her. I'm pretty sure your dad's at 2 o'clock. Before she even turned, she was baffled that Kade remembered what her father looked like. He'd only seen him that one night. She caught sight of her dad, but stayed in her hiding spot next to Kade. Snaking an arm around her waist, he pulled her into him. His cologne filled her senses. I think it's better to hide here. No one will see you. Meeting those deep blue eyes, Felicity felt a nervous energy sizzle through her nerves. The same energy that was always there when Kade was near her, but it had intensified. She thought of the night of the dinner cruise again, how it had felt to be held in this man's arms, how it felt now to have the feeling of being protected. Leaning into her ear, he whispered, "You're so beautiful." She shivered. For so long, she'd tried to deny what had started between them. Deny how much she needed this feeling, this protection and attraction, and the intensity of being wanted by a man. She hadn't let herself get close to anyone for so long. Hadn't let herself feel wanted, needed. Kade had been running the ball down the field, and somehow, when she'd taken her eye off the ball for just a second, he'd broken through her defenses. She smiled, realizing she was actually thinking of her own football analogy. Sensing her weakness, she felt him pull her closer. What are you smiling about, Felicity? His breath was on her face, and every part of her wanted to tilt her head and meet his lips. Football, she said, gently leaning into his shoulder, relaxing against him. What? He laughed. He didn't complain about her being closer to him, just held her tighter. I'll explain later. She watched her father, chatting with his buddies, light up a cigarette. He looked filthy and haggard, but at least he had other filthy and haggard friends. As sad as it made her feel, it was better than him being alone. Kade ran a hand down her hair, and she felt herself giving in to his touch. Everything okay? He whispered. Pulling back from him, she nodded. Let's go. I just wanted to. Unexpectedly, her father turned, and it appeared he was staring right at her. Felicity ducked into Kade's embrace and pressed her face into his neck, panicking. He can't see me. Kade put an arm around her and started walking in the other direction. It's okay. Why do you come here? He asked, as he navigated them down the sidewalk to the bridge. She was confused. Because he's my father? I know that, he said patiently. I saw him the night of the auction. But what is the purpose of these Friday lunches? Does he meet you? Do you talk? No. She knew it would be impossible to explain it to Kade. I have to check on him. I can't. Even though it's been awful, I can't. You feel responsible, Kade said quietly. They were still walking, and they'd gotten halfway across the bridge and far enough away that she could relax. She stopped, moving closer to the side so people walking by could pass easily. How could he know that? Annoyed, she grasped the chain-link fence that prevented people from jumping. Next to her, Kade grabbed the fence too. Your father began to drink when he couldn't stay on top of all the bills. Your medical bills. Your parents fought. You feel like the unraveling of their marriage is your fault. Her heart thumped, and she didn't like being on this side of it. Don't be my psychologist, Kade. I just have to make sure he's okay, and it was a bad idea to bring you. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. Kade took her hand, and she let him, hating how much she liked the warmth of it, hating the way having him here, and hearing that he understood, as no one had understood before, was more than comforting. She blinked. He's talking with some guys and laughing. He looks good, he whispered. She didn't turn back to look. Sometimes I don't even get this close. I just look through these. Lamely, she pulled out mini binoculars. Whenever he sees me, he freaks out around me. But I have to check on him.
You're a good daughter. His words brought her a huge amount of validation and comfort. Much as she hated it, it would be a lie to say she didn't want them. She found herself resting her head on his shoulder.
It's complicated.
Aren't family relationships always complicated? She smelled his spicy cinnamon scent as she stared out over the bridge at the boats on the water and the tours of Dallas boats that were showing people around the city.
I told you about Jimmy. That's when my dad really lost it, after he got killed. It was like he kind of lost hope, you know? I had all these unsuccessful surgeries, and my brother died. I think he just... Well, I know he just couldn't handle it.
He squeezed her hand. I'm sorry. It was strange that she actually felt better after telling him.
Kade?
Yeah?
You won't tell anyone about any of this, will you? Or that you came here with me today?
He put his arm fully around her, and he pulled her into him. Your secrets are safe with me. She snorted, and then felt embarrassed she'd asked him that. She knew he wouldn't.
I know, Thanks.
He tugged her chin up, eyeing the tears silently falling down her cheeks, and tisked his tongue. I'm not going to lie to you, Felicity Song. It makes me feel kind of better that you may actually need my friendship, too. She blinked and ignored her rapidly beating heart, uncomfortable that he had seen the real her. Exposed again. It was like he could read her mind.
What?
He pulled her into his arms, and she enjoyed the feel of his strength. You work hard to protect your image, too. That's why I had to extort friendship. She almost laughed, but just tucked her head into him, turning to look at her father.
It kind of feels nice to have someone else know what I do during Friday lunches.
He held out a pinky to her. I pinky promise to keep your secret. The gesture made her laugh, releasing her tension. She held up her pinky, and they linked them together. Their eyes held, and her heart quickened as she thought about how beautiful this man was, how different he was from any man she'd ever known. A slow smile spread across his lips. Hey, maybe we're, like, best friends now. We could get matching necklaces.
I'd love to see you wearing a broken heart necklace.
Don't tempt me. You'll see it on the next date I have to go on. She thought of him going on another bimbo date and tensed. What? He asked quickly.
Nothing,
she said, sticking out her chin. Letting out a soft laugh, he hugged her again. Do you have plans this weekend?
You mean tonight? Tomorrow? Yes.
No, he shook his head. You don't.
I have dinner plans tonight,
she said, feeling ridiculous. With who? You don't date, he said stiffly.
Are you imitating me?
She smiled because his imitation was ridiculous. He shrugged casually and took his arm back. Want to take a trip with me? Her smile flipped upside down.
No.
She pulled completely back from him. She couldn't do that. Why? Friends take trips with friends all the time.
No.
She turned away and started walking down the bridge.
They don't.
He followed, taking her hand. It'll only be 2 nights, and you'll have your own room. Dang, dang, dang. Her heart pitched. Why? He pressed.
Friends don't take trips together. I couldn't afford where you probably want to go, and you're not paying for me.
I'm a bratty billionaire. I always pay. He cocked an eyebrow. Add it to the list of my annoying quirks. She scowled at him.
Tell me it's not an island with a staff of people.
It's to see my grandma. Will you come with me or not? His grandma? She rifled through her memories, but couldn't remember hearing or seeing his grandmother in the press.
Is this lady real?
He let out a surprised laugh. You think I would make up my grandma? Irritation and curiosity warred within her.
I don't know.
Kade pursed his lips. Fair enough, but I think you kind of owe me.
What? How in the world do you figure that?
For making me almost die going skydiving and eating a buffet. She grinned.
Hey, you opted for the buffet.
He rolled his eyes. You see, the reason I'm drastically afraid of heights stems from my grandmother's house. This made no sense at all, but her curiosity was piqued. In or out, Song? She frowned.
You don't get to pressure play me.
She unlocked hands with him and pushed ahead. He caught up in less than a minute, falling easily into step. I'm good at the pressure play. He had his puppy eyes on, an expression she'd never seen from him before.
Why are you looking at me this way?
He sputtered out a laugh. Dang, girl. You're not letting me get away with any moves on you. She thought of the reason she didn't date anyone, or go on trips with anyone, or have real dinner plans. She shook her head, thinking of how her mother had been pressuring her to get back in with the heart surgeon and check on the stability of her valve.
No.
She pulled out her phone and ordered an Uber. Why?
Why aren't you figuring out your route back home?
She asked, not looking at him. Because we're getting friendship necklaces, so I didn't think you'd mind sharing an Uber with me. Felicity watched her car pull up. She got in and frowned when he climbed in after her.
You're not going back to work with me.
Why? Your boss kind of adores me. I'll just go sit in his office and make small talk until you go home. Then I'll follow you some more. It really annoyed her that he was right. Mr. Davinci had a serious man crush on Kade. He was always asking her if she'd seen him. How was the senator's daughter today? Kade said, leaning into the seat and casually putting his hand over the back of hers. Like this is what they did all the time. Like they were some couple.
No.
He waited. Looking out the window, she knew it was impossible to ignore this man.
Of course, she texted her boyfriend more inappropriate pictures and was shocked when they went public. Now her parents are scrambling to get the phone.
Teenagers. He played with her hair. She hated how confused she felt around him.
How was your day?
She asked politely. You know, practice, weight room.
Protein shakes?
She filled in for him. He scrunched up his face and stuck out his tongue. They shared a laugh, and the moment went slow and sticky between them before he said, Speaking of protein shakes, have you eaten lunch? She shook her head.
I don't eat on Fridays.
He looked horrified. Unacceptable, Song. Driver, pull over up here, please. Her heart picked up speed.
No.
Yes. Kade leaned forward, pointing for the driver. Right there.
No, keep driving.
Felicity pounded the seat and noticed a sushi restaurant next to them.
I need to get back to work, and I don't have money to eat out all the time.
Kade furtively slid his hand into the crook of her arm as the car stopped, opening the door and pulling her out. Calm yourself, Song. It's just a sushi bar I like, not the Taj Mahal. And quit talking about paying. Chapter 20. If someone had told Felicity a month ago she'd be hanging out in the rougher part of Dallas at a dive sushi bar with Kade Kincaid, she would have laughed her butt off. She would have laughed her butt off even more if they'd told her she would like it. Like him. They sat on the floor with their shoes off, a small table separating them. He told her the rest of the really horrible joke he'd been explaining to her. No, see, when you have a priest and a rabbi joke, you always have to have a cowboy in their midst. Felicity giggled at his insanity and intensity, at the way he tried to make her understand the finesse of the rabbi, priest, and cowboy joke. Are you laughing at me, Song? He shook his head. I swear, you have no culture. This just made her laugh even more. It had been a casual, fun time. She'd been impressed at how, when Kade was incognito, he seemed just like a normal person. What? You're getting that look on your face. She looked at his empty plate of food.
I guess you are more adventurous than protein shakes.
He sighed. Hey, I ate a hot dog the other day.
If the public only knew. It could change your whole image.
Yes, the public. And where would my PR firm be then? He grew serious. Is that why you won't come away with me? She couldn't help but smile.
You're relentless.
But she didn't feel as angry as she had earlier when he'd asked. The thought of a grandmother intrigued her. For a few moments, they just sat there, smiling. Then Kade cleared his throat. What did you mean earlier when you told me you'd been thinking about football? The thought of being close to him, how she thought of the dinner cruise, sprang to mind. Nothing, she said quickly. No way, he leaned in. You have to tell. Hating that she felt this way, and hating that she did trust this man, she looked at her hands. I was just thinking how... Never mind. What is it, Song? Hearing him call her by her last name amused her. I was thinking how you always do your football speak, and I had actually thought a football analogy in my mind. He grinned. Good. I'm rubbing off on you. His eyes sparkled, like they couldn't wait for the entire joke to smile more fully. Felicity's mind flashed to being in his arms at the dinner cruise. Thinking about something else? What? She hadn't meant to think about that. Nothing. Nope. We're staying here until you tell me. He crossed his arms. She thought, once again, that he was a bratty and entitled billionaire, but she didn't say it. Song, he said in a deep voice. She sighed and looked back at her hands. I was just thinking about being in your arms and how strong you are and... It was coming out all wrong. But not like your muscles. The edge of his mouth twitched up. She waved a hand in the air as if she could banish the tongue-tied feeling. I was thinking about the dinner cruise, about when we danced and you held me. I was just thinking how good it felt to be held. Their eyes were locked. She blinked. A woman needs to be held sometimes. This was getting worse, but she didn't stop, not when she was already exposed. See, this is what I'm talking about. Earlier, when I actually thought the football analogy, it was because I thought about how you've snuck past my defenses. But I was thinking in football terms, like the stuff you say to me. It just sounded more like an analogy you would say. She stopped talking, feeling breathless. I'm rambling. She trailed off, feeling idiotic. His grin widened. That was horrible. I don't know why I said all that. Kade hesitated, and she worried he thought she had lost her mind. Then she thought it might be good if he did think that, because she was feeling so strange and weird. Things she didn't want to feel for anybody were surfacing. He leaned over and put a hand on top of hers on the table. How about, after work, you just come to my place, and we'll go see my grandma? Fine, she said, unable to believe she'd actually agreed. His whole face lit up, and she thought he would literally spring from his bottom to his feet in one jump. Really? Excitement, angst, and uncertainty all rolled into one inside her. I shouldn't. She looked at her phone. It's almost 2. I'm late. He dropped money on the table and took her hand as they stood. Just tell Davinci you were with a client. He wagged his eyebrows. It's true. She might have to, but she didn't want to tell Davinci. It would open another can of worms for her. Kade kept his hand in hers as they left the restaurant. You're going to love it. My grandma's amazing, but her house is even more amazing. She decided to make sure he knew the boundaries. Kade, you know I have a heart condition, but there are other things you don't know. Taking both of her hands and pulling her against the side of a dive wall, he soberly evaluated her. Have you killed anyone? She frowned at the teasing in his voice. Stop. Do you owe child support? Funny man. Her heart rate went into hyperspeed. I know about your mom and dad. His grin faded. You mentioned your brother. What else do I need to know? I'm never having that surgery everybody thinks I need, she wanted to say. She hesitated. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure you know way more about me than I even know about me. So, I'll look forward to discovering everything about you. She did know most things about him, down to all his relationships, or lack of them, really. She hadn't really thought about that. Kade hadn't had any serious things going on. Lots of dating, not lots of serious. Seeming to be on the same wavelength, he dropped one of her hands to put his arm behind her on the building and kept her other hand. He was close to her, kissable close. He stared into her eyes. Has there been someone, Felicity? Someone you don't want to tell me about, that you still love? Or are you in a relationship I should know about? The words sounded so vulnerable coming from him. Her heart started running wild as she put her finger slowly against his lips. I told you, Kade. You can't fall in love with me. He grinned. Yeah, but you never said you can't fall in love with me. She sighed. Whipping out her phone, she ordered an Uber. While they waited, he picked up her hand again. Part of her wished, begged, hoped he would forget her, that he would quit texting, that she wouldn't have to break his heart when she told him the whole truth about her. Gently pushing a strand of hair back behind her ear, he searched her face. "Where have you gone, my red-headed Aphrodite?"
"I'm not Aphrodite," she said with a scoff. "Also, Aphrodite was Zeus's daughter."
He made a face. "Gross. Obviously, I haven't kept tabs on the Greek gods." She laughed.
"Obviously."
He leaned into her. "Will you kiss me?" he asked, snaking a hand around her waist and pulling her into him. Her heart pounded, and she found she wanted to. Dang it, she really wanted to. His other hand cupped the back of her head and tangled itself in her hair as he gently pulled her closer. Right before his lips claimed hers, he said, "Tell me you want to kiss me." There had never been a more sensual, more heightened, more all-consuming chemistry in her life. Every cell in her body hummed with energy charged by his. It was like the tiniest touch could make her implode. Even though she shouldn't, and it wasn't fair, and a million other things, she stared into those pools of blue sky and thought the actual Zeus might just be zapping her with his lightning bolts. It was the only explanation for this electric energy, and she couldn't take it any longer.
"I want to kiss you."
Their lips met, and explosions of passion filled her. His lips were soft, and he took his time, deepening the kiss. She grabbed him around the neck and pulled him closer, drinking him in, needing solace and strength and everything he was. His lips kissed down her neck softly, slowly, with determination, and his hands squeezed her around her waist, almost to the point of pain. It was like she couldn't get close enough to him. Somehow there was too much distance. All she could think about was how Kade had done the very thing she'd never wanted. He'd read her defenses and found an opening. He'd not only taken it, but he'd dominated the whole field. His lips were back to hers, and she felt herself coming back to her brain, her mind, her will. She pushed him back.
"Kade,"
she whispered, feeling like she'd just drunk from the lake of the gods, danced with the immortals.
"We can't do this."
She couldn't inject any force into her words. Still, he let her go. His hands were languid, like water ready to ebb, ready to flow based on her command at her waist. "It's already done." His cockiness took her by such surprise that she choked out a laugh. She hated that she had allowed anyone, especially him, to get to this point. She shook her head, and all she knew was the fire that had started would be painful to put out. He nodded to the curve. "Your Uber is here. I'll see you tonight. Come to my house at 6. Bring an overnight bag and your swimsuit." He lightly touched her nose. "It'll be fun." Kade opened the door for her and she climbed in, feeling like she was in shock. He shut the door and smiled before the driver pulled away. Felicity put her hand to her heart, finally recognizing exactly what emotions she felt about Kade Kincaid. Fear and love. Chapter 21. When Felicity showed up to Kade's house, she tried to calm her shakiness. Her mother had been ecstatic she was going away with Kade, had even helped her pack, which was odd because her mother had never encouraged her to date guys.
"Why do you like him so much?"
Felicity had asked grumpily. Her mother had gently touched her face.
"Because he knows you, all about you, and the way he looks at you."
She'd broken off and sighed.
"That boy loves you."
Felicity wanted to argue, but she didn't. She climbed the steps to his door, still battling the feelings that she shouldn't lead him on. She'd told him not to fall for her, but man, that kiss earlier was unlike any kiss she'd ever had before with a man. Not that she had that much experience in her short 24 years. After all, she'd made an art of keeping men at a distance. The door flew open before she had a chance to ring the bell. With no warning, Kade grabbed her and pulled her into another kiss. She had no chance to do anything but drop her bag and let herself be kissed by him. Not the slow kisses from earlier. No, these kisses were fast and eager, mixed with gentle kisses around her face that made her giggle. He laughed and finished with a final kiss on the lips. "I missed you. Are you ready for an adventure?" Feeling her heart wrench, she searched those blue eyes. "I guess we're past the blackmail friendship." She winked. "So, yeah, let's go." He winked back and kissed her again, smothering her with kisses down her neck. "Hey, I'll still wear the friendship necklace if you want." She just laughed in response. Without preamble, he picked up her bag and grabbed her hand, pulling her through the house. She heard it before she saw it. The chopper was firing up. So, a little trip to see Grandma wasn't such a little trip at all. He wasn't stopping, just kept pulling her, getting to the back door and dropping her hand before pulling her out. "Are you ready to fly?" He looked the complete opposite from how he'd looked the other day when they'd gone skydiving. Totally ecstatic. "Kade, I'm nervous," she admitted as they got to the helo. He tossed the bags to someone in the back and yanked the front door open for her. "You're the adrenaline junkie. I thought you'd go crazy for this." The wind was making his hair swoosh all over, and hers too. "You're crazy," she yelled back, loving being with him way too much. He grinned and made a crazy face, pointing to the passenger seat. "Get in." She laughingly complied. He put a headset on her, then dashed around the helicopter and shook hands with the guy who had landed it. They fell into a rapid discussion about the flight plan. Was this for real? Was she actually going to fly on a helicopter with Kade piloting it? She'd seen him doing this on clips, but this was insane. He got on the pilot seat and began punching buttons. "You ready?" "This will take us to your grandma's house?" She let out giggles of anticipation, but held tightly to the arms of the chair, as if they would save her if it all went wrong. Letting out a whoop of a holler, Kade said, "This is the only way to access Grandma's house." The helicopter tugged off the ground with a jolt, and then went forward and up. He flashed a smile at her as he zoomed into the sky. She marveled at how, at this moment, he looked exactly as he did on the big screen during games, completely competent and intent on what he was doing. She was horrible with direction and didn't know where exactly they were going, but she saw that they were flying over Houston and then Galveston. "Where does your grandma live?" She half spoke, half shouted into the speaker. "You'll see, Song. Be patient." He winked at her before turning all of his focus to flying. Less than an hour from when they had taken off, they descended toward an island. Felicity was astounded even more that the island had what looked to be a castle on it. Kade landed on a strip next to the castle and turned off the chopper, and two guys emerged from the castle and strode toward them. Kade smiled at her, taking off his headset. "What do you think?" Dumbfounded, she shook her head. "I think I'm way out of my league." Reaching over, he gently tugged off her headset and scoffed. "Whatever. It's time to play on Mount Olympus." A dumb grin washed over her face, and she pushed his shoulder, not sure if she liked how he was using her references to the gods as his own now. "So you really do think you're Zeus?" she hollered as he hopped out of the helicopter, then came around the side to help her out. "Well, if you want me to be." He gently picked up a strand of her hair. She let out a laugh. "How come I feel like you've managed me when I'm the one who's supposed to be handling you?" Gently, he leaned forward, kissing her. She loved the feel of him, the smell of him. She couldn't get enough of him, and would be lying if she said she didn't love the way he so clearly adored her. He grinned and pulled back. "You ready for the tour?" She nodded, and they started walking toward the grand structure hand in hand. "Has your family always owned this?" She looked around in wonder. "Grandma's lived here since I was little," he shrugged. "My mother's mother. She's tough, introverted. Never thought my father was good enough for Mother. I think that's partly why Dad had to become a billionaire, to prove to himself and Grandmother he was good enough." Felicity tilted her head back, overwhelmed by the massiveness of the castle walls.
How does the press not know about this?
Oh, they do. Some. My father, as you know, works hard to control our images and to keep certain things private. We've never done stories from here or anything. When they got to the very old doors, 2 men pulled them open. Felicity, who expected it to be antiquated, was surprised to see it look new and well kept. Yes, it felt Old English style, but this courtyard had a fountain and flowers and wasn't too big. As they walked on cobblestone, Kate explained the castle's history. This was owned by royalty, of course. It was taken back in possession by the Spaniards when they were colonizing the New World. About 100 years ago, my great-great-grandfather on my mother's side won it in a round of cards with some pirates. My grandfather came here and revived it. He was a pirate, too.
Are you making this up?
He laughed and put his arm around her. Nope. She marveled at the story and the scenery, unable to believe how the flowers smelled, how she felt like she was in a fairy tale. Kade pointed to one half of the castle. That wing is in total disrepair, and we don't use it. He led her into the other wing, through another door with ivy and roses around it. Coats of armor decorated the walls. She had never been to Europe, but she'd watched plenty of documentaries on castles. This place was textbook. Kade grinned and took her to a wall boasting a coat of arms. This is my family's crest. It was a cross with a circle around it and a rose at the top. My grandfather had to sell a lot of the Spanish treasure to keep this place going, but he never sold the island, or any of the really important stuff. Felicity collected her scattered thoughts.
Earlier today, I started to feel like maybe Kade Kincaid is a normal guy. Then he helicopters me off to an island and explains his family owns it, and a castle. To top it off, it was built with pirate money. And by the way, here's the family crest.
Kade lifted a shoulder like he was trying to be humble. I don't like to oversell. Smarting, she wondered what Kade's childhood must have been like. Insane. Tutors, trips all over the world, a castle. He took her hand. I'm just me. Without thinking, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. He pulled her closer, and butterflies invaded her stomach. She held on to Kade, giving him her lips, getting lost in his touch, his scent, the way his facial hair was softer than she had imagined. He pulled back and grinned. Dang, Song, you just can't stay away from me. Pushing him, she laughed. He quickly pulled her back in, surprising her by dipping her back. It was like a scene at the end of a dance, and they were both laughing as he pulled her up. When they parted, she searched his face, feeling so much for this man.
You really are Prince Charming, with a castle and everything.
Her voice was wistful. I'm whatever you want me to be, Song, he said, and kissed her gently. She wasn't sure how long they had been making out before he ripped away from her and guided her hand down the hall. We have to get you through the castle. They began walking down a hall with amazing art on the walls, featuring different people. He started pointing. My great-great-grandfather. She stopped and searched the walls. The man was blonde.
I thought he was a Spaniard.
Yep. He pointed to the woman next to him, a redhead. Don't read into it, Song. Keep walking. He went down the family tree and got to his dad and his mother, a brunette whose eyes were just like Kade's, deep blue pools. Felicity smiled. What? He asked as she studied his mother.
You have the same eyes. She's beautiful.
Kade regarded her picture. She is beautiful, he agreed. There was a portrait of his father in the same majestic style as the rest of the castle pictures. It didn't boast the usual Texas gallon hat that the press constantly showed him wearing, nor the mustache. No Texas belt buckle. He always said he wants to add it someday. Kade tugged her along until they reached a large, ornate door. Are you ready?
No.
He laughed and pushed the door open to a bedroom, which was more modern than the hallways. It was still in the same style, but the carpet was plush. There was more art on the walls, and there were very expensive-looking tables and mirrors, and a humongous canopy bed.
Kade,
The woman lying on the bed smiled up at them. She wasn't as old as Felicity would have imagined. Her face was soft, kind. She reached her hand out, and he took it gently. He leaned in and kissed the side of her cheek. "Grandma." She held his hand, and Felicity saw tears fall down her cheeks. Kade gestured to her. "This is Felicity Song, a girl I'm dating." If his grandmother hadn't been there, she would have smacked him in the shoulder. Part of her was in denial. Considering all the kissing, though, she couldn't really deny it. Yeah, they were dating. His grandmother's face lit up, and she put her hand out to Felicity. Felicity noted its fragility, but when she touched it, it felt so soft. It was like one of those old, rare books that should be kept in libraries and only handled in a controlled temperature environment with the right bulbs. Her hand felt like it could go to ashes in seconds. "Hello, dear." Kade's grandmother looked like every bit of speaking took all the strength she had. She smiled again and swallowed painfully. "You're the first girl he's brought here, dearie. You must be special." Felicity liked the sound of that. His grandmother's hand began to shake, and she carefully pulled it back. "So nice to meet you." Kade began talking to her, telling her things going on with football. "Would you believe X and Ace are actually dating? They both found girls at that Bachelor auction I told you about last time."
"Looks like you did too,"
she said. Without being asked to, Felicity backed up.
Kade? Would you mind if I use the restroom?"
"I'll show you where it is."
"No."
She waved him off.
"Go, visit with her. Just tell me where."
He pointed down the hall. "Go where we came from and turn right. Afterwards, you can go toward the ocean and you'll find the kitchen. I'll meet you back there." The bathroom was very modern, which surprised her. When she left, she went toward the ocean and turned south, smelling the kitchen before she actually saw it. The scent was heavenly. When she entered, she was a bit startled to see a somewhat elderly man working. He introduced himself as Henry, the caretaker of the mistress, the cook, and whatever other role was necessary. She felt at ease with him, and only a couple of minutes passed before Kade walked in. It took her by surprise when he hugged Henry. Henry laughed lightly, and as they pulled back, he gently touched Kade's cheek. "How are you, young chap?" With a sly grin, Kade motioned to Felicity. "I'm great." Henry smiled. "You two go get dressed for dinner." When Kade knocked on her door later, she was nervous. She'd only brought one nice formal dress, a swimsuit, and some play clothes, as she'd been directed. Kade wore a white shirt that made him look even more tan. He wore brown casual pants and clean white shoes. It amused her that he always looked like a model from a magazine. His facial hair was perfect. Those eyes, sharp and clear, focused on her now. "Hi." His eyes swept up and down her, taking in the green dress. "It sets off your eyes beautifully." He took her hand, and together they walked down the ornate hallway.
"I can't tell if I'm in an episode of Downton Abbey or if it's a Beauty and the Beast kind of thing."
His eyes twinkled, and they moved out into the courtyard of the castle, then down a deck path out to a pier on the ocean. It was all lit up by tiki torches. "Do you like the Beast?"
"I like what the Beast turns into,"
she said without thinking. A vulnerable grin swept over his features. "Maybe you could like what I turn into." They got to the beautifully set table with a yellow tablecloth and fine place settings. She met his gaze, and her heart beat wildly. It was so fast, she wondered if she would faint just being near him. The moment went sticky and slow, and she didn't know how she'd ended up here, on a private island, with a man she'd been pretty sure she would definitely hate forever after their first meeting. Carefully, slowly, he bent and brushed his lips to hers. "That's for coming tonight. I would have been, well, I wouldn't have come if you hadn't come tonight." Her heart beat wildly again. Poignantly, he reached down and pulled her chair out for her, then sat himself. One of the guys who had been on the helicopter with them appeared with a tray of food. Kade waved a hand, signaling for him to put the food on the plates. "Thank you, Hale." She watched as he placed fish, rice, veggies, and a side dish of chocolate mousse on the table, and then Hale was gone in a flash. She shook her head. What? He grabbed her hand.
Is this the way life has always been for you, Kade?
You know it hasn't. We lived in the suburbs of Dallas until my junior year of high school. It was true. She knew most of his history, but she had missed this.
But you summered here?
She asked. When we weren't at football camps, my brother and I were here. He pointed to an outbuilding. Tomorrow, if you're game, we'll do some snorkeling, paddleboarding, and sandcastle building. Anything you want. Letting out another giggle, she shook her head.
Life as the rich and famous, huh?
His gaze held hers. No. Life with a beautiful woman who I want to be part of my life, even though she's not sure she wants that yet. Part of her wanted to argue that wasn't possible, and part of her only wanted it to be possible. He put his hand over hers. It's okay, Felicity. Feeling more lost than she'd ever felt, she stared at their hands and shook her head.
This has to be a fairy tale, because this isn't my life.
He grinned back at her. For me, too. This is the first time I've ever felt like I might want the role of Prince Charming. Chapter 22. When Kade woke the next morning, the haze cleared quickly from his brain, and he remembered where he was. He threw off his covers, literally jumping out of bed, feeling like a little kid. He had Felicity on the island. He thought of the first day on the island when he was little with his brother. They were always thrilled to dust off their sand toys. He threw on a swimsuit and flip-flops and rushed out of his room. The night before, Felicity had seemed almost dazed. It had been a huge thing for him to bring her here. His grandmother had been right. He didn't bring women here. He hesitated before knocking at her door, a million questions running through his mind. Why was she different? Why had it been so important to bring her? He remembered them walking on the beach last night under a bright moon, her hand in his, their bare feet lightly pushing into the sand. Her red hair was a stark contrast to the white loveliness of her skin as he kissed her again and held her. He wanted to be with her more than he'd ever wanted anything else. She was different. From the start, he'd known she was different, but now, it was like every complication in her life only left him liking her even more. He could sense that she held back because of her heart condition. It was like she thought if she touched him or got close to him, she would hurt him. He didn't like it. So what? Technology was improving all the time, right? And look at her. She seems so healthy. He dated lots of women in the past. It had been fun, and it had worked better to date lots of women than it had ever worked to get serious with one. He found most women bored him. What would Felicity say if he actually told her that? She would probably glare daggers at him. He grinned and knocked on her door, entertaining the thought of risking it anyway. But there was no answer. He knocked again. Still, he couldn't hear anything. Slowly, he pried the door open and looked around. Nothing. Worry coursed into him. Where was she? He looked at a clock on the wall. Only 7 a.m. He rushed from her room and to the kitchen, but there was only Henry. "Boss?" Henry pointed out the window. He saw her outside, standing on a paddleboard. With a rush of glee, he sprinted out to the dock, thinking it was funny she was just balancing on the ground without being in the water. Her simple one-piece swimsuit with a red halter top hugged her figure lovingly. The wind teased her red curls, and she gripped a paddle in one hand, bracing herself as though she was out on the water. Her head came up, and their eyes met at the same time. She laughed. "Go away, Kincaid. I want to practice first." "What are you talking about?" He couldn't stop himself from putting his arms around her and kissing her. She gave in, pressing herself against him. Everything about him wanted this woman in so many ways, on so many levels. His relationship with her was new, but felt so much deeper than any he'd had before. A bit reluctantly, she pulled back with a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" He picked her up and put her over his shoulder, leaping off the dock. They fell in together, splashing in the warm water. She giggled and popped up, pushing back her hair. "You can't manhandle me." He was already next to her, pulling her into him again, kissing her. "I think I can." As their lips met, life felt complete. It was just like the moment when he was releasing a perfect spiral, and he knew in his gut that X or Ace would catch it. This was the moment between certainty and the perfection of the end zone. "Wait!" She stopped kissing him and tugged back. "What?" He loved the feel of his arms around her. He loved how she fit perfectly with him. Not too tall, not too short. She was fun, feisty. It hit him like a ton of bricks. He really did love this woman. It rocked him. Softly, she pressed her lips to his neck, then pulled back and searched his face. "I just had to do that." Everything inside of him hummed with desire for her. He let out a laugh. "Slow it down, Song." She stared up at him. "I wanted to thank you." "For what?" Reaching up, she carefully put her hand on his chest. He tensed, feeling his heart kick up speed. Every part of him felt sensitive to her touch. "For not giving up when I pushed you away." The sincerity of her words meant everything to him. He thought about her, about everything she'd been through, about how she put on such a tough exterior. But when it came down to it, her heart was fragile in more ways than just physically. "I'm not easily pushed aside," he said quietly. She beamed at him. Such an understatement. Gently kissing her, he forced himself not to get lost. He needed to ask this. "I know you don't want to talk about this, but I want to know more about your heart." When she tensed, he held her tighter. "Don't shut down on me, Felicity." Her green eyes fluttered. "I'm in this, and I want to know what you hold back from me. I want to know everything, the good and the bad. I want to know the field." Looking annoyed, Felicity relented. "I need another surgery soon." Kade loosened his grip, and his mind whirled in confusion. "When?" She shrugged. "I need to get in and consult with a doctor, but after the last surgery I got, they said it would be roughly 10 years before I would need another." Letting her go, but keeping her hands in his, he tried to tamp down his frustration. "Why haven't you gone in?" Anger flashed in her eyes. "I've been a little busy trying to help my mom and take care of some bratty..." She trailed off, and tears swelled as she looked down. "The truth is, I'm terrified of what the doctor will say." Worry coursed through him. "What do you mean?" She looked up at him, hesitated, then shook her head. "The surgery might not work, Kade." He felt like he was staring down the field and trying to figure out how to play this obstacle. "So, you need a heart?" "I don't know, but I don't want another surgery. I can't." Uncertainty was something Kade didn't like. Not good enough. Sharply, her head snapped up and their eyes met. "You have no idea how many failed surgeries I've been through. How hard it was for my parents." Tears bubbled in her eyes. His heart beat rapidly, but he realized he couldn't handle Felicity with force. Not like his father had handled him and his brother. He softened and carefully put his arms back around her, thinking of how she'd said she loved to be in his arms, to feel safe. "Don't worry. We'll figure it out together, Song." For a moment, she relaxed into him, and he realized this relationship was so different than every relationship he'd had with a woman, because she didn't treat him like the bratty, selfish billionaire he was. He frowned and held her close. It was also different because it was the only time he'd ever wanted to protect a woman from the harsh world, more than he wanted to protect himself. Out of the blue, Felicity smiled. "I already built a castle earlier. I don't think you can build a bigger one." She took off running out of the water and down the beach. Watching her go, he couldn't believe this was actually happening. He was falling in love with her. He took off in a mad dash and let out a whoop as he landed next to her castle. She held a bucket of water she was going to mix with more sand, but at the last minute, she turned on him and dumped it. "Ah!" he yelled, the cold shocking him. She laughed and took off again. He was quicker and caught her easily, putting his hands around her waist and pushing her into the ocean. "Can't get away from me now, Song." She didn't try to fight that hard, and he didn't actually throw her in the water. More or less, just got them out there, and they both jumped into it. She splashed him and swam a bit away. All the memories of his brother and him here assaulted him, of him and Anthony coming and going. Felicity floated next to him.
Okay, Kincaid, your turn. What are you thinking? What's with that faraway look?
He didn't know if he liked that she could tell he was thinking something.
It's not so fun, is it?
She asked, and he noticed she had a tiny scar next to her lip he'd never noticed before.
Someone pushing you all the time, demanding they know you, the real you.
She was right. He didn't like it.
Kincaid?
Fine. I was thinking about Anthony. He pointed to the castle. We used to go up there and pretend we were going to throw each other off. She turned to look at him.
Your fear of heights.
The walls were more than 20 feet high, and he thought of the fun and the fear of it. A derisive laugh came out of him. Dang. I miss him. I can't even imagine never being here with him again. Bringing our families here, seeing our kids play. He turned back to her, searching those beautiful green eyes. Maybe little red-headed kids. You could live in the castle with Prince Charming. Her walls went up. She turned away from him and scoffed.
I can't believe you haven't brought any other women here.
He put his arms around her, glad she didn't try to move away.
What else about Anthony?
She asked. He exhaled. Sometimes I feel like he's already gone. Dead. Like these memories are of a dead brother, because we don't have any modern memories. We have nothing anymore. Surprising him, because he had always been the one to initiate affection, she turned in his arms and kissed him gently on the lips, then trailed her lips sweetly down his neck. He smiled wryly and pointed at her. Remember, it's in the contract I can't fall in love with you, so you better make sure you don't fall in love with me. Annoyance rippled across her face.
I got it handled, Kincaid.
He laughed, took her hand, and pulled her with him as he climbed out of the water and sat on the beach, still thinking of his brother. She relaxed.
Why don't you end the feud or whatever? Why don't you make it right, if you want to make it right?
I've thought about it a million times, but something else always happens. Of course, during the season, both of us are consumed with football. The next game, practices, the press, the competition. Our father.
Why has your father allowed this?
It was a question Kade had been asking himself his whole life. Dad says he hates it, and he tries to make everything seem okay, but at the same time, he feeds into it, telling us things about the other. Things that tick us off. He sighed and closed his eyes for a second, wishing he could push it all aside, wishing he could rinse his mind of all the bad of the past few years.
Tough love,
she said. What?
Your father. I've done research on him. There's this article about him, about how his father was hard on him, whipped him.
Kade knew this, but he didn't really want to talk about it. Media always airs all this crap.
Your father whips you in a different kind of way. There was an interview with your father where he said he'd done everything he could to make you boys tough.
She shook her head.
It's not right, but I would bet your father would think everything he did made you the best.
Of course his father thought he was right. He thought he was right about everything. I don't know, Kade sighed. I have so many regrets with my brother. I told you about the girl in high school, but after we talked the other day, I also thought of something else. She waited. In high school, he got a high ankle sprain. It was my senior year and his junior year, but see, he was the starting quarterback.
Ouch.
Yeah. Part of me was happy he was down because it meant I moved up. My dad was awful to Anthony. Yelled at him all the time. He said Anthony was lazy and continually razzed him about the ankle sprain and how he was weak because of it. He cringed as guilt writhed in his stomach. We'd lost our mom the previous year, and Anthony and I had been tight. Really tight. I was the older brother, so I tried to lead out and be strong. When all of this happened, I abandoned him.
What do you mean?
Kade thought about his father's tongue lashings. I should have stopped my father, but I didn't. For a few moments, it was quiet between them. Felicity played with his hand, covering and uncovering it with cool, soothing sand. Finally, she looked up and met his eyes.
You know, you are a lot like your father.
He frowned. How come I feel offended? She squeezed his hand.
I mean, sure, he pushed you hard, and his methods may not have been right, but he did get a result.
Tugging back his hand, he scowled at her. She grabbed his hand back.
Tough love can be good, and bad. If you hadn't been so relentless, I wouldn't be here with you right now.
She blinked.
And I am grateful you didn't quit on me. And I think that's a quality you might have inherited from your father.
Once again, his emotion seemed to bunch into his throat. He'd never thought of it like that. Gently, he pulled her in for a hug.
I believe in you, Kade. You can fix things with your brother. Just talk to him. Tell him this.
It kind of stunned him that she knew him, and she was saying this. He'd never spoken so freely with someone about his problems before.
What?
She asked, pulling back from him. Nothing, he said, shaking his head. Just feeling grateful right now. Thanks for listening. I think talking about this with you is just what I needed.
I'm happy to help. I have to admit, I like the fact you might need me too, because I kind of like having you around.
Keeping his eyes locked on hers, he murmured. That's good, 'cause you're not getting rid of me. He leaned down and kissed her, pulling her down to the sand, so they were side by side. The sun was warm, but not too hot. The waves rolled onto the beach next to them. He closed his eyes, listening to birds chirping, and decided he could do anything with Felicity next to him. She drew back after a few moments, staring up at the sun. The quiet moment broken, he quickly moved and started the process of burying her feet. She giggled as the sand tickled her toes. At the end, he noticed her just staring at him. Hey, he bounced back next to her buried form. Her eyes danced with happiness. I should probably put sunscreen right here. He tapped her nose, and she giggled some more. They stared in each other's eyes, and more he was determined that this woman would be his. He unburied her and found himself kissing her again, holding her, getting back into the ocean with her and splashing around. At one point, he was holding her and noticed she had gone quiet. What are you thinking? She shrugged.
How about my dad? A vacation we all took to the beach before Jimmy passed away. It was a lot better then.
He frowned and hugged her to him.
I just wish, she sighed. My mom says I need more grace in my life for my father.
Chills washed over him, and he thought of her sweet mother. How she was humble and grateful, and how she liked his rabbi, priest, and cowboy jokes. She looked out into the ocean.
Mom says I need to have grace for Jimmy dying. I need to have grace for myself and my heart condition. And I need to recognize God's grace in my life. Mom says grace is something God gives you. The thing between right and wrong, sin and death. That thing that's intangible but puts you closer to him when you may not deserve it.
She blinked, and he saw tears in her eyes. She put a hand on his face.
I think you've brought more grace into my life, Kincaid, than I deserve.
Emotion clogged the back of his throat. Gently, he kissed her forehead. Ah, you deserve me. She laughed.
And your humility astounds me.
He laughed, too, and kissed her head again. All I know is I want to spend the rest of my life deserving you. He gently squeezed her tighter, and then pulled back, staring into her eyes. We're going to figure everything out with your heart. Then come back to this castle and live happily ever after. She put her cheek against his chest.
I hope so.
All he knew at this moment was that his bachelor days were done. Chapter 23. The next morning, Felicity choppered into Dallas with Kade at the helm, and she couldn't believe her pitter-pattering heart. She was in love with him. Before, she could have convinced herself that it was just twitterpation. She'd never really dated anyone. She would have told herself he was a womanizer and wasn't worth it. But there were no excuses anymore. She thought of how she hadn't planned on doing another surgery, despite her mother's wishes. Now, with Kade in her life, the prospect terrified her. She didn't know if she could go through another failed surgery. She had to make that clear to him. They got to his house, and he turned off the chopper and looked at her with a large grin on his face. Want some lunch? She took off her headset and decided there was no time like the present. Can we talk? Sure, I'm starving. Can we talk over lunch? He leaned forward and gently brushed his lips against hers. Part of her was paralyzed by his touch. He grinned, and there was something so hopeful in his expression. He leaned in and kissed her again. She found herself wrapping her arms around him, pulling him closer, not wanting to give this up. He laughed, his lips still on hers, but broke the connection. Come on, son, let's eat. He got out of the helicopter and rushed to her door, yanking it open for her. Before she could tell him, both of their phones went crazy with incoming texts. Many of hers were from Davinci, discussing the project she was working on. They both scrolled through their messages. Oh my gosh, Kate exclaimed. She didn't have to ask what he was upset about. It was there on her screen in plain lettering. Anthony Kincaid, car crash. Her heart raced, and she turned to Kade. He had one hand on his heart and the other gripping his phone shakily. She scrolled through the details. It had happened a half hour ago, and he was at Houston Hospital, Riverside General. Kade just stood there, staring at his phone, scrolling down. Kade, get back in the helicopter and fly to Houston. From what she'd read, his brother had a neck injury and other broken bones and was in critical care. Shaking his head, he kept his eyes glued to the phone. When the phone rang, he jumped a little. Kade glanced at her, then answered it. Dad. Her heart skipped a beat. This was crazy. Adrenaline poured through her. Go, go, go. He needed to go now. No, Dad. He held the phone away from his ear, and she heard his father ripping into him. Her eyes weren't on the phone. They were on the tears running down his face. She thought of yesterday at the beach, and how he'd said he'd felt like his brother was already dead. Tears of her own slid unchecked down her cheeks. Kade put the phone back to his ear. Keep me posted. He pushed end. He closed his eyes and pressed his fingers into them, like he could erase the pain if he pushed hard enough. Kade? He didn't move. She went to his side and gently put her hand on his arm. Kade, you have to go. No. He wouldn't want me there. I told you, we aren't even friends. Pretty much arch enemies. Every part of her felt shaken up, but she sucked in a breath and focused. What he needed was to get to Houston and be by his brother's side. So, for his own good, she went into client mode, as she'd seen Mr. Davinci do. Kade, how would it look if you didn't go? What will the press say? A curse word came out of his mouth and he ripped away from her. Don't give me that BS. Not from you. Not about this. She realized he was right. She was an idiot. They were way past that. Kade, he's your brother. If I could get 1 day, 1 hour, 1 minute back with Jimmy, I would do anything. He stared at her, a mix of vulnerability, anger, and pain on his face, and started sobbing and shaking his head. He punched the center of his chest and hunched over, holding his knees as his body shook. My brother. My brothers. She held him. Shh. Go to him. He needs you. After a couple of moments, he sucked in a huge breath and turned to her. Will you go with me? His voice was shaky, and he reached for her hand, tears streaming down his face. 'Cause I don't think I can do this alone. She squeezed his hand. Of course. Tugging her into him, he held her, kissing her forehead. In that moment, Felicity knew she would do anything to be with him. Chapter 24. The helicopter ride from Dallas to Houston had taken roughly an hour and a half. Kade had gotten special clearance to land on the tarmac above the hospital. Now he rushed through the hallways. Felicity's hand was tucked inside of his, and all he could think about was everything between him and Anthony and how he could fix it. Regret pummeled his gut. He could only hope for the chance to tell him he missed him. When he'd been at the castle yesterday, all he could think of was how they might never go there together again. Tears streamed down his face, and he swallowed the grief. He hated crying, hated feeling this way. He knew when his father saw him, he'd probably rip him for being a weenie. Finally, the hospital employee who had been guiding them pointed to a door. Felicity tugged her hand back. "You go. I'll wait right here, I promise." Kade wanted to grab her hand back and insist she come, but he knew he had to do this alone. He knew his father was in there, and he didn't know what to expect. He pushed the door open. To his shock and horror, his father was standing over his brother, full on, yelling at him. "Get your butt out of that bed! Get up, boy! Do you hear me? Kincaids don't sit. Kincaids don't take things lying down. They get up. They do. They fight. They don't lie there looking weak. Get up!" Behind him, Kade heard Felicity draw in a quick breath. His brother lay in bed, a neck brace fixing him in place. One of his legs was propped up in a strange-looking contraption. Kade watched his brother's eyes flutter open. "Good!" His father turned to Kade, gesturing to him. "It's about time your brother got his butt here. See? He's walking. He's doing it." His father cursed and kicked the wheel of the hospital bed. Kade had never seen his father in such a full-on meltdown. Normally, he was pristine in his appearance, even if a little hokey. It didn't help that he wore a 5-gallon hat and had a typical mustache that made him look like he was the evil villain in a movie, and a belt buckle that signaled Kincaid Oil. His father got new designs on the buckle every year and handed them out liberally. Kade had a drawer full of them. "He's being unreasonable," his father told him. "It's like that year he had that high ankle sprain. He just babied it. Do you remember that? Sat out of practice and just..." His father clenched his fist and started yelling at Anthony again. "Get up! Get..." Kade grabbed his father from behind and picked him up. "Dad, we're not doing this any longer. Do you hear me?" He turned toward the door and caught it with his toe before it shut all the way. Kade kicked it open. "What the..." A string of curse words fell from his father's mouth. Kade was able to get him out of the room, but his father turned on him like a mauling mama bear. "What are you doing?" Kade put his hands on his father's shoulder and held him at arm's length. He was surprised at how strong his father still was. Yes, he kept himself in shape, but he must have some adrenaline going too, because Kade had to use almost all his strength to keep him out of the room. He had become an offensive lineman. There was no way he was letting his father at the defenseless quarterback in that room. "No, Dad. No. This stops here. I should have stood up to you a long time ago." He looked to Anthony and then back to his father. "I should have protected Anthony from you after our mother died and he hurt his ankle, but I didn't." He blinked the emotion away. He would not let his father just berate his brother like that. Fierce loyalty and love and regret for all the things he hadn't saved his brother from surged through him. His father kept pushing against him. They were locked in a standstill, but Kade would do this all day long if he had to. He wasn't too high and mighty to be a lineman today, and just like his guys were the best around at protecting Kade, he would pay his brother back for not being there for him all those years ago. He saw Felicity's wide eyes, and he saw her shooing the staff away and requesting they give them some space as the battle continued. "Leave him alone," Kade roared, feeling emotion from the last 10 years pour out of him. "Leave my brother alone." The words were at least a decade too late, but he'd gotten them out. Finally, his father stopped pushing. apparently realizing he wasn't going to get through. Kade saw Felicity out of the corner of his eye and suppressed a wince. He could only imagine what she thought of him, but he couldn't let his father treat his brother this way. His father looked vexed, then pissed. "Why are you doing this?" "You can't do this, Dad," Kade said, calming himself. "Just let Anthony have a second to recover from a broken neck before you start in on him again." Wow, he felt really good. It felt so freeing to tell his father this, to finally stand up for Anthony. He realized he should have done a lot more of this. "Stay out." "You think you're going to keep me out of this room?" His father spat on the floor and gave Kade a challenging look. "Yeah, I am." His father turned, and his gaze fell on Felicity. His eyes narrowed before he turned back to Kade. "Her? I thought she was just a paid date." Kade saw Felicity didn't even flinch, even as his father swore again. "Dad, just go." Kade tried to keep his voice calm, but he could feel his jaw clenching. His father sneered, looking happy he'd finally understood where he could hurt Kade. "Fine," he said, straightening. "He can be your problem then." Kade didn't wait for his father to ride off into the sunset. He just turned back and went into the room. For a few moments, he stared at his brother. Anthony couldn't move in the neck brace, with a bunch of monitors attached to him and his leg propped up. It seemed like he had an arm that was hurt too. His eyes fluttered open and closed. Kade moved to the chair next to the bed and scooted it closer to his brother and sat. He didn't know how long he was there, as a myriad of memories flashed through him, including the day his mother had passed away. He remembered how they'd held each other. Reaching out, he put a shaky hand on top of his brother's. He didn't expect anything. That was probably the biggest deal at the moment. He realized he just wanted to be there for him. That was it. There was no pressure from his dad, no competition, nothing. It was just them. He closed his eyes, wishing he could help his brother. Dear God, help him. Help his neck. Help him to heal. Help him to play again. Tears washed down his cheeks, and he thought about all the things he'd wondered about for a long time. How was he? Did he like Houston? Did he like the team? Was he really dating Sheena? He wanted to tell him about Felicity. He wanted to tell him about everything he'd been thinking the past couple of days. But he swallowed and just let this be enough. He didn't know if his brother was sleeping or... Do you remember? Kade looked at Anthony, who was looking at him with the same tired eyes. His voice was quiet and sounded old. Anthony kept talking. When we were little, and we would just play catch. A rush of tears washed down Kade's face, and a surge of happiness warmed him. He nodded to his brother and smiled and held his hand tighter. Yeah, I remember that. He wiped his face with his other hand. Anthony had tears in his eyes too. I missed that. Kade thought about how being here, protecting and supporting his brother felt so good. Felt like the best thing he'd done in a long time. A chill ran down his spine. He didn't deserve this grace, but he was sure thankful for it. He smiled at Anthony. I've missed it too, bro. I've missed you. Chapter 25. 2 weeks later. Felicity sat in her office, staring at the blue vase Kade had given her. Warmth started in her core and spread from there when she thought about Kade. He hadn't given it to her. He'd replaced it. She debated that point for what seemed the upteenth time. Kade was still in Houston with his brother, sleeping in the same room with him. It had been such a beautiful thing, the reunion of him and his brother. After Mr Davinci realized Felicity had been with Kade when he arrived in Houston, he told her to stay there and manage the media. In a way, it had been a fun story to manage because it had been real. Her heart warmed, thinking about Kade demanding to sleep in a bed next to his brother, to eat with his brother, and to help him start his physical therapy. The Houston Sentinel team had been up at the hospital a lot, and there'd been a lot of teasing between Kade and the guys, but Anthony had gotten a little better every day, much to everyone's pleasure, especially Kade's. Hardly a few days later, Kade was wheeling him around the hospital, laughing and joking and getting busted by the nurses. The media had eaten the whole thing up, and even put together a whole spread on them and their loyalty to each other. It had been one of the best times for Felicity, too, because Kade refused to hide his relationship with her, so she'd been able to start to get to know Anthony. She'd also been up front and center with a resurged media effort at Kade Song. The name was growing on her a bit. It made her wonder about how she'd been instantly accepted into Kade's world, and how everyone around her, including Mr Davinci, still took her seriously at her own job. Life felt amazing, and as Felicity put together a few clips of the brothers for another press release to give to the Dallas news outlets, she felt happier than she figured she had probably ever felt. Davinci walked into her office, an eyebrow lifted. "Felicity, Felicity, Felicity. How are you?" Unable to stop the blushing, she managed a nod. "I'm good, Mr. Davinci." He tapped her desk lightly with his fingers. "Don't you just love PR when one of your clients is getting tons and tons of free press coverage?" He looked over her shoulder at the clip she was putting together. She smiled. "I do." "It appears that John Kincaid wants some help with a new spin on one of his companies. He wants to expand our role with his firm. Wants someone to go to his office this afternoon and get the details." He flashed a smile. "I know you have those Kincaid men wrapped around your finger, so I'm going to let you handle this." Angst stirred through her as she thought of the last time she'd seen John Kincaid. He looked like a wild bear about to attack. Had attacked, truthfully. She didn't think this was a coincidence. There was no way this could be a coincidence. "Sure," she said lightly. Mr. Davinci didn't look like he was up to anything. Of course, she knew the Kincaids were big clients of his. "Great. Head over to his office, ASAP." Walking into downtown Kincaid Oil headquarters was a bit intimidating. It wasn't just that he had major holdings in real estate, oil, and mortgage companies, all in this huge downtown building. It was the huge lions out in front of the building. The Gothic look was a little over the top, very intimidating. Felicity thought about what she knew about John. From her research on Kade, she knew he was determined, ruthless, and would stop at nothing once he set his eyes on something. A nervous flutter went through her. She didn't know if she wanted to be the point person for him. She thought about her relationship with Kade. His father had seen her that night, though she could say she'd just been representing Kade or something, handling something for him. Yet, the moment she was escorted into his 22nd floor office by the secretary, after she'd waited 20 minutes, she knew she couldn't tell him a lie. He stood facing the city, his cowboy hat on, along with a token white shirt, black hat, and cowboy boots. An intimidating man in an intimidating business. She thought of how many times she'd seen his face on billboards, ads at the stadium, car dealerships. This man was a billionaire, and he had earned it. "Hello." She felt small as she stared at the floor-to-ceiling high-rise windows. "Oh." He turned, and there was a hop to his step as he moved to her. "Miss Song, glad you could make it over today." He pumped her hand, and she wondered for a second if maybe he wasn't expecting the same woman here as he'd seen at the hospital. When their eyes met, and she saw the sharp look in his, despite having the same brown of Anthony's eyes, her heart nearly stopped. Taking her hand back, she forced herself to suck in a breath. She'd thought Kade's laser-like focus on the field was intense, but now, staring at his father, she realized that focus wasn't half of what his father commanded. "Mr. Kincaid." She kept her voice light. "Take a seat," he said grandly, gesturing to the furniture that was next to the window. White furniture, clean, not a speck on it. She couldn't stop herself from thinking that even the furniture was almost daring you to make a mess on it. "Thank you." she said, moving to the couches. He sat across from her in a black leather chair, casually crossing his leg, and he stroked his mustache. She'd seen him do this gesture a lot on television, on the field. She wondered what the body language meant. "I have a project I need your expertise with." He leaned back. "Really?" She should have asked Mr. Davinci for more details. "I have an oil company in Nevada that needs a bit of a PR makeover. Gotten some bad press recently, and I want to send in a crack shot and really overhaul the whole image of the company." He nodded and licked his lips quickly. He was a fast-talking, type-A salesman at heart. It was hard for him to keep his butt on the chair and talk to her. That's why he'd been standing when she entered. That's why this office was so large, so he could pace. "Yeah, I want you to go to Nevada and meet with my people. I want a new logo. I want a whole new campaign, commercials, billboards, website. This could take you away for quite a while." Her heart beat faster, and she felt like an animal caught in a net. The more it moved, the more tangled it got. "Yes, you can stay in Reno." He waved a hand into the air. "Of course, I'll pay for everything. We'll set you up good. Maybe you could even get an apartment there. We'll pay for that. You'll be there a lot, and a hotel is a bit of an inconvenience." Now she was in Pretty Woman. Or strike that. Was there a movie made about rich people sending the poor girl away? She'd seen it done about poor guys being sent away or offered money in exchange for leaving a daughter alone. But were there reverse ones? It made her smile when she thought about it, because Kade would think it was funny. "Excuse me, Miss Song?" Oh, she'd let her mind wander. "Yes?" "I'll have my secretary give you your flight and itinerary and everything." Feeling like she was in a different world, she nodded, then stood. Her heart beat out of control. "Great. I'll have my people send over some files for you to look at and get an idea of what we're looking for." He moved to her and shook her hand, holding it longer than necessary. "Miss Song, have you told my son?" "What?" she asked. "That you're dying. That you will probably die with your heart condition, and you're not even on the transplant list." She didn't know what to say. Everything in her world felt like it was slowing down. Every part of her shook. He stood too, whipping out a checkbook. "Tell me your price." "What?" She really must be in a movie. His teeth flashed. "Name your price to stay away from my son, because we can't have anything messing with his head. Of course, after I pay you, you'll break up with him. I'm guessing it will be somewhat difficult, given all the time you've been spending together. But it'll help refocus him, too. My son does best when he's angry. I should know." She blinked and couldn't stop the moisture in her eyes. This man might be a horrible person, but he was right about one thing. She shouldn't be with Kade. "How much?" he pressed. Glaring at him, she turned on her heel. "You're one sad man." "What?" he yelled after her. She swung back to him. "You should be ashamed of putting your arrogance ahead of your son's. You should be ashamed of hurting them like this." A sneer tugged up his lip. "I would do anything for my sons. That's why I'm saving him from this." He pointed at her. "I only have Kade left to make his life into something. He's not going to waste it on a woman like you. You're broken." He'd hit below the belt, exactly where it hurt the most. All of her insecurities ached. She wanted to rip his head off, but all she could do was turn and run. She wasn't sure how she finally arrived home, because when she turned off the engine, she didn't remember the trip. Pulling out her phone, she dialed Mr. Davinci's number. "Hello?" "Mr. Davinci?" She tried to keep her voice calm. "Felicity, yes. How did it go with Kincaid?" She sucked in a breath. "I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to have to put in my resignation." "What?" Ending the call, she got out of the car and tried to calm her frantic heartbeat. But she couldn't. She stumbled toward the house, feeling faint before her vision blurred. Crap. Chapter 26. Kade landed the helicopter and shut it off. There had been good winds, so it had been an easy trip. He hadn't planned on spending the last 2 weeks with his brother, but it felt like those were the best 2 weeks he'd spent in a long time. To have Felicity there and be part of it had been priceless to him. All he wanted to do was talk to her, see her. Anthony adored her and had endured all of Kade's rambling about her. It had been nice to listen to Anthony, too. Find out about his life. Find out how Sheena had taken him on a ride and then left him without a word as to why. Kade was grateful he'd come to be with Anthony. He felt closer to him than ever. At this point, his brother had a neck injury. A career-ending injury, everyone was saying. It might be, but he was hopeful. His brother was doing better than they had thought. Better than anyone had predicted. Already, they were doing the therapy. Kade didn't want Anthony to play again. In many players' cases, once you were injured, you were more prone to being injured again, especially with a neck injury. As a quarterback, he would become a target. At this point, if Anthony was lucky, he would walk again. But what if he hadn't been so lucky? Kade hadn't said anything the whole time because he knew that he, like his brother, would want to play again. Anthony hadn't needed Dad there to get him up and improving. That drive came from inside both brothers. Both brothers found it strange that they hadn't heard from their father. Kade planned to be home for a day or two, see Felicity, and go back and be with Anthony. They were hopeful he would go home soon. Kade had talked him into possibly coming to Dallas, where Kade could help him with his recovery. Walking into the house, he checked his phone again. It was odd he hadn't heard from Felicity the last 2 days. Granted, he knew she had a life, but he had to see her. He'd planned on hopping in the shower and then going over, but he went to his garage and hopped in his Jeep. She would just have to see him looking like a fool in love. When Kade pushed the doorbell at Felicity's house, no one answered. Tentatively, he looked around, noticing Felicity's car was there. Adrenaline coursed through him, and he wondered where she was. They couldn't be at the store or something, right? He texted her again. It was probably the 20th text he'd sent. He stood in front of her house and tried to call her. No answer. Knowing she would hate him doing this, he called Mr. Davinci. On the second ring, Davinci said, "Kade," a bit breathlessly. "What?" He had the feeling he was about to get bad news. "Well, I thought you were calling because of Felicity." He stumbled back, holding to the side of Felicity's brick house. "I am." "I have no idea why she quit." "What?" "But it appears she's still covered with our insurance. Dallas General Hospital called." He didn't wait to hear it all, instead sprinting for his Jeep and firing it up. "What hospital?" In one moment, he wished for his helicopter, and in the next, he figured Felicity would say only bratty, spoiled, entitled billionaires think things like that. "I sent her to talk to your father about an issue, and when she came back, she quit." "My father?" Kade snapped. He yanked around the stick shift and got his Jeep on the road and on the way to the hospital. For a second, no one said anything. "Talk," Kade roared, speeding. "I thought your father would have told you. She refused to work for him." As Mr. Davinci explained, the moment like one of those movie scenes when the character is reacting and acting, but all the sound is lost. The realization that her heart was weak, that she had a condition, hit him. He dropped the phone and thought about a million things that could go wrong for her. He thought about her beautiful red hair, her smile, those eyes that cast a spell on him. He thought of the way she'd told him he was a bratty, spoiled, selfish billionaire. The way she treated him like a normal person. Getting onto the freeway, he headed to Dallas General Hospital. As he drove, he realized why Anthony and Felicity both meant so much to him. They'd never wanted anything from him. Tears fell down his face. He dropped his hand and felt around for his phone, picking it up and putting his ear to it. "Kade! Kade!" he heard Mr. Davinci. "What room?" "Number 304. Kade shut off the phone and called his brother. Chapter 27. Felicity sat in her hospital room, looking out the window. She couldn't help thinking how much she would have loved to have her parents getting along like this, if only it weren't because they were united against her. Felicity. Her father stood next to her, gently picking up her hand. He was sober. He'd taken a shower. He actually looked like a normal human being. We need you to do the surgery. Your heart isn't functioning well. The paperwork was gripped in his other hand. They'll be coming for you in just a little bit. Everything's in place. Please, just sign the papers. Jerking her hand out of his, she shook her head. Just stop talking to me. She knew it was stupid and childish to refuse, but she couldn't do the surgery. It's not certain the surgeon can fix it. Her mother stood next to the window, looking over the city. Felicity, I need you to have faith. She turned to face her, tears on her face. I know you're afraid, baby, but you can do this. Moving to her father, they held hands. Her father had tears in his eyes. Felicity, you gotta do this. Your mom and I need you. It had been amazing to Felicity that, since the pressure of paying the mortgage had gone away, her mother had found hope again. She'd been planting a garden, and she'd fixed up the yard. It was like she had found a new lease on life. It was amazing how her father stepped up when her mother called him. Inner turmoil assaulted her. She did not want another surgery. She took a breath and thought about Kade, thought about being with him on the beach. She closed her eyes, and there they were, building a sandcastle together. He was covering her with sand, and the memory felt cool, fresh, perfect. Felicity, a man said, but it wasn't her father's voice. It was Kade. She opened her eyes. Happiness surged through her. Hey! There he was, looking ragged and mussed and beautiful in the sunshine coming through the window. He looked so upset, too. She pushed the guilt aside at not calling him. It would be better if he didn't have to go through all this with her. His father was right. She was broken. Kade should move on. But dang, he was beautiful. She couldn't stop herself from smiling. Kade looked at her father, then her mother, who apologetically said, I wanted to call you, but she wouldn't let me. I'm getting out of here today, Felicity said quietly, so it doesn't matter. Her mother moved to Kade's side. She is slotted to do a surgery in less than 30 minutes. Everyone is ready. No, I'm not doing a surgery, Felicity said quietly. Her father brandished some paperwork. She needs to sign these papers so the doctors can go in there and fix her valve. She can't wait any longer. He held the papers out to Kade. If she doesn't try this surgery, she can't be put on the list for a heart transplant. His voice held desperation. We need her to try this surgery. Her mother hugged him. Please, talk sense into her. Kade's face was serious as he took the papers from her parents. Her father took her mother's hand. Let's let them talk. Her father looked so different. Felicity liked seeing him sober. A twinge of resentment fell through her, but she didn't like him ganging up on her with her mother. She blinked and decided not to focus on that. She looked at Kade's beautiful face and grinned, feeling warm again. Kade's gaze locked with hers, and then he was by her side. He took her hand, evaluating her with his eyes, from the top to bottom. What's happening? His voice was soft, and she saw that laser-like focus, so like his father's. She sighed, feeling like she'd woken after a long movie. I passed out, and everyone's turning it into such a big deal. Tears filled her eyes, and real terror threatened to rise within her. I can't do another surgery. They never work. He stared at her, and before she could talk herself out of it, she reached up and took his shirt and pulled her to him, kissing him gently on the lips. She felt him give in to her, knowing that for once, he didn't want to. He wanted to stay focused on the medical issues. She kissed him more, needing the sunshine, the warmth. She'd felt so cold. He didn't push her away, but he stopped kissing her. He reached back, grabbed a chair with his foot, and pulled it to her side.
"I love how agile you are," she said. "I also think you're like sunshine."
It sounded silly, but she didn't care.
"I think the nurse gave me some medicine that won't let me shut up."
It also made her feel more relaxed. She smiled. He searched her face. What is going on?
"But I'm not doing this surgery, Kade."
Tugging back, he frowned. Why not? She grabbed him harder.
"That's what I was going to tell you that day when we got back, right before you got the call about your brother. I was going to tell you that I'm done with surgeries, because they never really fix the problem. And it's just... I've had way too many unsuccessful surgeries. Do you have any idea how hard it is every single time? They cut me open, pull out my heart, try to do something to fix my valve, but in the end, they just put it back in."
Her hand trembled, and she glared at it like it had no permission to do so.
"I'm done now."
He gave her a measured look. Felicity, you need to do this. I don't think your mother would want you to do it if it's the wrong thing. Tears burned in her eyes. She thought she'd cried enough, but she felt emotion in the back of her throat. She released him.
"Please leave. If you can't support me not doing the surgery, you're just making my life harder."
He took her arms and pulled them back around his shoulders, his face intense. No way, Song. No way. You're not quitting on me. The way he looked at her, like he could fix this, sent her emotions tumbling.
"You're not listening. Even if I got the surgery, it's not guaranteed. And every surgery that doesn't work weakens me."
The crease between his eyes deepened. There's always another play. Your father said you can get on the transplant list.
"No,"
she said, more harshly than she'd intended. She pushed him back, even though she was weak.
"You're pushing me, just like your dad the other day."
He sat up straight, any trace of sunshine erased by a storm. What happened? She shook her head. Felicity, he growled. Knowing it was useless, she started telling him.
"He wanted me out of the way, so he tried to send me off on some fake job in Reno, telling me he was getting me an apartment there."
She laughed, and it felt good. Only suddenly she was crying.
"He offered me a blank check. Isn't that funny? I realized I was the poor girl in the movie where the rich parents offer to write a check for anything you want to get you out of the way. But it was me, in my real life."
It sounded awful, even to her. She was hurt and confused.
"I love you, Kade,"
she confessed. His eyes misted. "I love you too, piano girl." Gently, she reached up and touched his face.
"I should have told you I had made up my mind I was done with surgeries. Your father said I'm broken. He's right."
She pulled back her hand.
"You should go. You should."
He brushed his thumb over her fingers, tears in his eyes. "You'll get the transplant if this doesn't work." Terror filled her.
"Surgery is horrible. And then I'll be put on a list. That's not a guarantee."
"The surgery will work," Kade said quickly, wiping his eyes. "It has to." She searched his face.
"Kade, you were my first real Prince Charming."
She couldn't stop the tears from running down her face.
"Isn't that funny?"
She reached up and gently touched the soft facial hair on his face again.
"I never thought I'd have a bratty, spoiled billionaire as my Prince Charming."
"Don't forget selfish and entitled," he said softly, picking up her hand and kissing it, tears washing down his face. Despite the tears, his expression was the same laser-like focus he had on the field. "Felicity, you're right. I'm too bratty and selfish to ever give you up." She shook her head.
"I fell in love with you, but you need someone strong. You should go."
"No. I need you to sign these papers, because I need you with me." She smiled.
"Then the prince comes to save me?"
All her resistance to the surgery was failing. He took both of her hands in his and kissed them. "Please, Song, do this with me. I'll be here. I'll block for you." Every worry and fear and vulnerability seemed to melt in his eyes. She never thought anyone could convince her to do a surgery again, but she had known what loving a good man could do to her. "Please." He bent and kissed her forehead, and then pulled back, getting the paperwork. "Sign here, Song. I'll be here when you come out, and we'll have everything together." She reached up and took the pen, trusting in his blue eyes, putting all her fear aside. She scrawled the necessary signatures and tried not to think of horrible surgery ahead of her. Kade rushed out to the hallway and then back into her, sitting next to her. He looked pale. "Okay, they said 5 minutes. You got this."
"Are you going to throw up, Kincaid?"
she asked, feeling piqued herself. He put his hand on her forehead. "Hey, I always win a game when I throw up right before." Felicity laughed. She could feel the loopy medicine taking a firmer hold, and the world started to fade. "Are you okay?" he asked her. Distantly, she heard her heart monitor start beeping wildly. She felt herself falling, just like in a dream.
"Kade?"
She tried to yell, but it came out muffled. "Felicity!" He kept her hand, but shouted for help, and her parents rushed in along with a bunch of staff. She heard her mother yell out and reach for her as her father held her mother back. Then, everything went black. Chapter 28. 2 days later. Kade didn't know what time it was. He sat next to Felicity's bed. There were tubes in her nose and down her throat. A monitor beeped in the background consistently. He supposed it should be comforting, that regular tone, but it wasn't. They'd rushed her in for the surgery, but the valve had been too weak. A soft hand was on his shoulder.
"I wish," her mother said again, for the 50th time. "We should have tried this surgery sooner. I should have insisted. Then she could have been on the transplant list sooner."
Felicity's dad moved next to her. "Let me take you home, sweetheart. Kade will be here tonight, right?" Kade nodded, feeling empty and tired, and wishing he could hold Felicity to this world with the forces inside of him, but knowing he couldn't. Her mother inhaled sharply and bent and kissed Felicity on the forehead.
"If she wakes while I'm gone, tell her I love her?"
Kade nodded again, and her mother squeezed his shoulder. "Come on." Her father took her by the arm, and they left the room. Kade didn't feel like he'd really absorbed any of this. Her heart had failed, and she was on life support now. The machines were breathing for her and pumping blood through her body. They said she could survive on life support for an undetermined amount of time. The one thing they were sure of was that her heart would never beat on its own again. His mind had been going over and over everything he'd known, everything he'd learned the past 4 hours from her parents and doctors that she hadn't told him. None of it made any sense to him. She looked so fine, normal. Sure, she'd gotten winded, and she told him she needed another heart surgery. But this? He blamed himself, drowning in the same feeling of loss he'd had the day he and his brother had stood by his mother's bedside and watched her slip away from them. He bent his head and cried. Not the harsh sobs from when he'd found out Anthony had been in an accident. No, this was generated by all the things he may not ever have with Felicity. A life had begun unfolding before him when he'd been with her. Her as a bride, them with children, playing on the beach at the castle, the floating feeling he had when she played the piano, the certainty he felt when he kissed her. This was why she told him not to fall in love with her. More tears washed down his face. He felt someone enter the room before he saw them. "Son," his father. "Anthony called me." Carefully, Kade stood. He gently let go of Felicity's hand. He didn't want to yell at his father in her room. "Out in the hall." His father went, and Kade followed. Turning to face him, his father shook his head. "Son, I'm sorry." His father, for the first time in a long time, looked truly sorry. Kade didn't care. Part of him wanted to fight, and his father was an easy target. There was much to fight about, so many things over so many years. "You tried to buy her off," Kade growled, but he kept his voice down and moved into his father's space. "You told her she was broken." "I was wrong," his father said quickly. "And the money was a test for her." He shrugged and looked apologetic. "You don't know how many girls haven't passed that test." Kade took a step back, feeling off balance. "You bribed girls I've dated?" His father shrugged. "How do you think I got Sheena to quit bugging Anthony?" He stumbled back, and his dad grabbed him by the shoulders. He jerked away from his father. "Just go away." He felt out of control and wild, like a crazed animal who would tear his father apart. Shaking, he stumbled into the hallway wall and leaned against it for support. "Son," his father's voice was measured. "I remember when I realized I couldn't do anything for Mama. I remember the day the doctor told me we would lose her." Kade looked up at his father. He never spoke of his mother. His father scowled. "I remember feeling like all of my power, money, fame, the big house I'd built for her, for all of you. What good were they? I was losing the woman I loved." His voice sounded raw, and there were tears in his eyes. Kade didn't know how to feel, what to think. It wasn't often you had a heart-to-heart with John Kincaid. With a teary smile, his father took a step forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "I know I've been a jerk. I know I'm a man who thinks he knows what's best for his sons. But I love you, son. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of the way you stepped up and took hold of Anthony's situation, because I blew it. I admit it. When any of my family is hurt or injured, I get scared, and it comes out as anger. I yell, and I try to fix it, and it's not the right thing to do. I felt the same way with your mama." His breath hitched. "I'll never forget how weak I felt the day she died, because it wasn't supposed to happen." Tears washed down Kade's face, as his pain for his mother mixed with pain for the uncertainty with Felicity. His father pulled back his hand and wiped his face. "I determined that day," he said slowly, "that I would never lose a Kincaid woman again if I could stop it." Fierce determination lit his eyes, and he cleared his throat. "From what Anthony has told me, from my own research, and from the way I see my oldest son looking right now, there is no doubt that woman in there will be a Kincaid woman one day." Kade nodded. "I want her to be." His dad cleared his throat. "Since the day you took that first date with her, I've known her situation." "You had her checked out?" "Yes." It didn't surprise Kade as much as it should have. Of course his father would do that, and he was obviously more thorough about it than Kade had been. "When I discovered her situation, I put out feelers to all major transplant centers. She's been on the list for a heart since then. That's why I'm here. I was notified an hour ago they have one." For a second, Kade couldn't register what his father was saying. "I called the head of heart surgery in Dallas an hour ago, and he's coming to perform the transplant." Kade turned to his father, every part of him alert and awake and ready to go to battle. "What?" His father sniffed. "Call her parents to come sign the forms, and they'll do the surgery." A rush of tears swept down Kade's face, and he choked on stunned emotion. His father took 2 steps to Kade and yanked him into a hug. "You know I would do anything for my sons. You know that. Kincaids don't sit around. Kincaids don't go down without a fight. Kade let out a laugh of relief and hugged his dad, hating and loving everything about him. Tough love. What? Nothing. He'd always thought that his father stopping at nothing was the most annoying quality he had. But today, it was the best. Chapter 29. Felicity could hear someone yelling her name. At least, it felt that way. It was the same kind of muffled sound she might hear from the bottom of a swimming pool. She felt like she was rising higher and higher until, in a rush of awareness, she emerged from the water. Felicity? Her name sounded sharp and hurried. It was Kade calling. Pain filled every part of her. She tried to open her eyes, only to find that hurt even more. Relief seeped in as she let herself drift back down into the depths. Felicity! Felicity! Why couldn't everyone just let her rest in peace? She could only groan and tense herself against the pain. She's awake. It was her father. All the memories of what happened rushed into her mind. Being at John Kincaid's house, his offer of money, calling Mr Davinci, passing out in front of her house, and waking up in the hospital. It was fuzzy. Then she remembered Kade and the feel of his facial hair, soft against the skin of her hand, and telling him he was her Prince Charming. She was going to die. That had been her last thought before everything had gone black. Now, she felt Kade's hand on her head. Felicity, can you open your eyes? She did, and the light stung, but she saw her mother and father, and she saw him. Kade, she coughed. Her throat was dry and parched and hurt. The bed slowly rose up. She needs a swig of water. Her eyes fluttered again, and she saw Kade next to her mother, smiling. Hey! A nurse shoved some ice chips into Kade's hand. Give her these. Kade obediently put one in her mouth. It tasted so good. She was confused. She felt this heaviness on her chest. Her mother had tears on her face, but also a smile. You have a new heart, sweetie. You're going to be fine. Shock coursed through her. How? She broke off, coughing. Mr Kincaid, her mother said. She looked at Kade, who shrugged. It was my dad. He got you a heart. Completely floored, she felt like she wasn't understanding properly. Her father patted her other hand. You're going to be just fine. A million questions went through her mind, but then all she could see was Kade's face, and she knew, somehow, he'd saved her. Taking her hand into his, he leaned forward and gently kissed her. Welcome back. She didn't understand what had happened. All she knew, as she saw the hope in her father's eyes, and the happiness on her mother's face, and the warmth in Kade's eyes, was that maybe things would be fine, because it all felt different than before. Kade gently kissed her cheek and pulled back, searching her face. She tried to smile. Hey. Her throat was still killing her, and she winced. Putting a hand on her hair, he smoothed it back. Your body is accepting the heart. Dizzily, she shook her head. How? She choked out the word. A soft smile filled his face. My father had you put on a list, the day we went out on our first date. Shock surged through her, followed understanding. Tears filled her eyes. Don't cry, he said, ignoring his own advice as he leaned down and gently kissed her lips. 'Cause I have a question for you. The laser-like intensity made her feel more awake. She waited. He got onto his knee. Will you come live in the castle with me forever? She hiccuped on a sob. Don't bail on me now, Song. This is the final play of the championship game. This is the one that counts."
More tears filled her eyes. He couldn't be asking what she thought he was asking.
His smile widened. "No time like the present to win the game."
Her eyes fluttered, and she couldn't imagine what she looked like. But warmth rushed into her. Love washed over her.
"Will you marry me, Song?"
he asked again. Her mother covered her face and cried. Turning, she locked eyes with her father, and she saw that hope again. Felicity turned back to Kade Kincaid and knew she finally had a shot at a real life with a real prince. And she wasn't going to waste another minute without him.
"Yes."
Epilogue. The ocean breeze fell across Cade's face as he stared back at the castle, waiting for Felicity to join him at the makeshift beach altar. He felt his brother's hand on his shoulder.
"Don't worry, bro. She's coming."
Kade turned to look at Anthony. It had been a rough year of intense physical therapy, but Anthony was walking and even running and passing a little. He still talked about playing football, but Kade doubted any team would touch him with his complicated neck status.
"The best day,"
Kade sighed to himself, not doubting whether or not Felicity would walk down the aisle, but okay, he would admit he was a bit nervous. He loved this woman more than life itself, and if she bailed on him, he didn't think he'd ever recover. His brother winked at him.
"This is what life's all about, bro. Putting it all on the line, throwing the Hail Mary, and praying someone will catch it. There's only one person I want to catch it."
The football analogy annoyed him, which he knew Felicity would find funny since he used so many football analogies of his own. Soft, soothing music played, and Kade stared down at the crowd of people in the audience. Grateful he and Felicity had insisted on a small wedding on the beach, he stared out at his father, proudly perched in the front row. His grandmother sat next to him. It made him happy. She seemed like she was doing well. X and Ace and their women sat next to her. He'd attended their weddings over the past year and was insanely happy for them. X made a cheesy gunfire gesture at him and winked. Kade rolled his eyes and smiled. A couple of other players from his team were attending with their dates, too. James Knight, the owner of the Titans, was here with his wife. Mr Davinci was in attendance as well, along with a couple of people Felicity had grown close to in therapy. After the surgery, Felicity had been through a year of ups and downs, but finally, her health had leveled off over the past 3 months, and she was doing amazing. Every day she got stronger and feistier. She was even feistier than before, something he never hesitated to tease her about. It had been a miracle to get that heart that day, a miracle he would never forget and would always be grateful for. Felicity appeared at the end of the red carpet, covering the 100 yards from the castle to the beach. Seeing her now reminded him of the first time he'd stepped into his music room at his home and had seen her sitting in white at the piano. This creature was mythical, beautiful. He would never have guessed a woman like her existed. A woman with incredible passion and more concern and love and grace than he ever could have thought possible. A woman who had taught him about grace. A woman who had been the catalyst to restore peace and love in his relationships with his brother and his father. A woman who was everything to him, who dished out tough love and demanded it as well. Her mother walked out in front of her and took a seat on the other side of the front row. Anticipation, excitement, and nerves hummed through him. Here he was again, sweating. No other woman could make him sweat. Overwhelmed with the love he had for this woman, he felt his eyes glisten. His brother nudged him. "Keep it together, Kincaid." He let out a light laugh and smiled, so grateful for so much more than just this day. So grateful for this moment, for this life. He was humbled by all that was given to him as he heard the music change to the wedding song. The crowd stood,
and Felicity, holding her father's arm, started walking toward them. She'd insisted Kade not see the dress before the wedding, and he wasn't disappointed. Her beautiful red hair was in soft curls around her shoulders, and she wore a little veil that fell over the satin off-the-shoulder dress. It had an empire waist and fell in waves of tulle down her legs. "Incredible," he muttered, love swirling inside him. Felicity had insisted on waiting for intimacy until the wedding night, and he'd agreed. But he wouldn't lie. He'd dreamed about this night 1,000 times. After the small reception, he had a flight plan already in place to take them to Paris. It was what Felicity wanted, and he just wanted to be with her. So he honestly couldn't care less where they went. He just regretted having to do the whole reception and wedding lunch before they took off. Her father beamed proudly as he stopped when they got to Kade. It had been amazing to watch the remarkable transformation her father had gone through as he'd helped Felicity regain her strength. Kade and her father had become more than friends. They truly were family. He winked at Kade and sat next to her mother. Felicity had told him her mother had said she thought they would remarry, but wanted to wait until after this wedding. Felicity stood in front of him, looking vulnerable and happy, and like a mirror image of his own excitement. She reached for his hand, and he gladly took hers. The preacher started into the ceremony, and Kade honestly didn't hear much of it, as he stared into Felicity's eyes, and she stared into his. All he could think about was their now, their future, their everything. When it got time to say "I do" and kiss the bride, he took her in his arms and kissed her, dipping her deeply. The crowd laughed and clapped. Felicity laughed too, reaching up and putting her arms around his neck. Her flowery smell surrounded him, and once again, he felt so in love with this woman. "You ready for the biggest game of your life?" she teased. Grinning, he pressed his lips to hers gently, forgetting everyone around them. She laughed and pulled back. "I'm going to have to insist we skip out on the party and get started on the honeymoon. After all, we hung out with them last night. Let's just be spoiled, bratty billionaires and go off on our own." Fire sparked through him, and he bent and swept her off her feet. "I like this entitled version of Mrs. Kincaid." The crowd cheered, and he smiled at them as he headed toward the helicopter. "Thanks for coming. We'll see you all later." The crowd cheered louder. Happiness buoyed him up as he stared into Felicity's eyes. "Already starting with the bossiness, are we?" He reached to the helicopter and put her down, opening the door for her. "It's called tough love, Kincaid." She smiled at him and gently touched his face. "Get used to it." We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The Tough Love Groom, Texas Titan Romances by Taylor Hart. Read for you by Aaron Shedlock. This program was produced by Bookworm Audio. Post-production proofing by Gigi Shane. Text copyright 2017 by Taylor Hart. Production copyright 2018 by Taylor Hart. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.